The sky over the underworld was the color of an open wound. Rivers of crimson light tore across the black clouds where three armies had clashed for the better part of a year, and even from the war room beneath Gremory territory, Issei Hyoudou could feel the tremors of the last engagement rattling the stone walls like a hell breath that refused to let go. He stood at the head of a long obsidian table, still in the tattered remains of his balance breaker armor, dried blood crusted along a gash in his shoulder that had not fully closed. Around him sat the last uninjured commanders of four factions that had, until recently, called each other enemies. Seraph Lucifer, Mao of the Devils, looked 10 years older than he had a year ago. Michael, Seraph of Heaven, kept his hands folded in front of him with a stillness that did not match the exhaustion in his eyes. Azazel, Governor of the Fallen, had stopped making jokes months ago, which frightened Issei more than any battlefield had. And at the far end, silent and severe, sat representatives of the Yokai faction, their kitsune envoy watching the room with the wary patience of something ancient that had seen empires rise and burn before. "We have lost 11% of our standing forces this quarter alone," Seraph said, and his voice carried none of the warmth Issei remembered from years of easy dinners at the Gremory estate. "If this continues at the current rate, the devil race will not exist in a form recognizable to our grandchildren. The fallen are worse off," Azazel said flatly. "We were never as numerous as either of you to begin with. Another year of this and there won't be enough of us left to hold a funeral, let alone a war." Michael did not disagree. That silence said more than words could have. Issei had fought in every major battle of the war. He had watched friends die in front of him, had held Asia's hand while healers worked frantically over a wound that should have killed her twice over, had personally ended more enemy combatants than he wanted to count, ever, for the rest of his life. He was 18 years old and he felt every one of those years twice over in his bones. "There has to be another way," he said, because someone needed to say it, because the silence in the room was starting to feel like agreement with something none of them had spoken aloud yet. "We keep talking about numbers. About losses. About which faction can survive another 6 months. Nobody's talking about how to actually stop this. We have tried diplomacy," Michael said gently. 3 times. Each time the peace collapsed within weeks because the old guard on every side does not trust that the others will honor it. Trust cannot be legislated, Issei. It has to be built into something that cannot be undone by a change in leadership, or a broken promise. Built into what? It was Azazel who answered, and for the first time in months there was something in his voice that was not quite a joke but carried the ghost of his old dark humor, the kind he used when he was about to say something that he knew would land badly. "Blood," Azazel said. "Bloodlines that cannot be separated without destroying something all 4 factions have agreed they cannot afford to destroy." The room went very quiet. "You're talking about a marriage alliance," Issei said slowly, because he had grown up around enough of Rias's political maneuvering to recognize the shape of the idea even before Azazel finished it. "Between families. That's not new. Devils have done that forever." "Not between families," Seraph said. "Between factions. All of them. Bound through a single point that no faction could attack without attacking their own future." Issei looked around the table and understood, with the sinking, vertiginous feeling of a man watching a door close behind him, that every person in this room had already had this conversation without him. "You want to use me," he said. Nobody corrected him. "The boosted gear is the only power in any of the 4 factions capable of unmaking a god," Michael said, and there was no flattery in the way he said it, only fact laid bare like a diagnosis. "You've held peace talks together simply by standing in a room, Issei. Devils, angels, fallen, yokai, they have all watched you bleed for causes that were not originally yours. Your name commands a kind of trust that treaties on paper do not. So the plan is what?" Issei said, and his voice had gone hard in a way that surprised even him. "I get married and that just fixes centuries of factional hatred? People are dying and your solution is a wedding?" "The plan," Seraph said quietly, "is an unbreakable covenant of blood between every surviving power in the supernatural world, sealed through marriages to women who already care for you deeply, who have already fought and bled beside you, and who represent the leadership or the heirship of every faction we need bound together. Rias. Sona. Yasaka. Gabriel. Penemue. Issei's mouth went dry. Rias and Sona, I understand, he said. We grew up together. But Yasaka is the leader of an entire yokai clan. Gabriel is a seraph. Penemue runs half the Grigori's covert operations. They're not going to just agree to this because a council tells them to. They have already been asked, Michael said, and something in his tone made Issei's stomach twist. Independently? Each of them, in private, before this meeting was ever called. And each of them said yes, Azazel said. Before you assume the worst, kid, none of them were forced. I know Penemue better than anyone in this room, and there is no version of reality where anyone forces her to do a single thing she doesn't want to do. She said yes because she has watched you fight for people who were never obligated to you, and because she believes, as strange as this sounds coming out of my mouth, that you might actually be the first person in 1,000 years capable of holding this fractured world together without wanting a throne. Issei sat down heavily in the nearest chair, the movement graceless, nothing like the composure he usually tried to project in front of faction leaders. I don't want a throne, he said quietly. I never wanted any of this. I wanted to protect my friends. That's it. That was always it. I know, Serzex said, and for the first time that evening he sounded less like a Mao and more like a man who had watched Issei grow up in his sister's shadow, who had seen him take blow after blow meant for people he loved and never once ask for anything in return. That is exactly why it has to be you. A man who wants nothing for himself is the only kind of man four factions that hate each other could ever agree to kneel before. The word landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Kneel. I'm not asking anyone to kneel, Issei said. You may not have to ask, Michael said softly. That is rather the point. Issei pressed his palms against his eyes, feeling the exhaustion of a war he had not chosen and a proposal he had not asked for pressing down on him at once. Somewhere above them, beyond the reinforced stone of the war room, the sky was still bleeding red light across the ruins of a battlefield that had claimed thousands of lives on every side. He thought of Asia's hands shaking as she healed strangers who, weeks earlier, had been trying to kill her. He thought of Kiba standing over the body of a fallen angel soldier who could not have been older than 16. He thought of every face he had memorized because he had watched the life leave it. If there was truly a way to end this, a way that did not require one more funeral, one more grieving mother, one more child growing up without a parent because two ancient factions could not set aside a hatred neither of them fully remembered the origin of anymore, did he have the right to refuse it simply because it frightened him? I need to talk to them, he said finally. Not through you. Not through a council resolution. I need to hear it from Rias and Sona and Yasaka and Gabriel and Penemue myself, in a room, without anyone else's agenda hanging over it. That, Serzex said, and something that might have been relief moved through his shoulders, can be arranged tonight. The meeting that followed was held in a smaller chamber, one without a war table or faction insignias, just a circle of low chairs and a fire that someone had thought to light against the chill that had settled into the underworld ever since the war began eating away at the seasons themselves. Rias arrived first, still in her academy uniform even though academy had not been in session for months, because some habits refused to die even under the weight of war. She sat beside Issei without asking and took his hand without a word, and the familiar warmth of it nearly undid the composure he had been holding onto since the war room. You already know what they're going to ask you, she said. It was not a question. Azazel already told me you agreed. I did. Her grip on his hand tightened, just slightly. Not because a council told me to, Issei. Because I have loved you since before this war started, and if there is any version of the future where that love can also save the people I've been trying to protect my whole life, I am not going to be too proud to take it. Sona arrived next, composed as always, though the dark circles under her eyes told a story her posture tried to hide. She sat with the careful precision of someone who had planned exactly what she wanted to say and intended to say all of it without interruption. I've run the numbers 11 different ways, she said, not quite meeting his eyes. Political marriage alliances between hostile factions have a documented failure rate above 80% within the first decade. This one is different because it isn't cold calculation on my end, and I resent that Azazel's report probably made it sound that way. I have known you since we were children, Issei. I trust you more than I trust any treaty clause anyone could draft. That's not a strategic assessment. That's just true. Yasaka came through the doorway trailing the faint scent of cherry blossoms and old temple incense, her golden eyes taking in the room with the measured calm of a woman who had led a clan for centuries and had learned, the hard way, that panic solved nothing. My people have watched 3 generations bleed in conflicts that were never truly ours, she said, lowering herself gracefully into an empty chair. I did not agree to this proposal for politics, Dragon Boy. I agreed because I watched you carry an injured Kitsune scout out of a collapsing battlefield last spring, at cost to yourself, when you had no obligation to any yokai at all. A leader remembers who protects her people even when no one is watching. Gabriel arrived with Michael a step behind her, though he did not enter the room, simply inclined his head to his sister and withdrew, leaving her alone among them. She sat with the effortless grace that seemed to follow every seraph, but her eyes, when they found Issei's, held none of the distance he had expected from an angel of her rank. Heaven does not typically permit its seraphim to marry, she said softly. There has been considerable debate above about whether this arrangement violates doctrine that is thousands of years old. I argued, and eventually convinced enough of the council, that a doctrine which allows a war to consume thousands of innocent souls while refusing a path to peace is not a doctrine worth preserving unchanged. I chose this, Issei. I want you to understand that clearly. No one above forced my hand. Penemue was last, arriving with none of the ceremony of the others, simply leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed and an expression that was equal parts affection and challenge. Azazel probably already ran his mouth about how I feel, she said, so I'll just confirm it myself so you don't have to take his word for it. I've spent centuries watching devils and angels and fallen tear each other apart over grudges nobody living even remembers starting. I watch you fight, kid, and I don't see a pawn. I see the first person in longer than I can remember willing to bleed for strangers instead of using them. I said yes because I want to see what a world built around a man like that actually looks like. Issei sat in the center of that circle, 5 extraordinary women looking back at him with a steadiness he did not feel he deserved, and understood that the decision, in the truest sense, had already been made before he ever walked into the room. Not by council. Not by desperate faction leaders trying to buy an ending to a war neither side could afford to keep fighting. By them. I need you to know, he said, and his voice cracked slightly on the first word before he steadied it, that I am terrified. Not of any of you. Of failing you. Of failing all of you, and failing every person who's depending on this to end a war I never wanted in the first place. Good, Sona said, with the faintest, driest edge of humor breaking through her exhaustion. A man who isn't afraid of that kind of responsibility isn't fit to hold it. So this is real, he said quietly. This is actually happening. Rias leaned her head against his shoulder, and one by one, the others drew closer, until the 6 of them sat in a loose circle around a fire that had, at some point during the conversation, stopped feeling like a fire in a war room and started feeling like something closer to a hearth. It's real, Rias said. And it's ours. Whatever it becomes, Issei, it's ours to build. Not the councils. Not the factions. Ours. Outside, the sky over the underworld was still red with the memory of a war that had not yet officially ended. But for the first time in longer than any of them could remember, the silence in that small stone room did not feel like the silence before a battle. It felt, however fragile and unfamiliar, like the beginning of something that might, if they were careful, if they were honest, if they were brave enough to let it, actually hold. The formal announcement came 3 days later, and with it the full, staggering scope of what the treaty would actually require became clear to Issei for the first time. He stood in the grand audience chamber of the Devil King's palace, dressed in ceremonial robes that felt like a stranger's skin, flanked by representatives of all 4 factions and the woman who had, in the space of 72 hours, become his fiancée 5 times over. Beyond the chamber's tall windows, crowds had gathered in numbers that made the ceremonial guards visibly nervous, devils and yokai and fallen angels standing shoulder to shoulder in a way none of them could remember happening in living memory, all of them straining to catch a glimpse of the treaty that was supposedly going to end a war that had already cost too many of their sons and daughters. Serzek stood at the podium, his voice carrying easily across the chamber through old devil magic that amplified without distortion. For too long, he said, the four great factions have measured strength and how much of each other we could destroy. Today, we choose a different measure. Today, in the presence of witnesses from every faction, we bind our futures together through a union that no army, no grudge, and no ancient hatred will be permitted to unmake. He gestured, and Issei stepped forward, feeling every eye in the chamber settle on him at once. Issei Hyoudou, Security, wielder of the boosted gear, will take as his wives Rias Gremory, heiress of the House of Gremory. Sona Sitri, heiress of the House of Sitri. Yasaka, leader of the Kyoto Yokai faction. Gabriel, Seraph of Heaven. And Penemue, governor of the Grigori's intelligence division. The chamber erupted, not into celebration exactly, but into a low roar of voices, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, and cutting through both, a fragile, desperate hope that Issei could feel pressing against his chest like a physical weight. These were not just faction leaders watching him. These were mothers who had lost sons, fathers who had lost daughters, people who had spent a year of their lives waiting for news of whether their families would survive the week, and who were now being asked to place the entirety of their hope for peace on the shoulders of an 18-year-old boy who, 6 months ago, had just wanted to survive high school. He looked at Rias, standing beside him in ceremonial red that matched the crest of her house. At Sona, composed and steady despite the enormity of the moment. At Yasaka, whose golden eyes held centuries of patience that steadied something in his chest. At Gabriel, whose serene expression could not fully hide the nervous energy beneath it, an angel taking a step no seraph had taken before. At Penemue, who caught his eye and gave him the smallest, private smirk, as if to say, "We're really doing this, huh?" "I can't promise I'll be perfect at this," Issei said, and his voice, though quieter than Serzex's amplified address, carried across the suddenly hushed chamber with a rawness that silenced even the whispering crowd outside. "I'm not a politician. I'm not a king. I'm just someone who's watched too many people I care about get hurt in a war none of us actually chose. But I promise you this. Whatever this treaty becomes, whatever this family becomes, I will spend every day of my life making sure it was worth what it cost to build." Somewhere in the crowd, someone began to clap, hesitant at first, and then the sound spread, rippling outward through devils and yokai and fallen angels who, for the first time in over a year, allowed themselves to believe that the war they had all been bleeding for might actually, finally, be ending. Issei felt Rias's hand find his, and then Sona's, and one by one the others, until the 6 of them stood together at the center of a chamber full of people who needed them to succeed more than any of them had words for. The ultimate treaty had been signed. Now came the far harder work of actually living it. The territory they called the sanctuary had not existed 6 months earlier. It had been raised from raw, unclaimed land at the border between the underworld and the mortal realm, a stretch of dimension that belonged fully to no faction, chosen specifically because it belonged fully to no faction. Devil architects had shaped its foundations. Yokai craftsmen had woven barrier wards into every threshold. Fallen engineers had built the flight towers that let winged messengers move freely between realms. Angels had blessed the central hall so that no violence born of malice could take root within its walls. It was, in every sense, the first piece of ground in recorded history built jointly by all 4 factions, and Issei stood at its central gate on the morning he was meant to move in, feeling less like a groom and more like a man being handed the keys to a country he had not asked to govern. "You look like you're about to be sick," Penemue observed, arriving beside him with her hands in her coat pockets and an expression of open amusement. "I might be," Issei admitted. "This is a lot of house for 2 people who used to think a decent apartment in Ko was living large." 6 people, Penemue corrected. "And I'd argue it's less a house than a small, extremely well-defended nation." She was not exaggerating. The central hall alone could have housed the entire student body of Ko Academy with room to spare, its high vaulted ceilings inlaid with old yokai constellation maps that Yasaka had insisted on, its floors a deep polished stone that Sona had chosen specifically because it was resistant to both fire and holy light damage, a detail that made Issei laugh the first time she explained it. Half because it was funny and half because it was such a perfectly Sona thing to have thought of during a wedding planning meeting. Rias found him there an hour later, still standing at the gate, staring up at a structure that was, in the most literal sense, going to be his home for the rest of his life. Second thoughts? She asked, though her tone made it clear she already knew the answer. Not about you, he said quickly. Not about any of you. I just keep thinking about how none of this is normal. 6 months ago I was worried about failing a math test. Now I'm apparently the head of a household that has its own foreign policy implications. Rias laughed, soft and genuine, the kind of laugh he had not heard from her in longer than either of them wanted to admit. Welcome to the family business. Yours, maybe? Ours now. She threaded her arm through his and pulled him gently toward the gate. Come on. Everyone's waiting. And for what it's worth, Issei, none of us expect you to have this figured out. We're all learning what this is supposed to look like at the same time you are. That turned out to be truer than any of them anticipated. The first weeks in the sanctuary were, more than anything else, an exercise in 5 very different women learning how to share a life, a home, and a husband who had no experience whatsoever navigating any of it. Rias, used to running a household of servants and peerage members with practiced authority, found herself constantly, gently reminded by Sona that shared governance meant shared decisions, not unilateral ones, no matter how many centuries of Gremory tradition suggested otherwise. Sona, in turn, had to learn that not every problem could be solved with a spreadsheet and a 5-point plan, particularly not when the problem in question was Yasaka quietly rearranging an entire wing of the sanctuary overnight because the feng shui, as she put it, was offending her. Gabriel struggled hardest, in her own quiet way, with the sheer domesticity of it all. She had spent centuries as a seraph, existing in a rhythm of duty and prayer and celestial order, and the small, chaotic intimacies of shared meals and half-finished conversations and Issei falling asleep on the couch mid-sentence after a long day of treaty negotiations left her feeling, more than once, like she had wandered into a language she was still learning to speak. Is it always like this? She asked Penemue one evening, watching Issei attempt, and fail spectacularly, to help Rias cook dinner without setting off the kitchen's fire suppression wards. Like what? Penemue asked, not looking up from the report she was reading. Loud. Messy. Full of people talking over each other and laughing at things that aren't especially funny. Penemue considered this for a moment. Yeah. Pretty much. You get used to it. Eventually you start missing the quiet when it's not there. Gabriel watched Issei laugh, bright and unguarded, as Rias flicked flour at him in mock retaliation for some kitchen disaster, and felt something in her chest loosen that she had not realized had been tightly wound for centuries. I think, she said slowly, I might already be starting to. It was Yasaka who noticed first that Issei was pulling away. She found him on the eastern balcony 2 weeks into their new life together, well past midnight, staring out at the artificial moon the sanctuary's designers had installed to keep the Yokai residents comfortable, his shoulders carrying a tension that had nothing to do with the late hour. You've been avoiding your own bed for 4 nights, she said, settling beside him without asking permission, the way she had learned, over centuries of leading a clan, that some conversations went better without the formality of an invitation. I haven't been avoiding anything. Dragon boy, she said, not unkindly, I have led people for longer than your entire species has kept written history. I know what a man running from something looks like, even when he's dressed it up as diligence. Issei was quiet for a long moment. I keep thinking about the ceremony, he finally admitted. About standing in that chamber with 1,000 people watching, needing me to fix something none of us actually broke. And now I'm here, in this house that 4 factions built specifically for me, married to 5 women who are all incredible in ways I don't think I'll ever fully deserve, and all I can think is that I'm going to let everyone down. You. Them. The people out there still grieving sons and daughters who didn't make it to see this treaty signed. Yasaka listened without interrupting, her golden eyes steady on the false moon above them. When I was young, she said eventually, long before you were born, long before your grandfather's grandfather was born, my clan faced a war it could not win. We were smaller than we are now. Fewer. Weaker. My predecessor made a choice that every elder advisor told her was foolish, an alliance with a faction that had, within living memory, slaughtered dozens of our kin. She told me once, near the end of her life, that she never stopped being afraid she had made the wrong choice. Not once. Not even after that alliance saved our people. How did she live with that? The fear? She didn't get rid of it, Yasaka said. She simply decided the fear did not get to make her decisions for her. Fear is not the opposite of courage, Issei. It is the material courage is made from. She turned to look at him fully, her expression softening into something almost maternal despite her own relative youth compared to the weight of history behind her words. You are not going to feel ready for this. None of us are. Rias isn't. Sona isn't, no matter how many spreadsheets she makes to convince herself otherwise. I certainly am not, and I have centuries of leadership behind me. Readiness is not the prerequisite for this working. Willingness is. Issei looked at her for a long moment, and something in his chest, some tight, anxious knot he had been carrying since the day of the announcement, eased, just slightly. I'm willing, he said quietly. I just don't know how to be what all of you need. Then let us show you, Yasaka said, and there was a warmth in her voice that had nothing to do with politics or treaties or the survival of factions. Instead of guessing at it alone in the dark on a balcony at 2 a.m, she held out her hand, and after a moment, Issei took it, and together they walked back inside, toward a house that was slowly, imperfectly, beginning to feel less like a cage built by desperate councils and more like something that belonged, in whatever strange and unprecedented way, to all of them. The turning point, when it came, arrived not through some grand romantic gesture but through an ordinary Tuesday evening, the kind that would have been unremarkable in any other life. Issei had spent the day in exhausting negotiations with a delegation of devil elders still deeply uncomfortable with the treaty, fielding thinly veiled insults about his lineage and his worthiness with a patience that had cost him nearly everything he had left by the time he returned to the sanctuary. He found Sona waiting for him in the study, a pot of tea already steeping, 2 cups set out though she had clearly been expecting him alone. You look like you fought a war today, she said, pouring the tea without being asked. Felt like it, he admitted, dropping into the chair across from her. The Marquis delegation basically told me to my face that I'm an embarrassment to every devil in that room and that the only reason they're tolerating this treaty is because Serzex-sama backed it personally. They said the same thing about me, once, Sona said, sliding his cup toward him. When I was named heir to the Sitri house despite being the second daughter, when tradition favored my sister. Half the council thought Seraph should have inherited by default, regardless of her own wishes on the matter, simply because it was expected. How did you deal with it? Badly, for the first year, she said, with a small, wry smile. I overworked myself trying to prove I deserved a position I had already been given, as if diligence alone could silence people who had already decided their opinion of me before I ever opened my mouth. It took me a long time to understand that their approval was never actually the point. The point was doing the work well, regardless of who was watching, or whether they ever acknowledged it. Issei wrapped his hands around the warm cup, letting the quiet of the study settle over him. I don't think I'm cut out for this, Sona. The politics. The performance of it. I'm a fighter. I don't know how to smile through people insulting me and call it diplomacy. You don't have to be cut out for it, Sona said simply. You have 5 of us who are. Let Rias handle the ceremonial diplomacy, she was practically raised for it. Let me handle the structural governance, the treaties and the logistics, because unlike you, I actually enjoy a well-organized spreadsheet. Let Yasaka handle anything involving yokai custom, because centuries of leadership experience is not something you replicate in 6 months. Let Gabriel handle heaven's endless doctrinal objections, because she can outpatience an angel in ways none of the rest of us ever could. Let Penemue handle the parts that require someone willing to be ruthless when ruthlessness is actually called for. And what's left for me? Sona reached across the table and took his hand, an uncharacteristically direct gesture for a woman who usually expressed affection through careful, measured actions rather than words. Being the reason any of us are willing to do any of it, she said quietly. You are not required to be a politician, Issei. You are required to be someone worth building a peace around. From what I have seen these past few weeks, that is a job you are already doing far better than you think. Issei stared at her, something in his chest cracking open in a way that had nothing to do with exhaustion and everything to do with finally for the first time since the treaty was announced, feeling like he might actually survive this. Sona, he said. Yes? Thank you. She smiled, small and genuine, and for a long moment neither of them said anything else, simply sat together in the quiet study, two people who had grown up in each other's shadow now building something neither of them had ever imagined, and finding, against every reasonable expectation, that it was beginning to feel less like an obligation and more like a home. Gabriel had never learned how to knock. It was a small thing, the kind of oversight that meant nothing in the grand halls of heaven, where doors opened themselves for a seraph as a matter of course, where privacy was rarely a concern among beings who could not lie to one another even if they wished to. It became, in the sanctuary, a source of constant, gentle embarrassment, as she wandered into rooms mid-conversation, mid-meal, once memorably mid-argument between Rias and Penemue over whose turn it was to plan the week's security briefing, entirely unaware that in this new life, doors were meant to be respected rather than simply passed through. You did it again, Penemue told her one afternoon, not unkindly, after Gabriel had walked directly into Issei's private study while he was attempting, with visibly poor success, to draft a formal response to a Yokai clan elder's letter of complaint. Did what? Just walked right in. No knock. You scared the poor kid half to death. I did not mean to intrude. Gabriel looked genuinely distressed by the idea, her hands folding in front of her in a gesture that Issei had come to recognize as her version of nervous energy. I apologize, Issei. I am still adjusting to the customs of this household. It's fine, Issei said, setting down his pen with visible relief at the interruption. Honestly, I could use the break. This letter is impossible. Every sentence I write sounds either too formal or like I'm about to start a fight. May I see it? He handed her the half-finished draft, and she read it in silence, her expression unreadable in the way that centuries of celestial composure had trained into her, before she looked up with the faintest, almost mischievous smile. You are trying too hard to sound like someone you are not, she said. This clan elder does not need a diplomat's letter, Issei. He needs to hear from the man who fought beside his grandson at the eastern border skirmish. Write to him as that man. Issei blinked. How do you know about the eastern border skirmish? I make it my business to know the people my husband has bled for, Gabriel said simply, and there was something in the quiet certainty of the statement that made Issei's chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with the letter at all. He rewrote it that evening, scrapping 3 formal drafts before finally simply writing the truth, an account of the fight, an acknowledgement of the young Yokai soldier's courage, a genuine, unpolished apology for the losses the war had cost every faction involved. When he showed it to Gabriel the next morning, she read it through twice, and something in her expression, when she finally looked up, was soft in a way he had not seen from her before. This, she said, is the letter that will actually reach him. Politics rarely changes hearts, Issei. Honesty does. Where did you learn that? I thought heaven was all about doctrine and hierarchy. Gabriel was quiet for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the window, toward the sanctuary grounds beyond, where Rias and Yasaka could be seen in the distance, walking together through the gardens Yasaka had insisted on planting, deep in conversation about something that made Rias laugh. Heaven taught me a great deal about order, she said finally. It taught me far less about people. I have spent centuries watching over humanity from a distance that felt, at the time, appropriately reverent. It is only since coming here, watching you argue with clan elders and burn dinner and fall asleep mid-conversation from sheer exhaustion, that I have begun to understand what it actually means to love something imperfect and choose it anyway. Is that what this is? Love? The question came out quieter than he intended, more vulnerable, and Gabriel turned to look at him fully, her golden eyes holding a warmth that had nothing of the distant celestial reverence he had expected from an angel of her rank when the treaty was first announced. I did not agree to this arrangement out of duty, Issei, she said. I told you that the first night we all sat together, and I meant it then. I mean it more now. I have watched you these past weeks, exhausted and uncertain and trying, every single day, to be worthy of a trust that would have broken a lesser man. That is not politics to me. That is something I have come, gladly, to call love. Issei did not know what to say to that, so he said nothing at all, simply reached out and took her hand, and Gabriel, Seraph of Heaven, allowed herself, for the first time in longer than she could remember, to simply exist in a quiet room with someone who saw her not as a doctrine or a rank or a political necessity, but as herself. Penemue's turning point came differently, as most things involving Penemue tended to. She had spent the better part of 3 weeks maintaining a careful, professional distance from the domestic chaos of the sanctuary, throwing herself instead into the practical work of securing the territory's borders, running background checks on every servant and guard the other factions had insisted on assigning, and generally treating the entire arrangement with the same brisk efficiency she brought to any Grigori intelligence operation. It was, Issei realized after the 3rd week, a kind of armor, the same way Sona's spreadsheets were armor, the same way Rias's ceremonial poise was armor. He found her in the sanctuary's lower archive late one night, surrounded by intelligence reports on the growing unrest among devil purists who viewed the treaty as an abomination against bloodline purity. "You should be sleeping," he said, leaning against the doorway. "So should you." She did not look up from the report in her hands. "But here we both are." He crossed the room and sat across from her, close enough that she finally set the report down, giving him the full weight of her attention. "Talk to me," he said. "Really talk to me. Not intelligence briefing talk. Actual talk." Penemue studied him for a long moment, something calculating and careful behind her eyes, the look of a woman deciding whether to lower a guard she had spent centuries perfecting. "I've watched a lot of alliances fail," she said finally. "Marriages, treaties, partnerships built on desperation instead of genuine trust. I've watched good people get chewed up by arrangements that looked good on paper and fell apart the moment the pressure got real. I told you I believed in you, back when this whole thing started, and I meant it. But believing in someone and trusting that belief won't get shattered the first time things get hard, those are different things, kid. So you've been keeping your distance because you're scared this falls apart." "I've been keeping my distance," Penemue said, with unusual bluntness, "because I've spent centuries being the person who doesn't get hurt because she never lets anyone close enough to hurt her. And you, and this ridiculous, chaotic, oddly wonderful household you've somehow assembled, are making that a lot harder to maintain." Issei reached across the table and took the report gently from her hands, setting it aside, out of the space between them. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. "I know that probably doesn't mean much yet. I know trust isn't something I can just hand you and expect you to believe it. But I'm not going to stop showing up. Every day. Even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard." Penemue was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally spoke, her voice had lost the brisk, professional edge she usually wore like a second skin. "You know," she said, "I've lived a very long time. I've seen empires rise and I've seen them collapse under their own weight. I've seen love used as a weapon and loyalty bought and sold like currency. I stopped expecting sincerity a long time ago, because sincerity gets people killed in my line of work." She looked at him, something unguarded finally breaking through. "But I don't think you know how to be anything but sincere, do you? Even when it would be smarter not to be. Is that a bad thing?" "No," she said, and for the first time since he had known her, something that might have been the beginning of real tears gathered at the corner of her eyes before she blinked them away with a short, disbelieving laugh. "No, Dragon Boy. I don't think it's a bad thing at all." She reached across the table and took his hand, and the armor she had worn since the day the treaty was announced did not vanish entirely, not in one night, not after centuries of carefully maintained distance. But something in it cracked, wide enough for warmth to finally start seeping through. By the time the last light of the sanctuary's false moon gave way to true dawn, the archive was empty, the reports on devil purist unrest left forgotten on the table, and for the first time since the treaty had been signed, all 5 women who had once been strangers bound together by desperate politics had begun to understand that what they were building here was not merely a peace treaty wearing the shape of a marriage. It was becoming, slowly, imperfectly, genuinely, a family. The first true test of the treaty came 6 weeks after the wedding, and it arrived not as an assassination attempt or an act of open war, but as something far more insidious, a summons to the Devil Council's Grand Assembly, where the oldest and most powerful pure-blood houses had gathered to formally register their objections before the treaty could be ratified into permanent law. Issei had not expected to be nervous walking into a room full of people who could, in theory, do nothing more than talk. He had faced balance breakers and gods and beings whose power dwarfed anything the Devil Council could summon. But there was a particular kind of dread reserved for rooms where the weapon being wielded against you was contempt, dressed up in the language of tradition and propriety, and he felt it settle into his stomach the moment he crossed the threshold into the assembly hall. The chamber was vast, ringed with tiered seating that held representatives from every major devil house still recognized by the old aristocracy, their expressions ranging from cautious curiosity to open hostility. At the center of the floor stood a raised dais where the presiding council elder, an ancient devil named Baal Astaroth, whose family had held influence since before the Great War, waited with the kind of patience that suggested he had been preparing this confrontation for weeks. Issei Hyoudou, Baal Astaroth said, his voice carrying easily across the chamber without need of amplification, the natural authority of centuries behind it. Thank you for accepting this council's invitation. I trust you understand the significance of what we gathered to discuss today. I understand you have concerns about the treaty, Issei said carefully, aware of Rias and Sona standing just behind him, their presence a quiet, steadying anchor. Concerns, Baal Astaroth repeated, as though tasting the word and finding it insufficient. Let us be more precise than that, young man. This council does not merely have concerns. This council has watched, for 6 weeks now, as the bloodlines of 2 of our most prestigious houses that have shaped devil governance for 1,000 years, were bound irrevocably to a boy of common human birth, elevated to nobility through circumstance rather than lineage. We have watched the daughter of the House of Sitri and the heiress of the House of Gremory placed in a marriage arrangement alongside an angel, a fallen angel, and a yokai, as though bloodline purity were a relic to be discarded at the first sign of political convenience. A murmur of agreement moved through the assembled council members, and Issei felt his jaw tighten, felt the old, familiar anger that had gotten him into trouble more than once during the war rising in his chest. With respect, he said, keeping his voice level through visible effort, bloodline purity didn't win this war. It didn't save a single life on any side. Cooperation did. This treaty exists because enough people were finally willing to set aside exactly the kind of thinking you're describing, because it wasn't working. A convenient argument, Baal Astaroth said, from the sole beneficiary of that cooperation. Tell me, Issei Hyoudou, what happens to the House of Gremory's lineage when your children are born? What happens to 1,000 years of pure blood devil tradition when it is diluted with human blood, angelic blood, fallen blood, yokai blood, all mixed together in a single bloodline with no precedent, no tradition, and no guarantee of stability? Have you considered even once what you are actually building here, beyond the pretty language of peace? The chamber went very quiet, every eye in the room fixed on Issei, waiting to see how he would answer a question that, if he were honest with himself, he had not yet fully allowed himself to consider. He thought of Rias's hand in his the night the treaty was announced. Of Sona's quiet confession in the study, that trusting him was not a strategic calculation but simply, plainly, true. Of Yasaka's steady, ancient patience on the balcony, telling him that readiness was not the prerequisite for this working. Of Gabriel learning to knock on doors, of Penemue letting her armor crack open one report at a time in a quiet archive at midnight. I don't know exactly what I'm building, Issei said finally, and the honesty in his voice seemed to catch the chamber off guard more effectively than any prepared rhetoric could have. I'm not going to stand here and pretend I have some grand vision for what my children's bloodline is going to mean for devil society in 100 years. I'm 18. 6 months ago the biggest thing I was worried about was passing my classes. But I'll tell you what I do know. I know that every single person who died in this war died because factions like yours decided that bloodline purity mattered more than the lives of the people fighting to protect it. I know that the women I married chose this, freely, not because a council forced them, but because they believed, the same way I've come to believe, that this world deserves better than 1,000 more years of the same hatred dressed up as tradition. And I know that whatever my children end up being, however their blood mixes and however unprecedented it is, they are going to grow up in a world where 4 factions chose peace over pride, and I would rather give them that than give them a pure bloodline built on the graves of everyone who died defending it. The silence that followed was different from the silence before, heavier, charged with something that had not been in the room a moment earlier. It was Serzek's, seated among the council rather than presiding over it, who finally broke the quiet, rising from his seat with the unmistakable authority of a Mao. Baal Astaroth, he said, you have served this council faithfully for centuries, and I do not dismiss the weight of tradition you carry. But I would remind this chamber that tradition, however venerable, is not the same as wisdom. This treaty was not born from convenience. It was born from a war that nearly ended the devil race entirely, a war that your own tradition, unaltered, was on track to lose. I stand with this arrangement, fully, and I would ask this council to consider whether their objection is truly about the stability of our bloodlines, or simply about the discomfort of watching the old order change into something they no longer fully control. The murmur that followed was quieter, more uncertain, the confident hostility of moments earlier giving way, in pockets throughout the chamber, to something that looked almost like reconsideration. Baal Astaroth did not concede, not fully, not that day. But when the assembly finally dispersed, hours later, the formal objection that had been drafted to block the treaty's ratification was quietly withdrawn, replaced instead with a watered-down statement expressing the council's continued reservations while acknowledging the treaty's legal standing. It was not a victory, not in any complete sense. Issei understood, walking out of that chamber with Rias's hand tight in his and Sona's expression carefully neutral in the way it always was when she was suppressing real anger, that Baal Astaroth and the pure-blood faction he represented had not been persuaded so much as temporarily outmaneuvered, that the resentment simmering beneath the formal courtesy of that chamber had not evaporated, only retreated to wait for a better opportunity. But it was, for the first time since the treaty had been signed, a moment where Issei had stood in a room built to make him feel small and had refused to shrink. You did well in there, Sona said, once they were finally back within the walls of the sanctuary, the tension of the assembly finally beginning to drain from her shoulders. I don't know if well is the word, Issei said. I felt like I was one wrong sentence away from starting an actual civil war in there. You told the truth, Rias said, leaning against him with the particular exhaustion of a woman who had spent hours holding her composure in a hostile room. That's more than most politicians manage in a lifetime. Later that evening, the 6 of them gathered in the central hall, the events of the assembly still hanging over the room like a held breath, and it was Yasaka who finally spoke the thought that had been sitting, unvoiced, in all of their minds since the moment Baal Astaroth had risen to speak. This will not be the last time someone in a room full of power tries to make you feel as though you do not belong in it, she said, her golden eyes steady on Issei across the hall. Nor the last time they aim that same contempt at whatever children this family eventually brings into the world. I know, Issei said quietly. Then know this as well, Yasaka continued. Whatever comes for this family, whatever old grudges or bloodline purists or desperate factions decide to throw at us in the years ahead, you will not face it standing alone in a chamber built to diminish you. You will face it standing here, in this hall, surrounded by 5 people who chose you, and who will not stop choosing you, regardless of what any council decides to call tradition. Gabriel reached out and took his hand on one side. Penemue took the other. Sona settled close beside him, her shoulder against his in a rare moment of unguarded physical affection. Rias curled into his other side without hesitation, the way she had done 100 times since they were children, long before either of them understood what this family would eventually become. Outside the sanctuary's tall windows, the artificial moon Yasaka had insisted on hung full and bright over grounds that, 6 weeks earlier, had been raw, unclaimed dimension belonging to no one. Now it was something else entirely. Not merely a piece of territory carved out by desperate treaty negotiations, not merely a political solution to a war that had nearly destroyed 4 factions. It was, slowly, unmistakably, becoming home. And as the war that had defined the first 18 years of Issei Hyoudu's life finally, officially, drew to its close, a different chapter was only just beginning, one built not on the battlefield but in quiet studies and midnight archives and hostile council chambers where a boy who had never wanted a throne had, without fully realizing it, begun building something far more enduring than any peace treaty on paper. He had begun building a dynasty. Whether the old world was ready for what that dynasty would eventually become was a question that would not be answered for several years yet. But on that quiet evening, surrounded by 5 women who had chosen him freely, in a home built by 4 factions who had finally, desperately, learned to set aside their hatred, Issei allowed himself, for the first time since the war ended, to simply breathe. The ultimate treaty had been signed in blood and desperation. What came after would be built, instead, in love. In the months that followed the assembly, the sanctuary began, slowly, to feel less like a fortress built against political catastrophe and more like a place 6 people were genuinely choosing to build a life inside. Issei learned the particular rhythms of a household unlike any that had existed before it. He learned that Rias needed a few quiet minutes each morning before she was ready to speak, a habit left over from years of managing a peerage that always seemed to need something from her before she had even opened her eyes. He learned that Sona kept a small, battered notebook of handwritten notes tucked into her desk, not strategic plans or governance memos, but simple observations about each member of the household, the kind of things she would never admit to unless directly confronted, evidence that beneath her careful precision was a woman quietly, constantly paying attention to the people she loved. He learned that Yasaka hummed old Yokai lullabies under her breath while tending the garden she had planted along the sanctuary's eastern wall, songs that predated most written history, and that she would stop immediately, faintly embarrassed, if she realized anyone was listening. He learned that Gabriel, for all her centuries of celestial composure, still flinched, just slightly, at loud sudden noises, a small human vulnerability that made her feel less like a seraph and more like a person he genuinely, deeply loved. He learned that Penemue's sharp edges softened considerably after midnight, when the archives were quiet and the day's political weight had finally lifted, when she would let herself lean into him without the careful distance she maintained during daylight hours. He learned, too, what it meant to be needed by 5 people at once, not in the desperate, obligatory way the treaty had first demanded of him, but in the small, accumulating ways of a genuine shared life. A hand reaching for his during a difficult council briefing. A quiet conversation at 2 in the morning when sleep would not come. A shared laugh over a ruined dinner that none of them had the heart to admit tasted terrible. The pure-blood devils did not disappear, of course. Baal Astaroth's faction continued, in the months that followed, to lodge formal complaints, to spread quiet rumors through Devil High Society about the treaty's inevitable collapse, to wait, with the patience of centuries, for the first sign of weakness they could exploit. Reports from Sona's intelligence network suggested growing coordination between disaffected pure-blood houses, extremist factions within heaven who had never fully accepted Gabriel's marriage, and rogue fallen elements who viewed Penemue's involvement as a betrayal of Grigori independence. It was a quiet, simmering pressure that none of them spoke about openly in front of Issei, not out of dishonesty, but out of a shared, unspoken agreement that he had already carried enough weight for one lifetime, and that this particular burden could wait until it became something more concrete than whispered rumors and closed-door meetings. For now, in the fragile, precious months following the treaty's ratification, the 6 of them allowed themselves something they had none of them expected to have: peace. Genuine and perfect, hard-won peace. Issei stood on the eastern balcony one evening, months after the assembly, watching the artificial moon rise over gardens that had, and probably, become the most familiar sight in his entire life. Rias found him there first, followed shortly by the others, until all 6 of them stood together in the quiet evening air, watching a sky that belonged, for the first time in any of their lives, entirely to them. "Do you regret it?" Sona asked quietly, not looking at him, her gaze fixed instead on the horizon. "Any of it. The treaty. The marriage. The politics none of us fully signed up for." Issei considered the question seriously, the way he had learned to consider every question these 5 women asked him, because he had come to understand, in the months since the war ended, that their questions were rarely idle. "No," he said finally, and he meant it completely. "I regret that it took a war to get us here. I regret every person who didn't survive long enough to see this peace happen. But this, all of you, this family we're building, this house, I don't regret a single piece of it." Rias leaned her head against his shoulder. Yasaka's hand found his. Gabriel's fingers laced through Penemue's on his other side, and Sona, ever careful with her affection, allowed herself the small, uncharacteristic gesture of resting her hand over his heart, as though checking, quietly, that it was still beating steady and sure beneath everything they had built together. The war that had defined the first act of Issei Hyoudu's life was over. The far longer, far more complicated story of everything that came after it was only just beginning. Somewhere beyond the sanctuary's borders, in council chambers and hidden meeting halls across 3 factions, old grudges were still being quietly nursed, old bloodlines still being quietly defended by men and women who had not forgiven the world for changing without their permission. None of that reached the balcony that evening. None of it touched the 6 people standing together beneath a false moon that had, somehow, over the course of a single difficult year, become as real to them as any sky their faction had ever known. For now, that was enough. For now, it was everything. 3 months into the marriage, Issei began keeping a private list. He never told anyone about it, not even Rias, who had an uncanny ability to notice when he was hiding something. He kept it folded in the inside pocket of his jacket, a single sheet of paper that had grown soft and worn from being opened and refolded so many times. On it, he had written 5 names, and beneath each one, a single question that he could not seem to stop asking himself no matter how many good days passed between the bad ones. Does she actually want this, or does she just believe she has to? It was an unfair question, he knew that. He had heard each of them, individually, tell him with total conviction that they had chosen this freely, that no council or faction pressure had forced their hand. He believed them, mostly, in the daylight, when Rias was laughing at something ridiculous he'd said or Yasaka was teaching him the names of Yokai constellations or Sona was quietly correcting his grammar on an official letter with the kind of exasperated fondness that made his chest ache. But at night, in the quiet hours when the sanctuary settled into stillness and his mind refused to follow, the doubt crept back in, patient and relentless. He had been a political solution before he had ever been a husband. That fact did not simply dissolve because the wedding had happened, because 6 weeks had passed, because a hostile devil council chamber had been temporarily outmaneuvered. It sat in him like a stone he could not put down, and it was slowly, quietly, starting to poison the good moments even as they happened. Rias noticed first, because Rias always noticed first. "You've been somewhere else all week," she said one evening, finding him in the study long after the others had gone to bed, staring at a page of treaty amendments he had clearly not been reading. "Not physically. But somewhere else." "I'm fine, Issei." She sat across from him, her expression carrying none of the playful warmth she usually wore, replaced instead with a seriousness that told him she was not going to accept a deflection tonight. "We've known each other since we were children. I know what your fine sounds like when it's true, and I know what it sounds like when you're lying to both of us at once. This is the second one." He was quiet for a long moment, turning the folded paper over in his jacket pocket without taking it out. "Can I ask you something?" he said finally, "and you actually tell me the truth, even if the truth isn't what I want to hear?" "Always. If the treaty had never happened. If there had never been a war, never been a council demanding this marriage. Would you have chosen me? Not because a faction needed you to. Just because you wanted to." Rias's expression softened, but not with pity, which was what he had feared most. Something closer to understanding. "Issei," she said gently, "I fell in love with you long before any council ever mentioned a treaty. Do you remember the Riser incident, before any of this ever started? I asked you to save me from a marriage I didn't want, and you did, at cost to yourself, with no political motive whatsoever. I chose you then. I have never once, in all the years since, stopped choosing you. The treaty didn't create that. It just happened to align with something that was already true. But the others. Sona, Yasaka, Gabriel, Penemue. They didn't grow up with me the way you did. They didn't have years of built-in reasons to say yes." "No," Rias agreed. "They had to build that trust in weeks instead of years, under circumstances none of us would have chosen." "That's harder," Issei. "I won't pretend it isn't. But harder doesn't mean less real. Have you actually asked any of them this question? Or have you just been carrying it alone, assuming you already know what they'd say?" Issei looked down at his hands, at the treaty document he had not actually read a single line of that evening. "I didn't want to make them feel obligated to reassure me. Like I was fishing for something." "They're your wives," Rias said, with the particular firmness she reserved for moments when she thought he was being deliberately obtuse. "Ask them? All of them. Not because you doubt their word, but because carrying this alone is going to poison every good thing we're building here if you let it fester. You don't have to perform certainty you don't feel, Issei. Not with us. The conversation stayed with him for days, and it was Yasaka, unexpectedly, who gave him the opening to finally act on it. She found him in the garden she had planted along the eastern wall, kneeling in the dirt with none of the elegance she usually carried, her sleeves rolled up and soil under her fingernails as she tended to a bed of moonflowers that bloomed only at night. "You're doing that thing again," she observed, not looking up from her work, where you stand there for several minutes deciding whether to say something instead of just saying it. "Rias told me I should ask all of you something. Directly. Instead of just wondering about it alone." Yasaka finally looked up, brushing dirt from her hands, her golden eyes calm and patient in the way that had steadied him more than once over the past months. "Ask then, if there had never been a war. If your clan had never needed this treaty to survive whatever came next. Would you have chosen me? Just me, not the political arrangement." Yasaka was quiet for a long moment, considering the question with the same careful weight she gave every serious matter, and Issei found himself holding his breath, bracing for an answer that might not be what he needed to hear. "I have led my clan for centuries," she said finally. "In that time, I have been offered alliance marriages more times than I can count, powerful men from powerful families, each one presented to me as a strategic necessity my clan could not afford to refuse. I refused every single one, Issei. Every time, without exception, because none of them ever felt like anything more than a transaction dressed up in ceremony." She set down the small trowel in her hand and turned to face him fully. "You are the only one," she continued, "in centuries of these offers, that I have ever wanted to say yes to, not because the treaty demanded it, but because I watched you carry an injured scout off a battlefield with no thought for your own safety, no expectation of reward, simply because it was the right thing to do. If there had been no war, no treaty, no council demanding this union, I believe I would have found my way to you eventually regardless. Slower, perhaps. Without the desperate urgency the war forced upon us. But I would have found my way here." Issei felt something in his chest loosen, the same knot Rias had noticed tightening around him for weeks finally beginning, slowly, to unwind. "I keep thinking," he admitted, kneeling down beside her in the dirt without caring that he was ruining a perfectly good pair of trousers, "that I don't actually deserve any of this. That 5 extraordinary people got handed to me by a council trying to end a war, and that none of you actually chose it the way you would have if you'd had a real choice. You had the same lack of choice we did," Yasaka pointed out gently. "And yet here you are, still asking whether we are happy, still doubting whether you deserve something you never once demanded for yourself. That, dragon boy, is precisely why you do deserve it. A man who takes this kind of power, and immediately begins wondering whether he's earned it is exactly the kind of man who should be trusted with it." She reached out and, with surprising gentleness, wiped a smudge of garden dirt from his cheek, her hand lingering a moment longer than the gesture strictly required. "Ask the others," she said quietly. "Each of them, the same question you asked me. I suspect you already know, in your heart, what most of them are going to say. But some doubts need to be spoken aloud and answered directly before they'll actually let go." He did ask them, over the following days, one by one, in quiet moments that felt more vulnerable than any battlefield he had ever stood on. And one by one, each answer chipped away at the folded paper in his jacket pocket, until the question written on it no longer felt like something he needed to carry alone. Sona's answer came in the middle of a working session, which surprised no one who knew her well. She had summoned Issei to the study under the pretense of reviewing a proposed amendment to the sanctuary's border security protocols, a task that, in fairness, did genuinely need doing, but Issei had learned by now to recognize when Sona's efficient exterior was doing double duty as cover for something more personal. "You asked Rias and Yasaka a question," she said, without preamble, sliding a folder across the desk that he suspected contained nothing important at all. "I would appreciate the same courtesy of being asked directly, rather than hearing about it secondhand." "You already know what I asked them." "I have a reasonable guess," Sona said. "I would still like to hear you ask it." Issei set down the folder, unopened, and looked at her properly, taking in the careful posture she always maintained, the way she straightened her glasses when she was buying herself a moment to think. If there had been no war, he said. No treaty. No council demanding this. Would you have chosen me? Sona was quiet for a moment, and when she answered, her voice had lost some of its usual crisp precision, replaced with something more careful, more deliberate. I have spent my entire life being compared to my sister, she said. Seraph, all, brilliant and beloved and effortlessly charming in ways I have never managed to be. I built my entire identity around being the opposite of that. Disciplined. Controlled. Someone who succeeds through preparation rather than charisma. It has served me well, mostly. It has also meant that I have never allowed myself to want things simply because I wanted them. Everything I have ever pursued, I have pursued because it was strategically sound, because it could be justified on paper. She looked at him directly, an unusual amount of vulnerability in her expression for a woman who guarded it so carefully. You are the one exception to that pattern, Issei. I have wanted you since we were children, long before I understood what that wanting meant, and I never once allowed myself to act on it, because it did not fit the disciplined, controlled life I had built for myself. When the council proposed this treaty, when your name was included among the arrangement, I said yes so quickly that Serzex-sama actually asked me to reconsider, to make certain I understood the political ramifications before committing. I did not need to reconsider. I had been waiting my whole life for a reason to want something without needing to justify it first. Issei felt his throat tighten. Sona. So to answer your question directly, she continued, her voice steadying again into something closer to her usual composure, though her eyes remained soft, yes. If there had been no war, no council, no treaty demanding it, I believe I would have found a way to you eventually, even if it took me considerably longer to admit it to myself. The war did not create my feelings for you, Issei. It simply removed the excuse I had been using to avoid acting on them. He reached across the desk and took her hand, and for once, Sona did not immediately return to business, did not pick up the folder or redirect the conversation back toward border security protocols. She simply sat there, her hand in his, allowing herself the rare luxury of a quiet moment that served no strategic purpose whatsoever. Gabriel's answer, when it came, arrived in the sanctuary's small chapel, a space she had asked to have built specifically for quiet reflection, modest and unadorned compared to the grandeur of heaven's cathedrals, but no less sacred to her for its simplicity. Issei found her there at dusk, kneeling in silent prayer, and waited until she rose before approaching, not wanting to interrupt something that clearly mattered to her. You've been asking everyone the same question, she said, before he could speak, a small knowing smile touching her lips. Penemue mentioned it. She finds it endearing that you're worried about our happiness rather than your own. Should I not have asked? No, you should have, Gabriel said, settling onto a modest wooden bench and gesturing for him to join her. It shows a heart still capable of doubt in the right places. That is not a flaw, Issei. Certainty without question is how tyrants are made. Heaven taught me that lesson the hard way, long before you were born. She was quiet for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the small stained glass window that filtered the last light of evening into soft colors across the chapel floor. Heaven does not typically permit its seraphim to marry, she said again, echoing the words she had spoken the first night they had all gathered together, though her tone now carried a depth of feeling that had not fully been there before. I have had centuries to consider what a life outside that restriction might look like, in the abstract, in the quiet corners of my mind where a seraph is not supposed to wander. I never imagined it clearly, not until I met you, watched you fight for people who owed you nothing, watched you carry the weight of an entire war on shoulders far too young to bear it, and somehow never once let that weight turn you cruel. She turned to look at him fully, her golden eyes holding a warmth that had, over the months, become entirely familiar and no less precious for its familiarity. If there had been no war, she said, I do not know that heaven would ever have permitted this marriage regardless of my wishes. That is the honest answer, Issei, and I will not pretend otherwise to make the question easier. But I know, with total certainty, that had I met you under any other circumstance, in any other life, I would have wanted this. I would have wanted you. The war did not manufacture that desire. It simply created the singular, unprecedented exception that finally allowed me to act on it. Do you regret that it took a war? I regret every life the war cost, Gabriel said softly. I will carry that grief for the rest of my existence, and it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. But I do not regret where it led me, Issei. I do not regret you. Grief and gratitude can exist in the same heart at once. I have learned that lesson slowly, these past months, and I believe it is one of the truest things I have ever come to understand. Issei reached for her hand, and she let him take it, her fingers, so often folded in careful, composed stillness, finally relaxing into his grip with the quiet, unguarded trust of someone who had, after centuries of celestial distance, finally found something worth being fully present for. Penemue's answer was the one Issei had been most nervous to ask for, and characteristically it was the one that came with the least ceremony. He found her on the flight tower at the sanctuary's northern edge, the highest point in the entire territory, where the fallen engineers had built a wide platform specifically so that winged residents could launch and land without disturbing the rest of the household. She was sitting on the edge, wings loosely extended, watching the sun set over a horizon that stretched further than either the underworld or the mortal realm could claim on their own. You've made your way through everyone else already, she said, without turning around, before he had said a single word. I've been waiting for you to get to me. You could have just told me your answer without me having to ask. Where's the fun in that? She patted the space beside her, and he sat, careful of the drop. Those centuries of fallen engineering had made the platform sturdier than it looked. Ask Dragon Boy? Properly. I know you've got the whole speech memorized by now. If there had been no war, he said, feeling slightly foolish repeating the question for the 5th time but knowing she would not accept anything less than the full, direct version. No treaty. No council forcing this. Would you have chosen me? Penemue was quiet for a long moment, her wings shifting slightly in the evening breeze, and when she finally answered, her voice had lost the sharp, brisk edge she usually wore like armor. I told you once, back in that archive, that I've watched a lot of alliances fail, she said. That I've spent centuries keeping people at a distance because letting them close enough to matter meant letting them close enough to hurt me when it inevitably fell apart. That wasn't an exaggeration, Issei. That was centuries of hard-earned caution. I remember. Here's the part one didn't tell you that night, she continued. I've turned down offers before. Real offers, not political obligations, actual people who wanted something genuine with me over the centuries. And I turned every single one of them away, because none of them ever made me feel like the risk was worth it. When the council proposed this treaty, when they told me your name was part of the arrangement, my first instinct was to refuse, the same as I'd refused everything else. Azazel had to talk me out of walking away entirely. She turned to look at him, something unguarded and honest in her expression that he had rarely seen from her, even after months of slowly earned trust. What changed your mind? I did my research, she said, with a small, wry smile that didn't quite mask the sincerity underneath it. It's what I do, kid, gathering intelligence before I commit to anything. I watched every piece of footage I could get my hands on from the war. Every battle report. Every account from soldiers who fought alongside you. And what I found, over and over, was a pattern I hadn't expected. You never once used your power to elevate yourself. You used it exclusively to protect people who had no way of paying you back for it. I've lived a long time, Issei. I have never once seen that pattern hold consistently in anyone, not across an entire war, not without a single exception. So you said yes because of research. I said yes, Penemue corrected, because the research told me something my instincts had already started to suspect the first time Azazel mentioned your name. That you were the one person in this entire arrangement I might actually be willing to take the risk on. The treaty gave me a reason to stop overthinking it, and just do the thing my gut had already decided months before any council session. She reached over and took his hand, her grip firm and sure in a way that felt entirely different from the careful, guarded distance she had maintained during the early weeks of the marriage. If there had been no war, she said quietly, I probably would have spent another century convincing myself the risk wasn't worth it, same as I had with everyone else. The war didn't make me want you, Issei. It just forced my hand before my own stubbornness could talk me out of something I already knew, deep down, that I wanted. They sat together on the edge of the flight tower as the sun finished setting, the skies shifting through deep orange into a soft, settled violet, and for a long while neither of them said anything else, content simply to exist in the quiet together, two people who had both, in their own ways, spent months learning to trust something neither of them had fully expected to find. That evening, when Issei finally returned to his own quarters, he took the folded paper from his jacket pocket one last time. 5 names. One question beneath each. He read through it slowly, thinking of Rias's steady certainty, Yasaka's centuries of patient refusal finally broken by something genuine, Sona's quiet confession that he was the one exception to a lifetime of careful discipline, Gabriel's grief and gratitude coexisting in the same breath, Penemue's stubborn instincts finally winning out over centuries of guarded caution. He did not need the paper anymore. He understood that now, with a clarity that had taken months of doubt and quiet conversations and hard, honest questions to finally reach. He folded it one last time, and instead of returning it to his pocket, he set it carefully in the small drawer of his desk, not thrown away, because it had mattered, because the doubt it represented had been real and worth taking seriously. But no longer carried. No longer a weight pressing against his chest every time he looked at the 5 women who had built this life alongside him. They had chosen him. Not because a council demanded it. Not because a war had left them no other options. They had chosen him, each in their own way, for reasons that predated the treaty and would have found their way to the surface eventually regardless of what any faction leader decided. That night, for the first time since the wedding, Issei slept without the quiet, gnawing doubt that had been shadowing every good moment of his new life. And in the morning, when he woke to find Rias already awake beside him, watching him with the soft, unguarded affection of someone who had nothing left to prove, he understood, finally and completely, that the cage the treaty had built around all of them had, somewhere in the months since, quietly transformed into something else entirely. A sanctuary, in truth as well as in name. The sanctuary held its first true celebration on the 6-month anniversary of the treaty's signing, though none of them called it that outright. Rias had simply announced, one morning over breakfast, that she was tired of every gathering in this house being about politics or security briefings or hostile council chambers, and that she intended to throw an actual party, treaty be damned, and that Issei was not permitted to bring up a single piece of business for the entire evening. He had agreed immediately, grateful for an excuse to simply exist among the people he loved without the weight of faction diplomacy hanging over every conversation. The central hall, usually reserved for formal negotiations and tense diplomatic receptions, was transformed by evening into something warmer, strings of soft, golden light woven through the vaulted ceiling by Yasaka's careful hands, long tables laid out with food from all 4 factions, devil delicacies beside yokai dishes beside simple human comfort food that Issei had specifically requested because, 6 months into this extraordinary life, he still occasionally craved the plain, familiar meals of his childhood. You look happy, Rias said, finding him near the edge of the hall, watching Sona attempt, with visible reluctance, to be talked into dancing by Penemue, who was clearly enjoying every second of Sona's discomfort. I am happy, Issei said, and the words came easier than they had in months, no hesitation behind them, no quiet doubt tugging at the edges. I don't think I fully let myself believe that until tonight. What changed? He thought about the folded paper, now resting in his desk drawer, about Yasaka's dirt-streaked hands in the garden, about Sona's quiet confession over a deco folder of border security notes, about Gabriel's grief and gratitude sitting together in a small chapel, about Penemue's centuries of careful distance finally giving way on the edge of a flight tower at sunset. I stopped waiting for this to fall apart, he said simply. I spent so long treating this like something that could collapse the moment I stopped being vigilant about it. Like if I let myself actually relax, actually believe it, I'd be setting myself up to lose it. But watching all of you tonight, I don't think that's what this is. I think this is just what it's actually supposed to feel like. Rias smiled, soft and genuine, and pulled him toward the dance floor without giving him the chance to protest, the same way she had pulled him through the sanctuary's gate on the first morning they moved in, patient and certain in a way that had, over the months, become one of the steadiest constants in his life. They danced badly, both of them, either having any real skill at it, laughing more than actually managing the steps, and one by one the others joined them, Yasaka moving with unexpected grace born of centuries of formal yokai ceremony, Sona finally relaxing enough under Penemue's teasing encouragement to actually enjoy herself, Gabriel watching with quiet delight before Penemue pulled her in as well. Until all 6 of them were tangled together in the center of the hall in something that resembled dancing only loosely, laughing too hard to maintain any real coordination. It was, Issei thought, watching Gabriel laugh so hard she nearly lost her footing, watching Sona's careful composure crumble into genuine, unguarded joy, watching Yasaka's centuries of dignified restraint give way to something playful and young, the single happiest moment of his entire life. Later that night, long after the music had faded and the golden lights had dimmed, the 6 of them found themselves gathered on the eastern balcony once more, the artificial moon full above them, the exhaustion of a genuinely joyful evening settling comfortably over the group. "I want to tell you all something," Issei said, and something in his tone made the easy chatter quiet, all 5 of them turning toward him with varying degrees of curiosity. "I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I want to say it properly, not just as some private thought I keep to myself." He looked at each of them in turn, Rias, Sona, Yasaka, Gabriel, Penemue, 5 extraordinary women who had, over 6 difficult, uncertain, ultimately transformative months, turned a political arrangement born from desperation into something he genuinely could not imagine his life without. "When this started," he said, "I thought of it as something I had to survive. A responsibility I didn't ask for, forced on me by a council trying to end a war. I think, honestly, some part of me kept waiting for one of you to admit you felt the same way, that this was just an obligation you were enduring alongside me. But that's not what this is. I know that now. Every single one of you chose this, and more than that, you chose me, specifically, for reasons that have nothing to do with treaties or councils or factional survival. I don't know how I got lucky enough to end up here, with all of you, but I'm done treating this like something fragile that might shatter the moment I stop being careful with it. I want this to be real. Not politically real. Actually real. A family, not an arrangement." The silence that followed was warm rather than heavy, and it was Yasaka who finally broke it, her voice carrying the quiet certainty of a woman who had, centuries ago, learned exactly what it meant to build something worth protecting. "It already is a family, Dragon Boy," she said. "Has been for some time now, I think. You are only just now allowing yourself to fully believe it." "Then let's build on it," Rias said, and there was something in her voice, an excitement she had clearly been holding on to for longer than tonight, that made the others turn toward her with sudden curiosity. "I've been thinking about this too. About what comes after the treaty settles. About what this family actually grows into, given time." "What are you saying?" Sona asked, though something in her expression suggested she had already guessed. Rias looked at Issei, her eyes bright with a hope that had nothing to do with politics and everything to do with a future none of them had dared imagine clearly until this exact moment. "I'm saying," she said, "that I think it's time we started talking seriously about children." The conversation that followed lasted well past midnight, the 6 of them still gathered on the eastern balcony as the topic Rias had raised unfolded into something none of them had fully allowed themselves to consider in detail before. "There's no precedent for this," Sona said, ever the pragmatist, though her voice carried more excitement than caution. "Children born from a union spanning devil, human, yokai, angel, and fallen bloodlines simultaneously. We genuinely do not know what that combination produces. The magical theory alone raises more questions than any existing text can answer." "Is that a reason to wait, or a reason to be careful?" Gabriel asked. "Both, probably," Sona admitted. "I'd want proper preparation. Medical oversight from healers experienced across all 4 factions. A secure environment, more secure than what we currently have, given how Baal Astaroth's faction has been behaving. This isn't a decision to rush into simply because we're all feeling sentimental after a nice party." "I don't think anyone's suggesting we rush," Rias said. "I'm suggesting we stop avoiding the conversation entirely. We've spent 6 months building this family in every sense except the one that actually matters most for what this treaty was supposed to represent. Continuity. A future all 4 factions can actually see themselves in." Yasaka, who had been quiet through most of the exchange, finally spoke, her expression thoughtful in the way it always was when she was drawing on centuries of accumulated wisdom rather than the more immediate concerns of the moment. My people have always measured a leader's legacy through the strength and character of what they leave behind, she said. Not merely political achievements, but the family, the bloodline, the values passed down to the next generation. I have watched this family grow, slowly and carefully, over these past months, and I believe it has grown into something worth extending forward. But Sona is right to counsel caution. Whatever children come from this union will carry an extraordinary, unprecedented burden, the eyes of 4 factions upon them from the moment they are born. We owe it to them to build the safest possible foundation before we ask them to carry that weight. Issei had been quiet through most of the discussion, listening more than speaking, feeling the weight of the conversation settle over him with a gravity that felt different from anything the treaty negotiations had ever demanded. "Can I say something?" he said finally, and the others quieted, turning their attention toward him. "I spent the first few months of this marriage terrified that I wasn't enough for what all of you deserved. I'm still not entirely sure I am. But I know that if we do this, if we actually build a family in the fullest sense, I'm not going to be the kind of father who lets politics define what our children become. I don't care what bloodline theories the Devil Council comes up with, or what doctrine heaven debates about mixed lineage, or what any faction decides our kids are supposed to represent. If we do this, our children are going to grow up knowing they're loved first, and everything else, the power, the politics, the legacy, comes second to that." Penemue reached over and squeezed his hand, her expression softer than he had ever seen it. "That's the only condition that actually matters, kid," she said. "Everything else, the theory, the security, the preparation, we can figure out together. But that promise, love first, everything else second, that's the foundation this whole family gets built on. I'm in if the rest of you are." One by one, the others agreed, each in their own way, Rias's enthusiasm, Sona's careful, considered acceptance, Yasaka's centuries-earned wisdom, Gabriel's quiet, grateful certainty, until the 6 of them sat together on the balcony, no longer simply a marriage born from a desperate treaty, but a family actively, deliberately choosing to grow into something larger than any of them had originally imagined. In the months that followed, the sanctuary changed in small, quiet ways that reflected the new chapter the family had chosen to step into. Healers from all 4 factions were brought in under strict confidentiality, working alongside Sona's meticulous planning to ensure the safest possible foundation for what none of them could fully predict. Yasaka expanded her garden further, planting trees she said would take years to properly mature, a quiet, patient statement of faith in a future she fully intended to see. Gabriel spent long hours in her modest chapel, her prayers shifting, over time, from reflection to something closer to hope. Penemue's sharp intelligence work took on a new dimension, securing the sanctuary's borders not merely against present threats but against dangers that might, one day, target a next generation the entire supernatural world would be watching closely. And Issei, through all of it, found himself settling into the role he had once feared he could never fill. Not a political pawn wielded by desperate councils, not a reluctant emperor drowning under the weight of 5 extraordinary marriages he had never asked for, but simply, genuinely, a man building a family with the people he loved, one quiet, deliberate day at a time. The war that had defined the first act of his life was long over. The reluctant uncertainty that had defined the second act, the doubt, the careful walls, the quiet fear that none of this could possibly be as real as it felt, had finally, fully given way to something steadier. What came next would demand more of him than either the war or the treaty ever had. But for the first time since a council chamber had first spoken his name alongside a proposal that changed the entire course of his life, Issei Hyoudou felt genuinely, completely ready to face it. Not as a pawn. Not as a reluctant emperor. As a husband. And soon, if the family they had chosen to build held true to everything they had promised each other on that quiet balcony, as a father. Not every day in the sanctuary was gentle, and Issei learned quickly that building a genuine family meant learning to navigate conflict as much as it meant learning to navigate affection. The first real argument came 3 weeks after the balcony conversation, and it started, as most disagreements in the household eventually did, with Rias and Sona clashing over a matter of governance either of them was willing to compromise on. Rias wanted to expand the sanctuary's diplomatic outreach to smaller devil houses who had remained neutral during the treaty negotiations, believing that broader support would insulate the family against Baal Astaroth's continued maneuvering. Sona thought the timing was reckless, that expanding their political footprint before securing the sanctuary against the very real threats already circling them was inviting disaster. The argument spilled into the central hall loudly enough that Issei, returning from a supply run to the border checkpoint, walked directly into the middle of it. "You're being overly cautious," Rias said, her voice sharp in a way Issei rarely heard directed at Sona. "If we wait until every possible threat is neutralized before building alliances, we'll wait forever. Baal Astaroth wants us isolated. Every day we don't expand our support is a day his faction gets to keep painting us as illegitimate. And if we expand too quickly, without proper security, we hand him an opportunity to exploit," Sona shot back, her usual composure fraying at the edges. "I'm not being cautious for caution's sake, Rias. I'm being cautious because I've read every intelligence report Penemue's network has produced over the past month, and the picture they paint is not reassuring. I've read the same reports. Then you understand exactly why rushing this is a mistake." Issei stood frozen in the doorway, unsure whether to intervene or retreat, watching two women he loved deeply dig into a disagreement that neither seemed willing to concede. "Hey," he finally said, stepping fully into the hall. "Can we slow down for a second?" Both of them turned to him, and for a brief, uncomfortable moment, he felt the old fear return, the sense that he was being asked to referee something far above his political skill level. But he pushed through it, remembering what Sona herself had told him months earlier, that he did not need to be the politician, only the reason any of them were willing to do the hard work of building this family in the first place. "I don't think either of you is wrong," he said carefully. "Rias, you're right that we can't just hide behind these walls forever and expect the political threats to disappear on their own. Sona, you're right that we can't expand faster than we can defend. But I don't think this needs to be a fight where one of you wins and the other loses. Can we find a version of this where we do both, carefully, together?" Rias exhaled, some of the sharpness leaving her shoulders. "That's easy to say. I know," Issei said. "But you two are the smartest people I know when it comes to exactly this kind of problem. I trust you to figure it out together, if you're actually willing to listen to each other instead of just defending your own position." Sona adjusted her glasses, a familiar gesture that usually signaled her returning to a more measured state of mind. "He's right that we haven't actually been listening to each other. We've been arguing past one another for the better part of 20 minutes. "I noticed," Rias admitted, with the faint beginning of a rueful smile. They talked it through properly after that, Issei staying to listen rather than direct, watching the two of them slowly work their way toward a compromise that incorporated both Rias's desire for broader alliances and Sona's insistence on proper security groundwork first. It took the better part of 2 hours, and by the end of it, both women looked exhausted but satisfied in a way that told him the disagreement had actually resolved something rather than simply been buried for later. "That's not going to be the last one of those," Sona said afterward, when Rias had gone to find Yasaka to discuss the garden's expansion, a task she found soothing after a difficult conversation. "Disagreements like that. We're going to have plenty more of them," Issei. 5 strong personalities under one roof, all of us used to leading rather than compromising. It won't always resolve as smoothly as it did today." "I know," Issei said. "I think that's okay, actually. I used to think a good family meant never fighting. I don't think that's true anymore. I think a good family is one where the fighting doesn't scare anyone away." Sona looked at him for a long moment, something warm and genuinely proud in her expression. "You've grown up a great deal these past months. I've had good teachers." She smiled, small and real, and for a moment the exhaustion of the argument faded entirely, replaced by something quieter and steadier, the particular satisfaction of two people who had built, together, a family capable of surviving its own imperfections. The lesson stayed with Issei in the weeks that followed, through smaller disagreements, through the ordinary friction of 6 strong-willed people learning to share a single life. He stopped trying to prevent every conflict before it happened, and instead learned to trust that the family they had built was sturdy enough to weather disagreement without fracturing, that love, real love, was not the absence of conflict but the willingness to work through it without ever once considering walking away. It was, he came to realize, the truest measure of everything the treaty had accidentally, imperfectly, wonderfully built. Not a perfect peace. Not a flawless family. But something resilient enough to hold, even when it bent, even when voices raised and tempers flared, because underneath every disagreement was a foundation none of them were willing to let crack. The announcement of Rias's pregnancy came on an ordinary Thursday morning, delivered not with ceremony but with Rias walking into the kitchen mid-breakfast, setting a small folded piece of parchment from the sanctuary's healer down on the table, and saying, with a composure that lasted exactly 4 seconds before dissolving into tears, "It worked." The kitchen erupted. Yasaka was the first to reach her, pulling her into an embrace with a warmth that belied centuries of dignified restraint. Sona knocked over her tea in her haste to stand, apologizing to no one in particular, as she reached for Rias's hands. Gabriel's eyes filled with tears of her own, and Penemue, for once entirely without a sharp remark to offer, simply stood in stunned, delighted silence before crossing the room to add her own embrace to the growing pile. Issei stood frozen at the head of the table for a long moment, the weight of the news settling over him slower than it had the others, not because he felt it less, but because it felt too large to process in the space of a single breath. A child. His child. The first of what they had all, together, chosen to build toward on that quiet balcony months earlier. Issei. Rias's voice, thick with emotion, finally broke through his stillness. "Say something." He crossed the room and pulled her into his arms, careful and reverent in a way that made the others quiet, watching the two of them with soft, knowing expressions. "I don't know what to say," he admitted, his own voice unsteady. "I don't think there are words big enough for this." "Then don't say anything," Rias said, laughing through her tears. "Just stay right here." He did, for a long time, the two of them standing together in the middle of a kitchen full of people who loved them, while outside the tall windows, the sanctuary's gardens caught the first light of a morning that marked, in ways none of them could yet fully appreciate, the true beginning of everything that would come after. The pregnancy, when the initial joy settled into something steadier, brought its own complications. Sona's healers, working carefully across all 4 factions' medical traditions, monitored the development with an intensity that occasionally left Rias exasperated at the sheer number of tests and precautions deemed necessary for a pregnancy with no historical precedent whatsoever. "I feel less like an expectant mother and more like a research subject," she complained one evening, after the 3rd healer of the day had finally left her alone. "Would you rather they be careless?" Sona asked, not unsympathetically. "No. I'd just like to enjoy this without feeling like every kick is being logged in a research file somewhere." "It probably is," Penemue said cheerfully, earning herself a pillow thrown squarely at her head. But beneath the good-natured complaints, all of them understood the gravity of what was actually happening. No child in recorded history had ever been born from a union spanning this many bloodlines simultaneously. Whatever emerged, whenever the pregnancy reached its term, would be something entirely new, unprecedented, and if the whispered rumors already circulating through Devil High society were any indication, deeply unsettling to factions still nursing old grudges about bloodline purity. Issei spent long evenings with his hand resting against Rias's growing stomach, feeling the small, steady movements within, and found himself, more than once, thinking back to Baal Astaroth's cold question in that hostile council chamber. What happens to 1,000 years of pure blood devil tradition when it is diluted with human blood, angelic blood, fallen blood, yokai blood, all mixed together in a single bloodline with no precedent, no tradition, and no guarantee of stability? He did not have a complete answer to that question, not yet. But he understood, with a growing certainty that steadied something in his chest every time he felt his child move beneath his palm, that whatever this child became, however unprecedented and unclassifiable by old tradition, it would be raised in a home built on love freely chosen rather than politics forced upon them, and that foundation, he had come to believe, mattered more than any bloodline theory the old guard could construct. The others followed in the months that came after, each pregnancy announced with its own quiet joy, its own particular blend of excitement and careful medical vigilance, until the sanctuary that had once felt too vast and too empty for 6 people slowly filled with the anticipation of a next generation none of them could fully picture yet, but all of them had already, completely, chosen to love. Standing on the eastern balcony one final evening before the first of his children was due to arrive, Issei looked out over gardens that Yasaka had planted with trees meant to take years to mature, over a sanctuary that 4 factions had built out of desperation and that 6 people had, slowly and deliberately, transformed into something far more enduring than any treaty on paper. The reluctant emperor who had once stood frozen in a war room, terrified of a proposal he had never asked for, was gone. In his place stood a man who understood, finally and completely, that the crown he had been handed by desperate councils had, somewhere along the way, become something he no longer wore out of obligation. He wore it, now, because it belonged to a family he had chosen, and who had chosen him, freely, completely, and forever. What came next would test that family in ways none of them could yet imagine. But for the first time since a council chamber had first spoken his name, Issei Hyoudou stood ready to meet it, not as a reluctant pawn in someone else's war, but as the man 5 extraordinary women had chosen to build a dynasty beside. Yasaka's pregnancy carried a weight the others had not fully anticipated, one rooted not in medical complication but in the particular expectations of an entire yokai clan watching, with a mixture of hope and anxiety, to see what their leader's unprecedented union would produce. She handled the scrutiny with the same measured calm she brought to every challenge, but Issei, who had spent enough months learning to read the small cracks in her composure, noticed the toll it took on her in quieter moments. Late at night when she thought no one was watching, standing alone in her garden with a hand resting against her stomach and an expression that carried centuries of responsibility alongside the ordinary, universal nervousness of a mother awaiting her first child. "You don't have to carry all of that alone," he told her one evening, finding her exactly where he expected to, among the moonflowers that had finally begun to bloom in earnest. "My clan has waited a long time for reassurance that this treaty was not a mistake," she said, not turning from the flowers. "This child is going to be the first tangible proof they receive, one way or another. That is a great deal to place on someone who has not yet even drawn their first breath. That's not fair to them." "Or to you?" "No," she agreed. "It is not fair. But fairness has rarely been a luxury available to those who lead, Dragon Boy. I learned that lesson long before you were born, and I suspect our children will learn some version of it themselves, whether we wish that for them or not." Issei stepped closer, taking her hand gently in his. "Then let me carry some of it with you. I know I can't take away what your clan expects. But you don't have to stand out here alone every night wondering if you're going to disappoint them." Yasaka finally turned to look at him, something in her golden eyes softening in the low evening light. "You already carry a great deal, Issei. The other pregnancies. The political pressure from the Devil Council that has not eased, whatever appearances suggest. I did not want to add my own uncertainty to that burden." "You're not adding to it," he said firmly. "You're sharing it. That's different. That's kind of the whole point of what we built here, isn't it? None of us carrying everything alone anymore." She was quiet for a long moment, and then, slowly, the careful composure she had maintained through the entire pregnancy finally cracked, just slightly, just enough for him to see the fear beneath centuries of dignified leadership. "I am afraid," she admitted, so quietly he nearly missed it. "Not of childbirth. Not truly of my clan's judgment, though that weighs on me more than I have let myself say aloud. I am afraid of loving something this much. I have led for centuries, Issei, and in all that time I have learned to keep a certain distance, even from those I care for deeply, because loss is inevitable in a life as long as mine, and distance was the only defense I ever found against it. This child will not allow me that distance. I already love them more than I have loved anything in longer than I can remember, and they have not even been born yet." Issei pulled her gently into his arms, and she let him, resting her head against his chest in a rare moment of complete, unguarded vulnerability. "I don't think there's a defense against that," he said softly. "I don't think we're supposed to have one. I think that's just what loving someone this much actually costs, and I think it's worth paying anyway. Even knowing it might hurt, someday, more than anything we've faced yet?" "Even then," Issei said. "Especially then, maybe." I'd rather love something this fiercely and risk that hurt than spend my whole life keeping the kind of distance that protects me from ever feeling it at all. Yasaka held on to him for a long time in the quiet garden, the moonflowers blooming softly around them, and when she finally spoke again, her voice had steadied, though the vulnerability remained, no longer hidden but simply, openly shared. "Thank you," she said, "for not letting me carry this the way I have carried everything else, for so long, entirely alone." Gabriel's pregnancy brought its own singular complication, one that arrived not from Yokai clan expectations but from heaven itself, where the Seraphic Council had spent months in quiet, unresolved debate over the theological implications of an angel bearing a child outside the sanctioned bounds of celestial doctrine. The debate finally reached its conclusion on a morning that brought Michael himself to the sanctuary's gates, the first time he had visited since the wedding, his expression carrying a gravity that immediately put the entire household on edge. "The council has reached a decision," he said, once Gabriel had welcomed him into the central hall, the rest of the family gathering nearby with poorly concealed tension. "Regarding your continued status as Seraph, given the circumstances of this pregnancy." Gabriel's hand found her stomach instinctively, a protective gesture that spoke louder than any words could have. "And what has the council decided?" Michael was quiet for a moment, and then, unexpectedly, something like relief crossed his composed features. "That the doctrine which once forbade this union was written by beings attempting to preserve an order that no longer serves the world it was meant to protect. The council has voted, not unanimously, but with sufficient majority, to formally recognize this marriage and the child it produces as blessed rather than forbidden. You remain Seraph, Gabriel. Fully, and without condition." The relief that swept through the room was palpable, Gabriel's composure finally breaking into open tears as Michael crossed the hall to embrace his sister properly for the first time since the treaty had been announced. "I argued for this outcome for months," he admitted quietly, still holding her. "I did not tell you, because I did not want to raise hope I could not guarantee delivering on. But watching you these past months, Gabriel, watching the peace this family has built where a war once threatened to consume us all, I could not, in good conscience, continue defending a doctrine that would have asked you to choose between your calling and your heart." "Thank you," Gabriel said, her voice thick with emotion, "for fighting for this. For me." "You do not need to thank me for recognizing what has already proven itself true," Michael said gently. "This family is not a violation of heaven's order, Gabriel. I believe, increasingly, that it may be closer to what that order was always meant to become." The news spread through the household with quiet, profound relief, one more piece of external validation in a journey that had, from its very first day, been shadowed by the doubts and objections of old institutions unwilling to easily accept what this family represented. It was not the end of that resistance, not by any measure. Baal Astaroth's faction remained as hostile as ever, and whispered reports from Penemue's intelligence network continued to suggest growing coordination among purist factions across all three of the non-human races. But it was, for the first time in months, a genuine victory, a sign that the old world was not entirely closed to the possibility of what this treaty, and this family, had built. By the time the last of the pregnancies reached its final months, the sanctuary had transformed almost entirely from the vast, echoing structure Issei had first walked into with a sense of overwhelming dread, into something that finally, fully, felt like the home Yasaka had promised him it could become. Back on that first quiet balcony conversation months earlier, he stood again at that same balcony rail on the eve of what the healers estimated would be the first birth, watching the artificial moon rise over gardens grown lush and full since the sanctuary's founding, and felt none of the fear that had gripped him during his first weeks in this extraordinary, unprecedented life. In its place was something steadier, something that had been built slowly, through hard conversations and honest doubts and quiet moments of vulnerability shared between 6 people who had chosen, again and again, to trust each other more than the desperate circumstances that had first brought them together. Whatever came next, whatever the old guards still plotting in hidden council chambers eventually decided to throw at this family, Issei understood, standing on that balcony with the weight of 5 imminent lives pressing gently against his chest, that they would face it the same way they had faced every challenge since the treaty was first signed, together. Completely. As a family that no council, no ancient doctrine, and no bloodline purist could ever fully unmake. Somewhere below the balcony, faint and drifting on the night air, he could hear Sona's voice moving through the halls, checking, one final time, that every healer, every ward, every contingency was in place for the morning ahead. He could hear Penemue's low laugh answering her, the familiar rhythm of a household that had learned, over long and difficult months, how to hold both readiness and joy in the same breath. Rias would be resting by now, Gabriel likely beside her in quiet vigil, and Yasaka, he suspected, was still in her garden, speaking softly to trees that would not finish growing for years yet, the way she always did when her heart was too full for anything but patience. He did not know, standing there, what the morning would bring. He did not know what kind of children 5 bloodlines never meant to mix would produce, or what the wider world would make of them once they arrived. But he knew, with a certainty that had taken him the better part of a year to fully earn, that whatever came through that door in the morning would be loved first, and everything else, however extraordinary, however unprecedented, would simply have to find its place behind that one unshakable truth. The first cry that broke the silence of the sanctuary's birthing chamber did not sound like any infant's cry Issei had ever heard. It came layered, doubled, as though 2 distinct notes were being sung at once, one achingly human and small, the other carrying an undertone of something deeper, older, a resonance that made the reinforced stone walls of the chamber hum faintly in sympathy. The healers around Rias's bed froze for half a heartbeat before their training took over, and in the chaos of that half heartbeat, Issei saw something flicker across the newborn's skin, a faint shimmer of crimson scales along one small forearm, gone again before he could be certain he had actually seen it. "She's perfect," the lead healer finally said, voice unsteady with something between professional composure and genuine astonishment, lifting the infant carefully into a soft blanket. Extraordinary readings, but perfect. Rias, exhausted and radiant in equal measure, reached for her daughter with trembling arms, and the moment the child settled against her chest, the strange resonance in the air seemed to settle too, the ambient hum of raw power folding itself down into something small and quiet and entirely, ordinarily new. "Ophis," Rias whispered, looking down at her daughter with an expression Issei had never seen on her before, fierce and soft all at once. "We agreed, didn't we? If it was a girl." "We agreed," Issei said, his voice thick, kneeling beside the bed to look properly at his daughter for the first time. Small fists, dark red hair already visible even this newly born, and eyes that opened briefly to look at him with an awareness that unsettled him slightly, too focused, too present for an infant only minutes old. "Her aura signature is already registering," Sona said quietly from where she stood monitoring the readings, her voice carefully controlled but her eyes wide with something like disbelief. "Draconic resonance consistent with boosted gear lineage, layered directly over standard high-class devil magic circuitry. I have never seen a reading like this in any newborn on record." "Is that dangerous?" Issei asked, protective instinct flaring immediately. "Not dangerous," Sona said. "Just unprecedented. We knew this might happen. We prepared for it. I simply did not expect the readings to be quite this pronounced this early." Yasaka's child arrived 4 days later, a boy, born beneath a sky that, for reasons none of the sanctuary's mystics could fully explain, filled with a soft, golden aurora despite the artificial nature of the territory's atmosphere, an occurrence the eldest Yokai elders present would later describe, in hushed and reverent tones, as an omen unseen since the founding of their clan's oldest bloodlines. "Kurigane," Yasaka said, cradling her son with the fierce, quiet tenderness of a woman who had spent months afraid of loving something this completely, and who had, in the moment of his birth, finally let that fear go entirely. His hair carried a faint golden sheen unlike any natural yokai coloring, and when his small hand curled instinctively around Issei's finger, a brief pulse of warmth spread from the point of contact, gentle and unmistakably draconic in nature. "He's already channeling," Penemue observed, watching the readings from beside Sona with open fascination. "Newborn, not even an hour old, and he's already channeling ambient magic through touch. I've read about early manifestation in exceptionally powerful bloodlines. I've never actually seen it this early." Sona's daughter followed within the same week, born with a calm, watchful stillness that felt, from her very first moments, entirely characteristic of the woman who had carried her. Serena, Sona said, her usual composure cracking into open, unguarded tears as she held her daughter for the first time, the infant's eyes, sharp and violet and startlingly aware, already tracking movement across the room with a focus that unsettled the attending healers nearly as much as it delighted them. Her aura readings, when Sona herself finally managed to review them through tears she made no effort to hide, showed a precise, structured magical signature unlike anything typical even among high-class devil children, an early indication of a mind that would, in time, prove as formidably analytical as her mother's. Gabriel's son arrived with a stillness of an entirely different kind, born in complete silence, no cry at all, until the moment Michael, present at his sister's request, leaned over the small bundle and murmured a soft blessing, at which point the infant opened his eyes, pale and luminous, and let out a single, clear, bell-like sound that resonated through the chamber like the ringing of some vast, distant celestial instrument. Raziel, Gabriel whispered, awe and love mingling in equal measure across her face as she held her son for the first time, small wings, impossibly delicate, and edged faintly in draconic scale patterning, already visible against his back, folded close against his tiny form. That's not standard angelic manifestation, Michael said quietly, studying his nephew with an expression somewhere between wonder and careful concern. Angelic children are not born with wings already formed. This is something else entirely. Is it dangerous? Gabriel asked, echoing the same fear Issei had voiced days earlier over his own daughter. I don't know, Michael admitted, and there was an honesty in the admission that unsettled the room more than false reassurance would have. I don't think any of us know, yet, what these children truly are. We are watching something entirely new be born into the world, sister. I do not think old frameworks will fully explain it. Penemue's daughter was the last to arrive, born in the deep quiet of a late night, and it was Penemue herself, exhausted and fiercely protective from the very first moment, who noticed something the healers had not yet fully registered. Her wings, Penemue said, voice tight with something between wonder and alarm, staring down at her newborn daughter, whose small, dark feathered wings carried an unmistakable dual coloring, half the deep black of fallen heritage, half a shimmering crimson that pulsed faintly in time with the infant's own heartbeat. Look at her wings, Issei. Issei looked, and felt his breath catch. That's boosted gear coloring. That's my aura, showing up in her feathers. Lilith, Penemue said softly, testing the name they had chosen months earlier, watching her daughter's small chest rise and fall with the particular reverence of a woman who had spent centuries keeping the world at a careful, guarded distance, and who had, in this single moment, let every last piece of that distance fall away completely. 5 children, born within a single extraordinary week, each one carrying a combination of power that no existing framework, devil, angel, fallen, yokai, or human, had ever fully anticipated or prepared for. Standing in the central hall that night, exhausted beyond measure but happier than he had ever believed himself capable of being, Issei looked around at his 5 wives, each cradling a child whose very existence rewrote what 4 ancient factions had believed possible, and understood, with a clarity that steadied every remaining doubt he had carried since the treaty's signing, that whatever came next, whatever the old guard eventually decided to do about children this unprecedented, he would spend the rest of his life standing between them and any threat the world dared to send their way. The god-tier dynasty had been born. Now came the far harder work of raising it. 5 years passed the way most years did in the sanctuary, quickly in memory and endlessly in the living of them, and by the time the eldest of the 5 children turned 5 years old, it had become clear to everyone in the household that the term child, in any conventional sense, no longer quite fit what they were raising. Ophis, Rias's daughter, had inherited her mother's fierce protectiveness and her father's boosted gear resonance in a combination that manifested, at 4 years old, as an ability to sense danger to her siblings before it fully materialized, a kind of early warning instinct that had saved her younger brother from a training accident nearly a full second before any adult in the room had registered the threat. Her hair had darkened to a deep crimson that matched her father's balance breaker armor almost exactly, and on the rare occasions her temper flared, faint draconic scale patterns rippled briefly across her forearms before settling again. She's not supposed to be able to do that, Sona said, reviewing the incident report with the same careful, methodical attention she gave every anomaly the children produced, which by now numbered well into the dozens. Precognitive threat detection isn't a documented trait in any known bloodline, devil or otherwise. Maybe it's not a documented trait because nobody's ever combined bloodlines quite like this before, Issei pointed out, watching through the training yard window as Ophis fussed over her younger brother Kurigane, who had, predictably, not actually been hurt, thanks to her warning. That's precisely what concerns me, Sona said. Not the ability itself. The precedent it sets for how unpredictable the rest of their development is going to be. Kurigane, Yasaka's son, had grown into a quiet, watchful boy whose golden-touched hair had only intensified with age, and whose particular gift, discovered almost by accident during a routine training session, was an ability to draw ambient senjutsu energy directly from the natural world around him and channel it through simple physical contact, a skill that had, on more than one occasion, left entire sections of the sanctuary's garden blooming out of season in a burst of confused, accelerated growth. He gets embarrassed every time it happens, Yasaka told Issei one evening, watching her son apologize, with genuine distress, to a rose bush he had inadvertently caused to bloom 3 months early. He worries it means something is wrong with him. Is it? No, Yasaka said firmly. It means he has inherited an affinity for natural energy stronger than any yokai I have encountered in centuries, layered with your own draconic resonance in a combination that, frankly, terrifies our clan elders slightly, though none of them would ever say so to his face. He is not broken, Issei. He is simply more than any of us fully know how to prepare him for yet. Serena, Sona's daughter, had proven, unsurprisingly to anyone who knew her mother, to be formidably intelligent even by the standards of the household's already extraordinary children, capable by the age of 4 of holding conversations with the sanctuary's senior healers about the theoretical underpinnings of her own magical signature with an analytical precision that unsettled adults 3 times her age. Her particular gift, once it manifested clearly enough to study, turned out to be an unusually refined control over magical circuitry itself, an ability to perceive and, increasingly, manipulate the underlying structure of spells cast around her, a skill more commonly associated with archmages who had spent decades honing their craft. She corrected one of my senior healer's spell formulations yesterday, Sona said, with the particular mixture of pride and faint alarm that had become common among all 5 mothers over the preceding years. Not by accident. She identified an inefficiency in the mana channeling structure and explained, in detail, exactly how to fix it. That's incredible. It's also mildly terrifying, Sona admitted. She's 4, Issei. I don't know whether to be proud or concerned that my 4-year-old is out theorizing healers with decades of formal training. Can it be both? Sona allowed herself a small, tired smile. I suppose it usually is, with these 5. Raziel, Gabriel's son, had grown into a serene, thoughtful child whose small, draconic-edged wings had fully unfurled by his 3rd birthday, capable of short, controlled flight that delighted him endlessly and worried his mother in near equal measure. His gift, when it finally revealed itself clearly, proved to be an extraordinary capacity for empathic resonance, an ability to sense, and to a limited but growing degree, gently soothe the emotional distress of those around him, a skill that had already, on several occasions, calmed heated arguments among the sanctuary's staff before they could fully escalate. He walked into the middle of a disagreement between 2 of the border guards last week, Gabriel told Issei, watching Raziel help his younger sister Lilith practice her still unsteady flight in the training yard below. Simply stood between them, and within a minute, both men had calmed considerably, apologizing to one another without fully understanding why. He didn't even seem to realize what he had done. Is that a Seraph trait? Not one I have ever encountered, Gabriel admitted. Not at this strength, not this early. I believe it may be an unprecedented blending of celestial empathic capacity with the emotional intuition yokai senjutsu practitioners sometimes develop, though I confess that is speculation rather than established theory. We are documenting entirely new magical taxonomy with these 5, Issei. Every week seems to bring some new discovery none of the old texts anticipated. Lilith, Penemue's daughter, proved the most physically formidable of the 5 even at her young age. Her dual-colored wings, black and crimson in equal measure, granting her a speed and aerial agility that had already, more than once, outpaced trained fallen combat instructors during supervised exercises. Her temperament matched her mother's, sharp, quick, fiercely protective of her siblings despite being among the youngest, and entirely unwilling to back down from a challenge regardless of how far it outmatched her. She tried to intercept a training exercise meant for combat instructors twice her age last week, Penemue said, with the particular exasperated pride that had become her default response to nearly everything her daughter did. Nearly gave the instructor a heart attack when she actually managed to land a hit. Should we be worried about that recklessness? Probably, Penemue admitted. But I was the exact same way at her age, if my mother's stories are anything to go by. I'd rather teach her to channel that fire properly than try to smother it, and have it come out sideways later. Standing in the sanctuary's central hall one evening, watching all 5 children tangled together in some elaborate, half-understood game of their own invention, their combined power humming faintly in the air around them like a hell breath the world had not yet learned to exhale, Issei felt the full, staggering weight of what he and his wives had actually built settle over him. 5 children. 5 extraordinary, unprecedented combinations of power that no faction, no ancient bloodline theory, no 1,000 years of tradition had ever anticipated or prepared for. And somewhere beyond the sanctuary's borders, in council chambers and hidden meeting halls he had spent 5 years trying not to think about too closely, the old guard who had never accepted this treaty were, he suspected, watching this dynasty grow with an entirely different kind of attention. Not wonder. Fear. The first time Issei fully understood what it meant to be afraid for his children, rather than simply worried in the abstract, distant way he had carried since their births, came during a routine diplomatic visit to Devil territory, 5 years after the sanctuary had first opened its gates. It was meant to be a simple affair, a formal presentation of the children to the wider Devil aristocracy, something Seraph had gently pushed for over the preceding year, arguing that continued isolation would only feed the whispered rumors already circulating about the household's unprecedented offspring. Issei had agreed reluctantly, more out of trust in Seraph's political judgment than any genuine desire to expose his children to a court that had never fully accepted the treaty that created them. The reception hall was crowded. Faction dignitaries from across Devil High Society gathered beneath banners bearing the crests of houses old enough to remember conflicts predating written history, and Issei stood at the center of it with Rias beside him, Ophus's small hand held tightly in his own, doing his best to project a confidence he did not fully feel. It happened quickly, the way genuine threats always seem to. A servant, one of dozens moving through the crowd with trays of refreshments, shifted his grip on a tray in a way that exposed, for less than a second, the edge of a concealed blade beneath the linen cloth. Ophus, standing beside her father, went rigid, her small hand tightening around his with sudden, unmistakable urgency. "Papa," she said, her voice carrying a note of alarm that cut through the diplomatic chatter around them. "That man. Something's wrong with him." Issei's boosted gear flared instinctively before his conscious mind had even fully processed the warning, the crimson gauntlet materializing across his forearm in a fraction of a second, and he moved, fast enough that several nearby dignitaries gasped in alarm, closing the distance to the servant before the concealed blade could clear its hiding place. What followed happened in seconds. The would-be assassin, revealed under the sudden weight of Issei's draconic aura to be no mere servant but a trained operative wearing a sophisticated illusion to mask his true appearance, made a desperate lunge that Issei intercepted with brutal, practiced efficiency, disarming him and pinning him to the reception hall floor before the man could so much as complete a single spell. The hall erupted into chaos, guards flooding in, dignitaries scrambling back in shock, and through all of it, Issei's only true focus remained on his daughter, standing frozen a few feet away, her small face pale with the particular horror of a child who had just watched violence erupt in a room she had believed, until that exact moment, to be safe. "It's all right," he said, crossing to her the moment the operative was secured, kneeling to bring himself to her eye level, his voice steadier than he actually felt. "You did exactly the right thing, Ophus. You warned me, and because you did, nobody got hurt. Do you understand? You saved us." Ophus's lower lip trembled, the fierce, watchful composure she had inherited from both her parents finally cracking under the weight of genuine fear. I felt it before I saw it. The wrongness. Is that going to happen every time we leave home? Issei pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, feeling something shift and harden in his chest that had nothing to do with the boosted gear's power, and everything to do with the fury he had not allowed himself to fully feel until this exact moment. No, he said, and the certainty in his own voice surprised him. I promise you, Ophis. That is not going to happen every time. I am not going to let it. The interrogation that followed, conducted jointly by Sona's intelligence network and Serzex's own security division, revealed what Issei had already suspected in the cold, furious clarity of the moment the threat first surfaced. The operative had been contracted through an intermediary with confirmed ties to Baal Astaroth's faction, part of a broader pattern of coordinated hostility that Penemue's ongoing surveillance had been tracking with growing alarm for over a year. This isn't an isolated incident, Penemue said that night, laying out the accumulated intelligence across the study table for the entire family to review, her expression grimmer than Issei had seen it in years. This is the fourth confirmed attempt in the past 18 months. We've been quietly neutralizing the others before they got anywhere near the children, but this one nearly got through, in a room full of dignitaries who are supposed to be observing diplomatic protocol. Why now? Rias asked, her arms wrapped tightly around Ophis, who had finally, exhausted from the day's terror, fallen asleep against her mother's shoulder. Why escalate after 5 years of relative quiet? Because the children are getting older, Sona said quietly. And more powerful. Every public appearance makes it harder for Baal Astaroth's faction to dismiss what they represent as some passing political anomaly. I think they've concluded that if they don't act while the children are still young enough to be vulnerable, they may never get another opportunity. The room fell into a heavy, furious silence, and it was Yasaka who finally broke it, her golden eyes carrying a cold, ancient anger that Issei had rarely seen from her. Then we stop treating this as a distant political concern, she said, and start treating it as the direct threat to our children that it actually is. Issei looked around the room at his wives, each one carrying some version of the same fierce, protective fury he felt burning in his own chest, and understood, with total clarity, that whatever careful, diplomatic patience he had extended toward Baal Astaroth's faction over the preceding 5 years had just run out entirely. I'm not interested in more diplomatic patience, he said, and his voice carried a hard edge none of them had heard from him in years, not since the war itself. I've spent 5 years trying to give this old guard every reasonable chance to accept what we've built here. Today, someone brought a blade into a room with my daughter in it. That ends the patience, completely. From now on, our children's safety comes before every other consideration, political or otherwise. What are you proposing? Sona asked carefully. I'm proposing we stop being reactive, Issei said. Penemue, I want a complete accounting of every faction, every house, every individual with confirmed or suspected ties to hostility against this family. Sona, I want the sanctuary's defenses hardened beyond anything we've built so far, and I want it done immediately, not on some measured timeline. Rias, Yasaka, Gabriel, I want each of you reaching out to whatever allies you have across your respective factions, because if Baal Astaroth's people are coordinating across devil, angel, and fallen extremist elements, we need to know exactly how deep that coordination runs. He looked down at Ophis, still sleeping against her mother's shoulder, small and vulnerable and 5 years into this extraordinary life, entirely unaware of just how much danger had actually been circling her family since before she was even born. I built this family out of a promise, he said quietly, the fury in his voice giving way, briefly, to something rawer and more exposed. Love first, everything else second. I meant that promise. But loving them first also means protecting them fiercely, and I have been too patient, for too long, with people who have made it clear they will not stop until they've hurt my children to make a political point about bloodline purity. That patience is over. Standing in that study, surrounded by 5 women who shared, in that exact moment, the same fierce, unshakable resolve, Issei Hyoudou understood that the reluctant emperor who had once doubted his own worthiness of this extraordinary family had, somewhere in the 5 years since, transformed into something else entirely. A father, absolutely, unapologetically prepared to burn down anything and anyone who threatened the family he had chosen, and who had chosen him, completely, in return. The weeks following the assassination attempt transformed the sanctuary in ways that none of the children fully understood, but all of them, in their own way, felt keenly. Training, which had until then been a gentle, optional part of their education, became a structured, daily discipline, and Issei, despite every instinct telling him he was stealing something precious from their childhood, found himself standing in the training yard each morning, watching his 5 children learn to defend themselves properly for the first time. "I don't want them to grow up afraid," he told Rias one evening, watching Ophis work through a defensive drill with a focus far beyond her years, her small frame moving with a controlled precision that made his chest ache with a complicated mixture of pride and grief for the childhood this necessity was quietly stealing from her. "I want them to grow up strong, not scared." "They can be both," Rias said gently, resting her head against his shoulder. "Strong enough that fear doesn't control them. That's different from never being afraid at all, Issei. I think you're conflating the two. Am I doing the right thing? Pushing them this hard, this young?" "You're not pushing them," Rias said. "Watch them. Really watch them. Ophis isn't out there because you're forcing her. She's out there because after what happened, she wants to be strong enough that it never happens again. That's not you stealing her childhood. That's her choosing to grow into what this family needs, the same way you did, 5 years ago, when a council first handed you a responsibility you never asked for." Issei watched his daughter complete the drill, her small face set with a determination that mirrored, uncannily, the same look he had worn walking into that first hostile Devil Council chamber years earlier, and understood, with a bittersweet clarity, that Rias was right. He was not creating this fire in his children. He was simply teaching them how to wield it safely. Kurigane's training took a different shape entirely, his affinity for senjutsu energy manifesting best not through combat drills but through long, patient sessions with Yasaka in the garden, learning to draw and channel natural energy with increasing precision until, by his 6th birthday, he could accelerate the growth of an entire flower bed with focused, deliberate control rather than the accidental bursts of his younger years. "He has a gentler nature than his sister," Yasaka observed, watching her son carefully guide a cluster of moonflowers through an entire season's growth in the space of an afternoon. "I do not think combat will ever be his primary strength, and I am glad of it. But do not mistake gentleness for weakness, Issei. The same control that lets him coax a flower into bloom could, if he ever needed it, be turned toward far more destructive purposes. I would simply rather he never need to discover that side of himself." Serena's education, unsurprisingly, took the form of increasingly advanced magical theory sessions with Sona and the sanctuary's senior healers, sessions that had, within a year, evolved from simple instruction into genuine collaborative research. Serena's precocious analytical mind contributing insights that even veteran archmages found themselves incorporating into their own understanding of magical circuitry. "She proposed a modification to our ward structure yesterday that increased efficiency by nearly 12%, Sona told Issei, unable to fully hide the pride beneath her carefully professional tone. "She's 7, Issei. Most archmages don't develop that level of structural intuition until decades into formal study. Does she enjoy it? The work, I mean, not just the achievement." Sona considered the question seriously, the way she considered every question that touched on her children's genuine well-being rather than simply their remarkable capability. "I believe she does. She lights up in a way I recognize, because I remember feeling it myself, the particular joy of finally understanding something that had seemed impossibly complex a moment before. I try to be careful, Issei, that we are nurturing that joy and not simply extracting achievement from her because we can. It is a distinction I think about often. Raziel's gift, empathic and gentle by nature, found its truest expression not in the training yard but in quiet moments throughout the sanctuary, where his growing ability to sense and soothe distress had made him, by the age of 6, an unofficial peacekeeper among the household staff and, increasingly, among his own siblings during their inevitable childhood disputes. "He stopped a fight between Lilith and one of the guard's children last week," Gabriel told Issei, quiet wonder still coloring her voice even after years of watching her son's gift develop. "Simply stood between them, the way he always does, and within moments both children were laughing about something else entirely. I do not think he even fully understands what he does when he does it. It is simply instinct to him now, as natural as breathing. Do you worry about him? About how much of other people's pain he's absorbing to do that? Gabriel's expression grew more thoughtful. Sometimes. I have started teaching him small rituals, drawn from heaven's own practices for emotional and spiritual grounding, meant to help him release what he absorbs rather than carrying it forward himself. It is delicate work, Issei. His gift is beautiful, but I do not want it to become a burden he carries alone simply because the rest of us are too grateful for its usefulness to notice the cost it exacts from him. Lilith remained, true to her nature, the most resistant to anything resembling gentle instruction, her fierce competitive streak driving her to push every physical limit the training yard offered, regardless of how many times Penemue or the combat instructors cautioned her toward patience over raw aggression. She grounded a training drone twice her recommended difficulty level yesterday, Penemue said, equal parts exasperated and undeniably proud. Nearly gave herself a concussion doing it, but she did it. That's the part that worries me, Issei admitted. Not the strength. The recklessness behind it. I know, Penemue said, more seriously than her usual tone suggested. I've been thinking about how to address that, actually. I don't want to smother her fire, but I also don't want her confidence outpacing her judgment to the point where it actually gets her hurt. I think it's time she started training directly with you, Issei. Not just combat instructors. You understand better than anyone what it means to have power that outpaces your own sense of caution. You lived through exactly that, back during the war. Issei considered the request seriously, thinking back to his own reckless early years wielding the boosted gear, the mistakes born from raw power without proper restraint, the hard lessons that had, eventually, taught him the difference between strength and wisdom. I'll train her myself, he said finally. All of them, actually, more directly than I have been. I think I've been leaving too much of this to instructors and specialists, telling myself I was too busy with politics and security to be as present as I should be. That's going to change. And it did. In the months that followed, Issei carved out dedicated time each day, not for formal instruction exactly, but for genuine, present engagement with each of his children individually, learning the particular shape of their fears and joys alongside their extraordinary abilities, understanding, more completely with each passing week, that the dynasty he and his wives had built was not merely a collection of unprecedented power. It was 5 distinct, complicated, wonderful children, each one deserving of a father who saw them as fully as he saw the threats circling their unprecedented existence. The sanctuary's 7th anniversary arrived with a formal celebration unlike anything the household had hosted before, a deliberate political statement as much as a genuine family occasion, held at Serzix's urging to demonstrate, publicly and unmistakably, that the dynasty the treaty had produced was thriving rather than merely surviving under the shadow of continued extremist hostility. Representatives from all 4 factions attended, a larger gathering than any since the original treaty ceremony, and Issei stood at the center of it once more, though this time the fear that had gripped him during that first hostile Devil Council assembly 7 years earlier had been replaced by something steadier, harder one, forged through years of watching his family grow into something the old guard could no longer simply dismiss. The children, dressed in ceremonial attire that Yasaka had insisted reflect elements of all 4 factions rather than favoring any single tradition, moved through the gathering with a poise that drew quiet, astonished murmurs from dignitaries who had spent years whispering doubts about what this unprecedented bloodline might produce. Ophis, now 7, stood beside her mother with the same watchful alertness that had saved her father's life 2 years earlier, her early warning instinct having only sharpened with age and training, though she had, thankfully, not needed to use it in the years since that first terrifying encounter. Kurigane moved among the gathered dignitaries with a quiet, gentle confidence, more than once demonstrating small, controlled bursts of his senjutsu affinity at the delighted request of curious yokai elders, coaxing modest blooms from decorative arrangements throughout the hall with an ease that left several centuries-old practitioners visibly impressed. Serena, true to form, found herself drawn into an extended conversation with a delegation of visiting archmages, holding her own in a discussion of advanced ward theory with a composure that made even Sona, watching from across the hall, shake her head with fond disbelief at her daughter's precocious confidence. Raziel drifted through the gathering with his particular gentle presence, and more than once Issei noticed tense pockets of political conversation ease, unprompted, whenever his son wandered near, the boy's growing empathic gift working its quiet magic without any conscious effort on Raziel's part. Lilith, restless as always in formal settings, spent most of the evening near the training yard's entrance, clearly itching for an excuse to demonstrate her combat progress rather than endure another hour of diplomatic small talk, until Penemue finally relented and allowed a brief, carefully supervised exhibition that left the assembled dignitaries murmuring with a mixture of admiration and undisguised unease at the raw power a 7-year-old girl could already command. It was during a quiet moment near the hall's edge, watching his children navigate a gathering that would have overwhelmed adults with decades more experience, that Serzex found Issei, 2 glasses of wine in hand, offering one wordlessly. "You should be proud," Serzex said, watching Serena gesture animatedly through some complex point of magical theory to a visibly impressed archmage twice her age. "I do not think anyone in this hall, myself included, fully anticipated what this treaty would ultimately produce. Some days I still can't quite believe it myself," Issei admitted. 7 years ago I was terrified I'd fail all of them. Now I just worry about keeping them safe from people who can't accept that they exist at all." Serzex's expression sobered. "Baal Astaroth is here tonight. I did not want to mention it before the evening began, in case it colored your mood before the celebration, but I think you should know." Issei's grip on his wine glass tightened slightly. "Where?" "Near the Eastern Gallery, last I saw him. He has kept his distance, and my security detail has been watching him closely since he arrived. I do not believe he intends anything so foolish as a direct confrontation in a hall full of witnesses from every faction. But I wanted you aware, regardless." Issei found the old devil later that evening, standing alone near the Eastern Gallery exactly where Serzex had indicated, watching the celebration with an expression of carefully controlled distaste that had not softened at all in the 7 years since their first hostile encounter. "Security," Baal Astaroth said, inclining his head with the barest minimum of courtesy the occasion required. "Your children are impressive." "You don't sound like you mean that as a compliment." "I mean it as an observation," the old devil said. "Impressive and dangerous are not mutually exclusive qualities, young man. I watched your daughter sense a hidden blade before any adult in that Devil Council reception hall 2 years ago. I have watched, from a careful distance, as each of your 5 children developed capabilities that our oldest bloodline theories never accounted for. Impressive, without question. But I would be a fool not to also find that deeply unsettling." "They're children," Issei said, keeping his voice level through visible effort. "Not weapons. Not political statements. Children who deserve to grow up without people like you deciding, before they've even had the chance to prove who they'll become, that they're a threat to be neutralized." Baal Astaroth studied him for a long moment, something unreadable moving behind his ancient, calculating eyes. "You misunderstand my faction's position, Security, if you believe it is rooted purely in malice. We have watched empires fall to exactly this kind of unprecedented power, wielded, eventually, by people who began, perhaps, with the same good intentions you clearly hold now. Tradition is not merely stubbornness. It is the accumulated wisdom of every generation that watched good intentions eventually curdle into something far more dangerous. So your solution is to threaten children before they've had the chance to become anything at all." "My solution," Baal Astaroth said, and for the first time in 7 years of hostility, something almost like genuine regret flickered across his expression, "has never been fully my own to control. There are factions within my own faction, extremist elements I have spent years attempting, with limited success, to restrain. I did not orchestrate the attempt on your daughter's life 2 years ago. I want you to understand that clearly. I have my objections to this treaty, but murdering children was never among the methods I sanctioned. That's not exactly reassuring, given that it happened anyway." "No," the old devil admitted. "It is not. Which is precisely why I am telling you this now, Security, in a hall full of witnesses, rather than simply avoiding you as I have for the past several years. The elements within my faction pushing toward more extreme action have grown bolder in recent months. I do not control them as fully as I once believed I did. I would advise you, whatever your feelings toward me personally, to take that warning seriously." He inclined his head once more, a gesture that carried, for the first time, something approaching genuine gravity rather than mere ceremonial courtesy, and withdrew into the crowd, leaving Issei standing alone near the eastern gallery with a cold, familiar dread settling back into his chest, the same dread he had hoped, foolishly, that 7 years of relative peace might have finally laid to rest. Watching his children continue to move through the celebration, bright and unaware of the warning that had just passed between their father and the old devil who had never accepted their existence, Issei understood, with grim certainty, that whatever peace the sanctuary had built over the preceding years was, once again, standing on borrowed time. Baal Astaroth's warning settled over the sanctuary in the days that followed the anniversary celebration, not as panic, but as a quiet, deliberate sharpening of focus that touched every corner of the household's daily rhythm. Penemue's intelligence network expanded significantly in the weeks that followed, her contacts across the fallen faction working alongside newly cultivated sources within the Devil Council's more moderate factions, piecing together a picture that confirmed, with growing detail, exactly what Baal Astaroth had implied at the celebration. A coalition was forming, quietly, beneath the surface of formal faction politics, drawing together pure-blood devil extremists, a splinter faction of Heaven's own zealots who had never accepted Michael's ruling on Gabriel's marriage, and rogue elements of the Fallen who viewed Penemue's involvement in the treaty as an unforgivable betrayal of Grigori independence. "They're calling themselves the Purest Accord," Penemue reported, laying the accumulated intelligence across the study table for the family to review, her expression carrying a gravity that had become increasingly common since the anniversary. "Loosely organized for now, but growing more coordinated by the month. Their stated goal is straightforward enough. They believe the children represent an existential threat to the natural order of all 3 non-human factions, and they intend to eliminate that threat before the children reach an age where doing so becomes impossible." "How close are they to actually acting on that?" Rias asked, her arms crossed tightly, the protective fury that had first surfaced 2 years earlier at the Devil Council reception simmering just beneath her composed exterior. "Not immediately close, as far as my sources can determine," Penemue said. "But close enough that I don't think we have the luxury of years to prepare anymore. Months, maybe? Possibly less, if their coordination accelerates the way it has been trending." Sona had already begun drafting expanded security protocols before Penemue finished speaking, her mind working through contingencies with the same methodical precision she brought to every crisis the family had weathered together. "I want the children's combat and evasion training accelerated. Not to the point of overwhelming them, but enough that if the worst happens, they have genuine capability to protect themselves in the critical seconds before adult support arrives." "They're 7 years old, Sona," Gabriel said quietly, though there was no real argument in her tone, only the particular grief of a mother forced to accept a harsh necessity. "I know," Sona said, her own composure cracking slightly. "I hate that this is where we are. But I would rather my daughter know how to defend herself for 30 seconds than be defenseless for even one, if it ever comes to that." Yasaka, who had been quiet through most of the discussion, finally spoke, her voice carrying the particular weight of centuries spent navigating exactly this kind of existential threat to her own people. "There is another consideration we have not yet discussed directly. If this Purest Accord grows bold enough to act, they will not limit themselves to a single, isolated attempt like the one 2 years ago. A coordinated attack, drawing from 3 factions' extremist elements simultaneously, would likely aim for something far more decisive." "You mean they'd try to wipe out the entire family at once?" Issei said, the words landing heavily in the already tense room. "Not just the kids. All of us. I believe that is the logical extension of their stated goal," "Yes," Yasaka said. "Eliminating the children alone would not fully unmake what this treaty represents, not while the 6 of us remain alive to simply try again. A truly decisive strike, from their perspective, would need to end the entire dynasty at once." The room fell into a heavy, furious silence, each of them processing the full weight of what that possibility actually meant, and it was Issei who finally spoke, his voice carrying a hard, unwavering resolve that had been building steadily since the first assassination attempt years earlier. Then we make sure that if they're foolish enough to try, they regret it completely, he said. I'm done being purely defensive about this. Sona, Penemue, I want every contingency mapped, every weakness in our current defenses identified and closed. Yasaka, Rias, Gabriel, I want us reaching further into moderate factions across all three sides, building genuine alliances that make the purest Accord's coalition as isolated as possible before they ever act. And if isolation and preparation aren't enough? Sona asked quietly. If they act anyway? Issei's expression hardened into something none of his wives had seen from him in years, not since the darkest days of the original war. Then they will learn, decisively and completely, exactly what happens when you threaten this family. I have spent 7 years trying to build peace with people who were never actually interested in it. I'm done pretending that patience alone is going to protect our children. If the purest Accord wants a fight, I intend to make certain it's the last one they ever start. The weeks that followed transformed the sanctuary once more, not into a fortress under siege exactly, but into something harder-edged, more prepared, the careful domestic warmth the family had built over 7 years now layered over with a readiness that none of them had wanted but all of them understood was necessary. The children noticed the shift, of course, children always did, and Issei made a point, even amid the accelerating preparations, of ensuring that his time with each of them remained as present and genuine as it had been before the warning at the anniversary celebration, refusing to let the looming threat steal more from their childhood than absolutely necessary. Are we going to be okay, Papa? Ophis asked him one evening, her early warning instinct having, inevitably, picked up on the tension threading through the household in ways her parents could not fully hide from her. Issei knelt down to meet her eyes properly, the same way he had 2 years earlier in that hostile reception hall, choosing his words with the same careful honesty he had promised himself. All those years ago, he would always offer his children regardless of how frightening the truth might be. I can't promise you nothing bad will ever happen, he said. I wish I could. But I can promise you this. Whatever comes, your mothers and I are going to fight for this family with everything we have, and we are not going to lose. Not you. Not your brothers and sisters. Not any of us. I need you to trust that, even when things feel scary. Ophis studied him for a long moment with the same watchful intensity that had once saved his life, and finally nodded, small and solemn. I trust you, Papa. Good, Issei said, pulling her into a fierce, protective embrace. Because I would burn down the entire world before I let anyone take this family away from me. I need you to know that too. Outside, beyond the sanctuary's steadily hardening defenses, the purest Accord continued its quiet, patient coordination, gathering strength and numbers for a strike that all 6 of the household's adults now understood, with grim certainty, was no longer a distant hypothetical but an approaching, inevitable storm. The God-tier dynasty had grown, over 7 remarkable years, into everything the treaty's original architects had hoped for, and everything the old guard had always feared. Now came the reckoning that growth had always, inevitably, been building toward. Despite the gathering storm, or perhaps because of it, the family made a deliberate choice, in the weeks that followed Issei's promise to Ophis, to protect something the accelerating preparations threatened to crowd out entirely. Joy. Ordinary, unguarded joy, the kind that had defined the sanctuary's best years and that none of them were willing to surrender simply because a threat loomed somewhere beyond their walls. It was Rias, characteristically, who insisted on it most fiercely. We are not going to let the purest Accord take this from us before they've even done anything, she said, during a family meeting that had, until that point, been entirely focused on security logistics. The children deserve birthdays. Ordinary evenings. Time that isn't consumed entirely by preparation for a war we haven't even confirmed is coming yet. If we let fear reshape every single moment of their lives, the purest Accord will have already won something, whether or not they ever manage an actual attack. The others agreed, and the weeks that followed found a careful, deliberate balance, mornings devoted to sharpened training and afternoons devoted, just as deliberately, to the ordinary business of raising 5 extraordinary children who deserved, whatever threats circled beyond the sanctuary's walls, a childhood that felt like more than mere preparation for survival. Issei found some of his favorite memories of that entire period in the small, unremarkable moments that had nothing to do with power or politics at all. Teaching Kurigane, who had inherited none of his father's early clumsiness in the kitchen, to cook a simple human dish that had been a childhood favorite, watching his son's careful, methodical approach mirror Yasaka's patient precision in the garden. Losing, repeatedly and without any real attempt at letting her win, to Serena in a strategy game she had taught herself from an old book in the sanctuary's library, her small face lit with genuine delight every time she outmaneuvered him. Sitting quietly beside Raziel during one of his gentle meditation sessions, feeling, for a few precious minutes, the particular calm his son's empathic gift extended even to his own father's tangled, worried heart. Watching Lilith finally, after months of reckless overreach, land a training exercise with genuine control rather than raw aggression, and seeing, in the fierce pride on her face, real growth rather than mere stubbornness. Holding Ophis during a nightmare that left her shaking and unable to fully explain what had frightened her, simply staying present until she fell back asleep, understanding without needing her to say it that some fears did not need articulation, only comfort. These moments, scattered through weeks otherwise dominated by hardening defenses and gathering intelligence, became, in their own quiet way, as important to the family's resilience as any security protocol Sona devised. They were reminders, for all 6 adults, of exactly what they were fighting to protect, not an abstract political achievement, not merely the survival of an unprecedented bloodline, but 5 specific, beloved children whose laughter still filled the sanctuary's halls despite everything gathering against them. On a quiet evening near the end of that period, the entire family gathered on the eastern balcony, the same spot where so much of their story had already unfolded, watching the artificial moon rise over gardens that had grown, over 7 years, into something genuinely magnificent, Yasaka's patient early plantings finally reaching their full, mature beauty. "Do you remember," Rias said, watching the children chase each other through the garden below with the boundless energy that 7-year-olds seemed to possess regardless of what threats loomed beyond their awareness, "standing here, years ago, the night we first talked about having children at all?" "I remember," Issei said, watching Lilith tackle Kurigane in a burst of playful aggression that made both children collapse into laughter rather than any real conflict. "I remember being terrified we didn't know what we were building. Do you still feel that way?" Issei considered the question seriously, watching his 5 extraordinary children play together in a garden built by a treaty that had, 7 years ago, felt more like a political cage than any genuine foundation for a family. Ophis's fierce protectiveness. Kurigane's gentle patience. Serena's brilliant curiosity. Raziel's quiet empathy. Lilith's unbreakable fire. "No," he said finally, and the certainty in his own voice steadied something in his chest that had been tight with worry for weeks. "I don't feel terrified anymore. I feel proud. Whatever comes next, whatever the purest accord decides to throw at us, I know exactly what we built here, and I know it's worth every single thing we'll have to do to protect it." Yasaka's hand found his on one side. Sona's found the other. Gabriel and Penemue drew close as well, the 6 of them standing together on that balcony one more time, watching a next generation they had built together, against every impossible odds a desperate treaty had ever demanded of them. "They are ready," Yasaka said quietly, watching her son help his youngest sister up from where Lilith's enthusiasm had knocked her briefly off balance, the easy, unthinking tenderness between siblings who genuinely loved each other evident in even the smallest gesture. "Not for war, not fully, not yet. But ready in the way that matters most. They know they are loved. Whatever comes, that foundation will hold, even when everything else is tested." "It's going to be tested soon," Penemue said quietly, the weight of her ongoing intelligence work never fully absent from her thoughts even in this rare, peaceful moment. "I can feel it building. The purest accord isn't going to wait forever." "Then let them come," Issei said, and there was no fear in the words, only the hard, settled resolve of a man who had spent 7 years transforming from a reluctant political pawn into something the old guard had never fully anticipated. A father absolutely certain of what he was protecting, and absolutely prepared to protect it with everything he had. Below them, in the garden Yasaka had planted with such patient faith 7 years earlier, 5 children who represented everything four ancient factions had once believed impossible continued to play, bright and laughing and entirely, gloriously unaware that the storm their parents had spent months preparing for was, even as that evening's quiet joy unfolded, drawing steadily, inevitably closer. The God-tier dynasty stood, in that moment, at the height of everything it had grown to become. What came next would test every single thing that growth had built, in ways none of them, not even Yasaka's centuries of hard-earned wisdom, could fully prepare them for. Seraph called an emergency council session 3 days after the family's quiet evening on the eastern balcony, and the tone of his summons, uncharacteristically terse even by the standards of a man who had spent decades navigating devil political formality, told Issei everything he needed to know before he ever set foot in the chamber. "We intercepted communications last night," Seraph said, once the small, trusted circle of allies had gathered, Michael and Azazel present alongside representatives from the moderate Yokai Council Yasaka had spent months cultivating. Confirmed coordination between 3 separate cells previously believed to be operating independently. Devil Purist elements, a splinter faction from Heaven's Zealot wing, and a group of rogue fallen who broke from Azazel's authority over a year ago. "The Purist Accord," Penemue said grimly, though there was no surprise in her voice, only confirmation of intelligence her own network had already been building toward for weeks. "They're moving faster than we anticipated," Seraph continued. "Our best estimate now places a coordinated action within the month, possibly sooner. I do not have precise details on the nature of the strike, but every indicator we've gathered points towards something far larger than the isolated attempts of the past several years." Issei felt the room's attention settle on him, the same way it had 7 years earlier in that first war room discussion, though the fear he had carried then had long since hardened into something steadier, more resolved. "Then we stop waiting for them to choose the moment," he said. "We've spent months preparing defensively. I think it's time we started thinking about how to make sure that whatever they attempt, it fails so completely that no one is ever foolish enough to try something like it again." Azazel, quiet through most of the discussion, finally spoke, his usual dark humor entirely absent. "You're talking about more than just defense now, kid." "I'm talking about protecting my family," Issei said, "by whatever means actually accomplish that. I spent years hoping patience and diplomacy would eventually win over people who were never interested in either. I'm done making that mistake. If the Purist Accord wants to test what this dynasty has actually become, I intend to make sure they get a very clear, very final answer." The council session stretched long into the evening, contingencies mapped, alliances confirmed, defenses finalized, and by the time Issei finally returned to the sanctuary, the quiet joy of the preceding weeks had given way, necessarily, to a harder, more focused readiness that settled over the entire household like the deep, gathering stillness before a storm finally breaks. He found his children asleep, each in turn, checking on them individually in a quiet ritual he had maintained since their births, watching Ophus's peaceful, unguarded rest, so different from the fierce, watchful alertness she carried during waking hours. Kurigane's small hand still loosely curled around the fallen leaf he had been examining before sleep claimed him. Serena's desk cluttered with half-finished theoretical notes, even in childhood sleep. Raziel's wings folded gently against his back, his expression serene even in dreams. Lilith sprawled sideways across her bed in a position that suggested she had fallen asleep mid-movement, still restless even in rest. 5 children who represented everything the old guard feared and everything the treaty's architects had hoped for, sleeping peacefully, entirely unaware that the storm their parents had spent months preparing for was no longer a distant possibility but an approaching, confirmed certainty. Issei stood in the quiet hallway outside their rooms for a long while, feeling the full weight of what was coming settle over him, and found, beneath the fear that would have once overwhelmed him, only a hard, unshakable resolve. Whatever the Purist Accord intended, whatever coordinated strike they were finalizing even as his children slept peacefully just beyond his reach, he would meet it standing between them and every last threat this fractured, ancient world had ever dared assemble. The God-tier dynasty had been built through 7 years of doubt, love, hard-won trust, and fierce, deliberate joy. Now, at last, it would be tested by fire. The attack came 11 days after Seraph's emergency council session, in the deep, quiet hours before dawn, when the sanctuary's defenses were at their statistically weakest point in the daily rotation, a detail that told Issei, in the first chaotic seconds of the assault, exactly how thoroughly the purist accord had studied their target before finally moving against it. He woke to Sona's ward network screaming through the household's emergency channels, a piercing, layered alarm that every resident of the sanctuary had drilled against for months, but that still, in the actual moment of its sounding, sent a spike of pure adrenaline through his chest unlike anything the drills had fully prepared him for. Perimeter breach, Sona's voice cut through the emergency channel, already fully alert despite the hour, the careful, methodical precision she brought to every crisis holding steady even now. Multiple points simultaneously, northern and eastern boundaries. This is not a probing attack, Issei. This is the coordinated strike we've been preparing for. Issei was moving before she finished speaking, boosted gear flaring to life across his forearm as he pulled on armor that had, for months, been kept ready beside his bed for exactly this contingency. Rias was already awake beside him, her own crimson magic gathering around her hands with the fierce, focused intensity he had seen from her only during the darkest days of the original war. The children, she said, and the fear in her voice was not for herself. Sona's routing security to their rooms now, Issei said, checking the emergency channel readout scrolling rapidly across the ward interface embedded in his gauntlet. Yasaka and Gabriel are already moving to the northern wing. Penemue's coordinating the eastern defense personally. They found Yasaka in the hallway outside the children's wing, her golden eyes blazing with a cold, ancient fury that Issei had only glimpsed once before, the night she had first learned of Baal Astaroth's confirmed hostility. 9 great foxtails, more than Issei had ever seen her manifest even during the darkest moments of the original war, spread in a defensive fan behind her, each one crackling with barely contained senjutsu energy. They are not getting past this hallway, she said, her voice carrying a promise that needed no further elaboration. Gabriel is inside with the children now, warding the room directly. Go. Help Penemue hold the eastern breach. I will not let anything reach my children while I still draw a breath. Issei nodded, trusting her completely, and turned toward the eastern wing with Rias close behind him, the sounds of battle already audible even from this distance, the sharp crack of magical discharge and the deeper, resonant boom of fallen grey defensive spellwork colliding against the sanctuary's reinforced wards. The eastern courtyard, when they reached it, had already become a battlefield. Penemue stood at its center, wings fully extended, directing a coordinated defense against what looked, to Issei's practiced eye, like a force numbering well over 100, a mixture of devil purist combat mages, rogue fallen soldiers bearing the distinctive dark sigils of the splinter faction Penemue's intelligence had identified weeks earlier, and unmistakably, a contingent of Heaven's zealot wing. Their holy light spells cutting through the pre-dawn darkness in sharp, searing arcs. About time, Penemue called out, not looking away from the melee even as she spoke, her own light spear materializing and hurling toward a cluster of advancing attackers with brutal, practiced precision. They came in harder than my projections anticipated. This isn't a raid, Issei. This is a full invasion force. How many total? My best estimate puts the combined assault at close to 300 across all breach points, Penemue said grimly. Coordinated timing, coordinated spellwork. Whoever's leading this operation has been planning it meticulously for months. Issei felt something cold and hard settle into his chest, the same resolve that had carried him through the darkest battles of the original war now sharpened by a fury that war had never quite matched, the visceral, protective rage of a father whose children lay just beyond this courtyard, defended by walls and wards that would not hold forever against a force this determined. Then let's make sure their meticulous planning was a complete waste of time, he said, and the boosted gear's familiar voice resonated through his gauntlet, ancient and eager. Boost. The surge of power that flooded through him was immediate and overwhelming, 7 years of careful training and hard-won mastery over the sacred gear crystallizing into something far beyond what he had commanded even at the war's end. He moved into the courtyard's chaos like a crimson blur, meeting the first wave of advancing combat mages with a controlled, devastating efficiency that scattered their formation within seconds. Rias fought beside him with the same fierce, focused intensity, her power of destruction carving through enemy ranks with a precision honed over years of both formal training and the desperate, practical necessity of protecting a family she would burn the world down to keep safe. Together, Father and Mother pressed back the Eastern assault's first wave, buying Penemue and her fallen loyalists the breathing room to regroup and reinforce their positions. But even as the Eastern breach began, slowly, to stabilize, Issei's ward interface flashed an urgent alert from the northern wing, and his blood ran cold at what it showed. The children's wing was under direct assault. Yasaka had not exaggerated her resolve. In the narrow hallway outside the children's wing, she stood as a wall of golden fire and 9 spinning tails, meeting the advancing force, an elite squad specifically detached from the main assault with the singular purpose of reaching the children, with a ferocity that had already, by the time Issei arrived, left a dozen attackers scattered and broken across the corridor floor. They sent their best directly at this hallway, Yasaka said, not breaking her focus even as she spoke, her voice tight with the strain of sustained, maximum output combat. Specialized anti-yokai combat mages, equipped specifically to counter senjutsu defenses. Someone studied my capabilities in detail before planning this. Issei arrived just in time to intercept a combat mage who had, through a coordinated distraction, nearly slipped past Yasaka's defensive line, the man's blade already raised toward a gap in her guard. The boosted gear's power surged through Issei's strike, ending the threat before it could fully materialize, and for a moment, Father and Mother figures stood back to back in that narrow, blood-marked hallway, facing down the remnants of a squad that had clearly expected an easier target. Gabriel, Issei said urgently. Is she holding? The ward around the children's room is holding, Yasaka confirmed, cutting down another attacker with brutal efficiency. But they've been probing it continuously since the assault began. It will not hold indefinitely against this level of sustained pressure. Inside that warded room, Gabriel stood at its center, wings fully unfurled, holy light gathered in both hands, a defensive barrier of pure celestial energy wrapped around her 5 terrified but remarkably composed charges. Ophis stood closest to the door, her early warning instinct straining against every advancing threat beyond the ward, calling out warnings that helped Gabriel anticipate each fresh wave of magical pressure testing the barrier's integrity. They're trying the same spot again, Ophis said, her 7-year-old voice carrying a steadiness that would have seemed impossible in a child her age under any other circumstances. Same weak point as before, upper left corner. I see it, Gabriel said, reinforcing the barrier with a fresh surge of holy light, sweat beating at her temple from the sustained, extraordinary output the defense demanded. Beside her, Raziel had his small hands pressed against the barrier as well, his empathic gift, turned inward for the first time in genuine crisis, somehow helping stabilize the ward structure through a mechanism none of the adults present fully understood but that Gabriel could feel, unmistakably, easing the strain on her own reserves. Keep doing that, sweetheart, Gabriel told her son, her voice steady despite the fear she could not fully hide. Whatever you're doing, it's helping. Serena, meanwhile, had positioned herself at the room's small emergency console, the same magical circuitry interface Sona had installed months earlier as a precaution. Neither of them had truly believed they would need this soon, her small fingers moving across the controls with a focus that belied her age entirely. I can reroute auxiliary power from the eastern defense grid, she said, more to herself than to anyone else in the room, working through the problem with the same analytical intensity she brought to every theoretical challenge. That should reduce the pressure on Mama Gabriel's barrier by at least 15%. Do it, Gabriel said, trusting her stepdaughter's judgment even in the chaos of active battle. Kurigane and Lilith had positioned themselves near the room's rear, ready to defend the children's most vulnerable flank should the primary barrier ever actually fail, Kurigane's hands glowing faintly with senjutsu energy he had never before channeled under this kind of pressure. Lilith's dual-colored wings flared in a fighting stance that mirrored her mother's combat posture with unsettling precision for a 7-year-old. If it breaks, Lilith said, her voice tight but unwavering, I'm not running. I'm not letting anything pass me to get to the little ones. None of us are running, Kurigane agreed, his usually gentle voice carrying an edge. Issei, listening through the emergency channel Sona had patched into every corner of the sanctuary, had never heard from his son before. The barrier held, through sheer combined effort, through Gabriel's exhausted but unbroken celestial power, Raziel's mysterious stabilizing empathic contribution, Serena's clever technical redirection, and the fierce, unwavering readiness of two children prepared to physically stand between their siblings and any threat that finally broke through. Outside that room, Yasaka and Issei finally cleared the elite squad entirely, the last attacker falling to a combined strike that left the hallway littered with the remnants of a force that had, by every reasonable military calculation, been specifically prepared to overwhelm exactly this defensive position. "They're pulling back," Yasaka said, breathing hard, her 9 tails finally settling from their maximum extension. "This wave, at least." Issei checked the emergency channel readout with growing dread. "The eastern breach is stabilizing too. Penemue's holding. But Sona's reporting a third force, larger than either of the first two, forming at the southern boundary. This wasn't the main assault, Yasaka. This was them testing our response before committing their real strength." The realization settled over him with cold, terrible clarity. Whoever led the purest Accord's coordination had not expected the initial waves to succeed outright. They had been probing, gathering intelligence on exactly how the sanctuary's defenses would respond, information that would inform whatever came next. "Then we need to be ready for whatever they actually intended this to be building toward," Issei said, already moving toward the southern boundary, Yasaka falling into step beside him despite the visible exhaustion of her sustained combat output. "Because I don't think we've seen the real fight yet." Sona met Issei and Yasaka at the southern boundary's command post, a fortified position she had established months earlier specifically to coordinate exactly this kind of multi-front crisis, her usual composure stretched thin but holding under the weight of coordinating an active, 3-point defense in real time. "The southern force is significantly larger than the first two waves combined," she reported, gesturing toward the tactical display projecting a real-time overview of the sanctuary's defensive perimeter, red markers clustering thick and dense along the southern boundary line. "My best estimate now puts total attacking forces at somewhere between 400 and 500, which means the northern and eastern assaults truly were preliminary, designed to draw out our strongest defenders and gauge our response capacity before committing the bulk of their strength here." "Who's leading the southern force?" Issei asked, studying the tactical display with the same grim focus he had once brought to war room strategy sessions during the darkest days of the original conflict. "Unconfirmed, but my intelligence suggests it's someone with genuine command experience, not merely a fanatic willing to throw bodies at a fortified position," Sona said. "The coordination between the 3 factional elements involved is too precise for anything less. Whoever's directing this operation understands military strategy at a level that concerns me deeply." Penemue's voice crackled through the emergency channel, breathless but steady. "Eastern breach fully stabilized. I'm redirecting available fallen forces to reinforce the southern line now." "Copy that," Sona said, already adjusting the tactical display to account for the incoming reinforcement. "Yasaka, how's your reserve capacity after the northern engagement?" "Diminished, but sufficient," Yasaka said, though the slight unsteadiness in her voice suggested the sustained combat had cost her more than she was willing to fully admit under the pressure of an ongoing crisis. "I will hold the southern line as long as this family needs me to." Issei looked at her with genuine concern, 7 years of marriage having taught him to recognize the subtle signs of exhaustion beneath her composed exterior. "You've already fought at maximum output once tonight, Yasaka, and I will fight at maximum output again, as many times as this night requires," she said, her golden eyes carrying a fierce, unwavering resolve that brooked no argument. "My children are in that house, Issei. There is no version of exhaustion severe enough to make me stand aside while this family's survival hangs in the balance." Before Issei could respond, the tactical display flared with a sudden, urgent alert, the southern forces' advance accelerating dramatically, the loose, probing formation of the earlier waves giving way to something far more organized and purposeful. "They're committing fully," Sona said, her voice sharpening with focused urgency. "This is it. This is the real assault." Issei felt the boosted gear's power gathering instinctively along his forearm, the familiar crimson glow intensifying in response to the surge of adrenaline and protective fury coursing through him. Beside him, Rias arrived at a full sprint, having secured the eastern positions sufficiently to redeploy toward what was clearly becoming the decisive engagement of the night. "Gabriel and the children?" Issei asked immediately. "Holding," Rias confirmed. Penemue's redirected reinforcements to the northern wing as well, just in case this southern push is itself another diversion. I don't think it is, though. This feels different. This feels like the real thing. Sona's tactical display confirmed the assessment. The Southern Forces formation now unmistakably organized around a clear command structure, magical signatures of significant power concentrated at its center, protected by layers of lesser combatants in a formation designed to punch through fortified defenses through sheer coordinated force. I'm reading at least 3 signatures of genuinely dangerous magical capability at the formation's core, Sona reported, studying the readings with growing alarm. Possibly the operation's actual leadership, finally committing directly rather than directing from a distance. Issei studied the tactical display for a long moment, feeling the full weight of the coming engagement settle over him, the culmination of months of preparation and years of accumulated tension finally, inevitably, arriving at this single decisive moment. Then we meet them head-on, he said, his voice carrying the same hard, unshakable resolve that had steadied his family through every crisis the treaty had thrown at them since its very first day. Sona, hold this command post and keep the northern and eastern defenses coordinated in case this really is a diversion. Rias, Yasaka, you're with me. We're going to end this southern assault before it ever reaches close enough to threaten this house directly. And if it's not a diversion? Sona asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. Then we make sure it's the last mistake the purest accord ever makes, Issei said, and the crimson glow of his boosted gear intensified into something closer to the full, terrible power he had not fully unleashed since the darkest hours of the original war, 7 years of careful restraint finally giving way to the fierce, protective fury of a father defending everything he had built. He moved toward the southern boundary with Rias and Yasaka flanking him, the 3 of them advancing not as reluctant defenders anymore, but as the full, devastating force the purest accord's leadership had, in their arrogance, badly underestimated. The southern boundary, when Issei, Rias, and Yasaka reached it, had become a scene of devastating, concentrated violence, the sanctuary's outer wards straining visibly under the combined assault of the purest accord's committed main force, their advance formation pressing forward with a discipline that spoke to extensive, careful preparation. At the formation's core, exactly as Sona's readings had indicated, stood 3 figures whose power was immediately, unmistakably apparent even from a distance. A devil combat mage of clear high aristocratic lineage, his crest marking him as a member of a house Issei recognized from years of hostile council sessions. A fallen commander whose dark wings bore the distinctive scarring of centuries of combat experience. And at the center, a figure in ornate battle regalia bearing the unmistakable insignia of Heaven's zealot faction, holy light gathering around him with an intensity that suggested rank well beyond an ordinary soldier. Security, the devil combat mage called out, his voice carrying easily across the battlefield's chaos, dripping with the same cold, aristocratic contempt Issei remembered from Baal Astaroth's faction, though this man's hostility carried none of the old devil's underlying restraint. You've kept us waiting 7 years for this confrontation. I confess I expected you to be more difficult to draw out. You attacked my home in the middle of the night with an army of hundreds, Issei said, his voice carrying a hard, cold fury that silenced the aristocrat's mocking tone almost immediately. There's nothing difficult about defending my family from that. There's only the question of how completely I'm going to make you regret it. Bold words, the fallen commander said, his wings flaring wide, for a man about to watch everything he's built burn to the ground. You're not touching my family, Issei said, and the boosted gear's power surged to its full, terrible intensity, crimson light blazing so bright it briefly illuminated the entire southern boundary like a second, furious sunrise. Not tonight. Not ever. The battle that followed was unlike anything the sanctuary had faced in its 7 years of existence, 3 of the world's most dangerous combatants meeting the combined might of the boosted gear's wielder, a Gremory heiress whose power of destruction had only grown more devastating with years of mastery, and a Yokai leader whose centuries of accumulated power, even strained from earlier engagement, remained a force capable of reshaping the very battlefield beneath their feet. Rias met the devil aristocrat's advance with a fury that matched, in its intensity, the same protective rage burning through her husband, her power of destruction unmaking his defensive spells with brutal, uncompromising efficiency. "You brought an army to murder children," she said, her voice carrying none of her usual careful diplomatic restraint, only the raw, unfiltered fury of a mother whose family had just survived an assassination attempt. "I am going to make certain you never threaten anyone's children again." Yasaka, despite her earlier exhaustion, met the fallen commander's challenge with a resurgence of power that seemed to draw directly from the fierce, protective resolve she had voiced to Issei only minutes earlier. Her 9 tails once again spread in full, blazing extension, senjutsu energy crackling through the air around her with an intensity that spoke to reserves she had not fully acknowledged even to herself. "You misjudge what centuries of leadership actually teach a woman," she told the fallen commander, meeting his advance with a strike that sent him reeling backward despite his considerable combat experience. "I have buried enemies far more formidable than your coalition, and I will bury this one just as surely, for daring to threaten my children." Issei turned his full attention to the zealot commander at the formation's center, the man's holy light gathering into a devastating offensive spell that would have, against any lesser opponent, proven immediately lethal. "I know what you're going to say," Issei said, his own crimson power gathering into a counter that dwarfed the zealot's spell in raw magnitude. "Something about how my children are an abomination against natural order. How this dynasty threatens everything you believe heaven's doctrine is supposed to protect. You mock what you cannot understand," the zealot commander said, his holy light intensifying further, desperation beginning to color his previously confident tone as he registered, belatedly, the true scale of power he had committed his forces against. "Your children are a violation, Hyoudou. An unnatural blending that no doctrine, no faction, no tradition should ever have permitted to exist." "My children," Issei said, and the fury in his voice carried a weight that made even the zealot commander's advance falter slightly, "are the single greatest thing I have ever helped build in my entire life. They're kind. They're brilliant. They're fierce, and gentle, and curious, and they love each other, and their mothers and me more completely than any doctrine you've ever studied could possibly account for. You came here tonight to murder them in their sleep, and you're going to stand there and lecture me about violations against natural order?" The boosted gear's power surged to a level Issei had rarely accessed even during the war's most desperate final battles, the balance breaker's full form materializing around him in a blaze of crimson light that momentarily illuminated the entire southern battlefield. "You violated something tonight," Issei said, his voice carrying the full, terrible weight of the Red Dragon Emperor's ancient power. "You violated the one thing I promised my children I would never let happen to them. And I am going to make absolutely certain you understand exactly what that mistake costs you." What followed was less a battle than a reckoning, 3 of the purest Accord's most dangerous commanders discovering, in rapid and devastating succession, exactly how badly they had miscalculated the true scale of power they had committed their forces against. The Devil Aristocrat's carefully constructed defensive formations, built on generations of pure-blood magical theory he had clearly expected to prove superior to whatever unconventional power the Hyoudou's family could muster, collapsed under the relentless, precise fury of Rias's power of destruction. She fought with a controlled intensity that channeled 7 years of protective love into every strike, each blast unmaking not just his spells but the confident certainty with which he had ridden into this attack. "You don't understand what you're actually facing," Rias told him, as his last defensive ward finally shattered under her sustained assault, leaving him exposed and visibly shaken for the first time since the battle began. "You thought you were attacking a political anomaly. A mistake to be corrected. You're actually attacking a mother whose children you tried to murder in their sleep. Those are very different things to survive." The fallen commander fared no better against Yasaka's renewed assault, his centuries of battlefield experience proving insufficient against the Yokai leader whose fury, once fully unleashed, drew on reserves of power that dwarfed anything his intelligence briefings had prepared him to expect. "Your scouts clearly underestimated me," Yasaka said, her 9 tails weaving a complex, devastating pattern of senjutsu strikes that left the fallen commander scrambling to defend against attacks coming from too many directions at once. "Centuries of leadership are not merely ceremonial, fallen. I did not survive this long by being weaker than I appeared." The zealot commander, facing Issei directly, proved the most stubborn of the 3, his holy light powered by a fanatic conviction that refused to yield even as the true, overwhelming scale of the boosted gear's balance breaker form became undeniable. Heaven will not forget this, he gasped, blood mixing with the holy light still gathering weakly around his trembling hands, his earlier confidence entirely shattered under the relentless pressure of Issei's assault. Whatever you do to me tonight, others will rise to finish what we started. Maybe, Issei said, his voice carrying no satisfaction in the man's defeat, only a hard, exhausted certainty. But every single time someone rises to threaten my family, I'm going to be standing right here, exactly like this, ready to end that threat completely. You want to test how many times your side is willing to lose that exchange before you finally understand it's not a fight you can win? The zealot commander did not answer, his strength finally giving out entirely under the combined weight of exhaustion and the crushing realization of his complete tactical failure, and as he fell, the surrounding formation of lesser combatants, watching their leadership collapse in rapid, humiliating succession, began to waver, their earlier disciplined advance dissolving into open, panicked retreat. They're breaking, Rias called out, watching the southern forces' cohesion collapse entirely as word of their commander's defeat rippled backward through the retreating ranks. The southern assault is failing. Issei allowed himself a single, exhausted breath of relief, watching the tide of the night's battle finally, decisively turn in his family's favor. But even as the southern force scattered into full retreat, his ward interface flashed with a fresh, urgent alert that stole whatever relief he had briefly allowed himself. Issei, Sona's voice came through the emergency channel, tight with a fear that cut through her usual composed precision. I need you back at the command post immediately. We have a problem. What kind of problem? The kind where I'm reading a fourth magical signature, Sona said, one that just appeared at the sanctuary's center, inside our perimeter, nowhere near any of the breach points we've been defending. Issei, someone got past us. Someone is already inside the house. Issei moved faster than he had ever moved in his entire life, the exhaustion of the southern battle forgotten entirely beneath the pure, cold terror of Sona's words. Someone was inside the house. Inside, where his children were supposed to be safe behind Gabriel's ward and the fierce, protective readiness of their older siblings. He reached the children's wing in seconds, Rias and Yasaka close behind him, and found Gabriel's barrier still holding, but strained now from a new direction entirely, a sophisticated infiltration spell working methodically at the ward's structure from within the sanctuary's own walls, bypassing the exterior defenses entirely through some route none of Sona's careful planning had anticipated. There, Sona's voice cut through the emergency channel, her tactical readout now projected directly into Issei's ward interface, highlighting a service corridor that connected to the sanctuary's original construction, a maintenance passage from the building's earliest days that had, somehow, escaped the security upgrades of the past several years. Whoever this is, they knew about a route even I didn't have fully documented. The figure that emerged from that service corridor a moment later was unlike any of the combatants Issei had faced in the southern battle, moving with a controlled, unhurried precision that spoke to genuine mastery rather than the fanatic desperation of the forces they had already repelled. Dressed in nondescript combat gear that bore no faction insignia at all, the figure's face remained obscured beneath a hood, though the raw magical power radiating from them was immediately, unmistakably apparent even to Issei's battle-weary senses. You're not with the purest Accord's main force, Issei said, positioning himself directly between the intruder and the warded room where his children waited, Rias and Yasaka flanking him with weapons ready. The purest Accord's main force was never meant to succeed, the figure said, voice carefully modulated to obscure any identifying characteristics. They were the distraction, Sekirudai. Loud enough, desperate enough, to draw your attention and your strongest defenders toward the visible battle, while the actual objective was achieved quietly, through the one route your security never fully accounted for. Cold understanding settled over Issei like a physical weight. You were never planning to overwhelm our defenses through force. You were planning to slip past them entirely. Precisely, the figure said, and something in the calm, clinical certainty of the response made Issei's protective fury surge harder than anything the southern battle had provoked. 5 children, unprecedented in their power, all conveniently gathered in a single, warded room. One well-placed strike, properly timed, and this entire dynasty ends tonight, regardless of how thoroughly you repel every other force I sent to draw your attention. You're not getting anywhere near that room, Yasaka said, her voice carrying a cold, absolute finality. I don't need to get near it, the figure said, and raised a hand toward the corridor's ceiling, where Issei realized, with sudden dawning horror, a complex array of runic markings had already been quietly, methodically inscribed during the figure's earlier, undetected approach. I only need to complete what I've already begun. The runic array flared to sudden, violent life, and Issei felt the entire structure of the corridor shudder under a magical pressure unlike anything he had encountered even during the southern battle's most intense exchanges. A collapsing spell designed, with horrifying precision, to bring the entire children's wing down in a single, catastrophic strike. No, Issei said, and the boosted gear's power surged past anything he had accessed even in his confrontation with the Zealot commander, 7 years of protective love and hard-won mastery crystallizing into a single, desperate act of defiance against a threat that would not simply be talked down or diplomatically outmaneuvered. Balance break. The crimson light that erupted from him in that narrow corridor was unlike anything even Rias or Yasaka had witnessed from him before. A surge of draconic power that pushed back against the collapsing spell's catastrophic momentum with raw, desperate force. Buying precious seconds even as the corridor's structure continued groaning under the strain of two colliding magical forces fighting for the fate of everything Issei had spent 7 years building. Rias, Yasaka, he gasped, every ounce of his concentration devoted to holding back the collapse. Get to the children. Now. I can't hold this and protect them at the same time. They didn't hesitate, moving past him toward the warded room with desperate speed, and Issei, alone now in that shuddering, collapsing corridor, faced the hooded figure with a fury that had, in this single terrible moment, become the purest, most absolute expression of everything he had ever felt for his family. You are not taking them from me, he said, and the boosted gear's ancient power roared in answer, a promise given voice through 7 years of love finally meeting its most desperate test. The corridor held, though barely, Issei's desperate, maximum output resistance against the collapsing spell, buying just enough time for the structural failsafe Sona had insisted on installing years earlier, in a moment of characteristic caution that now proved the difference between catastrophe and survival, to engage and stabilize the failing ceiling before it could fully collapse. The hooded figure, watching their carefully prepared strike fail against a resistance they had clearly not fully anticipated, made a swift, calculated decision, disengaging from the failed collapse attempt and retreating back toward the service corridor with the same controlled, unhurried precision that had marked their entire infiltration. You bought yourself tonight, the figure said, pausing at the corridor's edge, voice still carefully modulated but carrying, for the first time, a note of genuine reassessment. I did not expect the balance breaker's output to have grown this significantly since the war's end. That is a data point worth reconsidering. Who are you? Issei demanded, his own reserves badly depleted from the sustained, desperate effort of holding back the collapse, but his fury undiminished. You're not purist accord. You're something else. I am someone who believes, as strongly as any pure-blood extremist, that this dynasty represents a genuine, existential threat to the world's existing order, the figure said. I simply believe it requires more careful, patient methods than the crude force your enemies tonight attempted. This will not be our last encounter, Sekirudai. Consider tonight a preliminary assessment. I have learned a great deal about your true capabilities that I did not previously possess. Before Issei could press further, the figure vanished entirely, some sophisticated teleportation working faster than his depleted reserves could track or intercept, leaving him alone in the shuddering, stabilizing corridor with nothing but questions and a cold, new understanding that the threat facing his family extended beyond the crude, desperate force of the purest accord's visible extremism. He found Rias and Yasaka in the children's room moments later, the warded barrier finally lowering as the immediate threat passed, 5 children rushing forward the instant the ward dissolved, Ophis and Lilith reaching their father first, both of them, despite their fierce, battle-ready composure throughout the night's crisis, finally allowing themselves the open, unguarded tears of children who had spent hours genuinely terrified for their family's survival. Papa, Ophis said, her voice breaking as she buried her face against his armor, I felt it. The wrongness, right before the ceiling shook. I tried to warn everyone, but it was already so close. You did exactly right, Issei said, kneeling to pull all 5 of his children into as complete an embrace as his exhausted arms could manage, Kurigane and Serena and Raziel crowding close alongside their sisters, the entire family finally, fully together again after a night that had tested every single thing they had built over 7 years. You all did exactly right. Every one of you. I am so proud of how you protected each other tonight. Gabriel, visibly drained from hours of sustained maximum output warding, allowed herself to sag against the wall the moment the immediate crisis passed, and Rias moved immediately to support her, the 2 women exchanging a look of exhausted, profound relief that needed no words to fully convey. Penemue and Sona arrived minutes later, both reporting the same news across the emergency channel and now in person, the southern, eastern, and northern assaults all fully repelled, the Purist Accord's visible forces scattered and retreating in complete disarray, their leadership either captured or fled beyond any immediate pursuit. We won, Penemue said, though her voice carried none of the triumph the words might have suggested under other circumstances, only weary, hard-earned relief. The visible assault, at least. Every wave repelled. There's something else, Issei said, his expression grim enough that the room's cautious relief immediately sharpened back into focused attention. The main assault was a distraction. Someone else got past our exterior defenses entirely, through an old maintenance route Sona's security upgrades never fully covered. They nearly brought down the children's wing directly. Sona's face went pale. That's impossible. I personally audited every access point in this structure. Not this one, Issei said. Whoever this was, they knew about a route that predates your involvement with this sanctuary's construction entirely. And they said this wasn't over. That tonight was some kind of preliminary assessment. The room fell into a heavy, exhausted silence, the hard-won relief of repelling the visible assault now tempered by the far more unsettling realization that the true depth of the threat facing their family extended well beyond the crude, desperate extremism of the Purist Accord's scattered forces. Then we've learned something important tonight too, Yasaka said finally, her voice steady despite the visible exhaustion of hours of sustained combat. We know now that this fight is not over. That whoever orchestrated tonight's assault sees us as an ongoing problem requiring more than a single, overwhelming strike. So what do we do? Rias asked quietly, still supporting Gabriel's weight against her own exhausted frame. Issei looked around at his family, 5 children finally beginning to relax in the safety of their parents' presence, 5 wives who had fought through the night's terror with a ferocity that had, decisively, protected everything they had built together, and felt the last of his own uncertainty give way to something harder, more absolute. We stopped being reactive entirely, he said. Tonight we defended. We survived because we were prepared, because every single person in this family fought with everything they had. But I am done simply surviving whatever this old guard decides to throw at us next. Whoever's really behind this, whatever deeper coordination is still moving against us, we are going to find them, and we are going to make certain they understand, completely and permanently, that this family is not a threat to be patiently managed. We are a family that will burn down anyone foolish enough to threaten it. The days following the attack brought a grim, methodical reckoning as the full scope of the Purist Accord's failed rebellion came into focus through interrogations of the captured combatants, and careful analysis of the battlefield's aftermath. The captured devil aristocrat, stripped of the cold confidence he had carried into battle, proved surprisingly forthcoming once Serzex himself arrived to oversee the formal interrogation, the weight of facing a Mao directly loosening a tongue that had remained defiant through the initial questioning by Sona's intelligence officers. The coalition was larger than what you saw last night, he admitted, his aristocratic bearing entirely deflated under the combined pressure of defeat and Serzex's imposing presence. Baal Astaroth's faction provided resources and intelligence, though he maintained enough distance to preserve deniability. The zealot wing within heaven contributed their most fanatic elements. The rogue fallen commander answered to leadership entirely separate from Azazel's authority, a splinter faction that has been quietly building strength for years. And the fourth force, Issei said, standing at the edge of the interrogation chamber, his voice hard with the memory of that collapsing corridor. the one that infiltrated our defenses directly. Who were they? The aristocrat's composure, already fragile, cracked further at the question. I don't know. I swear to you, Security, I don't know. We were told only that a separate operative would handle what our commanders referred to as the decisive strike, that our assault existed primarily to occupy your defenses while that operative completed the true objective. We were never given a name, a face, any identifying information at all. That's either a very convenient story, Penemue said, arms crossed, watching the interrogation with sharp, unforgiving attention, or genuine compartmentalization on a level that suggests whoever's actually running this operation is far more careful than the fanatics you recruited to do the dying. I believe him, Seraph said quietly, studying the broken aristocrat's expression with the practiced eye of a man who had conducted countless interrogations over centuries of governance. Fear like that isn't easily performed. Whoever orchestrated the true objective of last night's attack kept their identity compartmentalized even from their own coalition's leadership. The pattern held across every subsequent interrogation. The zealot commander, once healed enough to be questioned, confirmed the same structure, extensive coordination toward a visible, overwhelming assault designed specifically to draw out the sanctuary's strongest defenders, while a separate, unidentified operative pursued what he too referred to only as the true objective. None of the captured leadership possessed any concrete information about the hooded figure's identity, only vague references to instructions relayed through intermediaries and dead drops designed to prevent exactly the kind of information Sona's intelligence network was now desperately trying to extract. Someone built this entire operation specifically to be compartmentalized against failure, Sona said, reviewing the accumulated interrogation reports with growing frustration. 3 days after the attack, the sanctuary's council chamber once again filled with the family and their closest allies. Even total defeat of the visible coalition doesn't expose whoever is actually directing the true threat. That level of operational security suggests resources and planning far beyond what a scattered pure-blood extremist coalition could organize on their own, Azazel said, his usual dark humor entirely absent as he studied the same reports with grim focus. I've spent decades tracking fallen extremist movements, and I've never seen this kind of careful compartmentalization from any faction I'm aware of. So we're facing something we don't fully understand yet, Issei said, the frustration of the past 3 days evident in his tightly controlled voice. An enemy patient and careful enough to spend an entire visible army as a distraction, just to buy one operative a chance to slip past our defenses and nearly bring the children's wing down on top of them. Nearly, Michael said quietly, having remained largely silent through the interrogation reviews, his attention instead focused on the deeper implications of what the family now faced. That word matters, Issei. Whatever this deeper threat actually is, it failed last night. Your family's defenses, your own strength, and the courage of your children held against an attack specifically designed to overwhelm you. That is not nothing. It's not enough either, Yasaka said, her voice carrying the same hard, unwavering resolve she had shown throughout the crisis. We survived one attempt. This hooded figure made clear there will be others, more careful, more patient, better prepared for whatever defenses we strengthen in response. Issei looked around the council chamber at his family, exhausted but unbroken, 5 children who had, 3 nights earlier, fought and defended each other with a courage that had genuinely saved their own lives, 5 wives who had met an overwhelming, coordinated assault with a ferocity that had, decisively, protected everything this family had built together over 7 extraordinary years. Then we stop waiting to be attacked again, he said, the same hard resolve he had voiced in the immediate aftermath of the battle now sharpened by 3 days of careful reflection and mounting frustration. We take this fight to them. Whoever's really behind this, whatever deeper coalition or hidden operative is patiently planning their next move against my family, I am done playing defense. I want every resource this alliance can muster devoted to finding them, and when we do, I want to make absolutely certain that whatever remains of the purest Accord's ambitions, and whoever's truly directing them, understands with total, permanent clarity exactly what happens to anyone who threatens this family. The council chamber fell silent at the weight of his words, and it was Seraph, finally, who spoke into that silence, his voice carrying the grave authority of a mouth fully committing his resources to a fight he understood, now more than ever, was far from over. You will have everything this alliance can offer, he said. The Purist Accord's rebellion failed last night. But I do not believe, Issei, that we have yet seen the true face of what actually threatens your family. When we find it, and we will find it, I suspect the response this family delivers will be remembered for generations. The investigation that followed consumed the next several weeks, Penemue's intelligence network expanding into an operation larger and more thorough than anything the sanctuary had mounted in its 7 years of existence, drawing on resources from every faction allied with the family, Surzex's own devil intelligence apparatus, Michael's careful, discreet inquiries within Heaven's own ranks, Azazel's decades of accumulated fallen contacts, and Yasaka's network of yokai clans stretching across territories the old guard had never fully mapped. We're finally getting somewhere, Penemue reported, 3 weeks after the attack, spreading a fresh set of intelligence findings across the study table for the family's review. The compartmentalization was thorough, but not perfect. We've traced financial resources funding the Purist Accord's coalition back through several shell operations, and they all eventually converge on a single source. Who? Issei asked, his patience worn thin by weeks of frustrating, incremental progress. That's the interesting part, Penemue said. The funding traces back to an organization we haven't encountered before, calling themselves the Concord of Ancients. Best information we have suggests it's not aligned with any single faction, not purely devil, angel, fallen, or yokai extremism, but something that draws membership and resources from disaffected elements across all of them simultaneously. Sona leaned forward, studying the intelligence findings with sharpening focus. That would explain the operational sophistication we saw during the attack. A coalition drawing expertise from multiple factions' most capable extremist elements would account for the compartmentalization, the infiltration route through the sanctuary's original construction blueprints, all of it. What do they actually want? Rias asked. The Purist Accord's motivation was straightforward enough: bloodline purity, hatred of what our children represent. What does an organization drawing from every faction simultaneously actually believe? Penemue's expression grew grimmer. Based on what we've pieced together, this isn't really about bloodline purity at all, not at its core. It's about power. Whoever leads the Concord of Ancients seems to view your family, and specifically your children, as an existential threat to the balance of power between the 4 factions, regardless of any individual faction's specific traditions or doctrine. They believe that a bloodline combining this much power across every faction simultaneously represents a threat too significant to allow to mature, whatever its individual members' character or intentions. So it's not hatred, Yasaka said slowly. It's fear, dressed up in strategic calculation rather than pure blood ideology. That's our current assessment, Penemue confirmed. Which, honestly, might make them more dangerous than the Purist Accord ever was. Fanatics driven by hatred can be unpredictable, but they're also often careless, driven by emotion rather than calculation. An organization motivated by cold, strategic fear is going to be patient, methodical, and much harder to provoke into the kind of overextension that let us defeat the Purist Accord's visible assault so decisively. Issei absorbed this information with the same hard, focused attention he had brought to every strategic challenge since the attack, feeling the shape of the true threat facing his family finally beginning to come into clearer, more actionable focus. Do we know where they're based? Who's actually leading them? We're close, Sona said. Closer than we've been at any point since the attack. The financial trail points toward a hidden compound somewhere along the border between Underworld and Yokai territory, an area technically claimed by neither faction and therefore largely unmonitored by either. We don't have exact coordinates yet, but Penemue's network is narrowing the search considerably. And the hooded figure? The one who infiltrated the children's wing directly? Penemue's expression tightened further. Still no confirmed identity. But given the operational sophistication we witnessed, and the fact that this individual clearly held enough authority to operate independently of the Purist Accord's broader coalition, I believe we're looking at the Concord of Ancients' actual leadership, or someone very close to it. The room fell into a heavy, focused silence, each member of the family processing the full weight of what the investigation had finally uncovered, a threat far more sophisticated and dangerous than the desperate, fanatic coalition that had assaulted their home weeks earlier, patient and strategic in a way that would require an entirely different approach to fully neutralize. Then we finished the search, Issei said finally, his voice carrying the same hard, unwavering resolve that had defined every decision since the attack. Whatever resources this family and our allies can bring to bear, I want that compound found. I want to know exactly who's been patiently planning to destroy everything we've built, and I want to make certain that when we finally find them, there is no ambiguity left about how completely this family is prepared to defend itself. Gabriel, who had remained quiet through most of the strategic discussion, finally spoke, her voice carrying a weight that drew the room's full attention. I want to say something, and I want all of you to hear it clearly. I have spent centuries believing that Heaven's doctrine represented the highest possible standard of justice and restraint. I no longer fully believe that, not after watching an organization drawing from every faction simultaneously decide that our children's mere existence justified an attempt at their murder. Whatever restraint I have shown throughout this investigation, whatever careful diplomatic instinct I have relied on for centuries, I am setting it aside entirely when we finally confront whoever is truly responsible. They tried to kill my son in his sleep. I will meet that with whatever force is required to ensure it never happens again. Issei looked at his wife, gentle, patient, endlessly composed Gabriel, and saw in her expression the same fierce, unshakable resolve burning in every other member of his family, the final, complete transformation of 5 extraordinary women and 1 reluctant emperor into something the old guard, whatever their strategic calculations, had never fully anticipated having to face. A family united, absolutely and without reservation, in defense of everything they had built together, and a threat, still hidden somewhere along a contested border, about to discover exactly how badly they had underestimated what that unity actually meant. The breakthrough came 10 days later, in the deep hours of a night that carried none of the terror of the attack weeks earlier, only the focused, exhausted satisfaction of a puzzle finally, decisively solved. I have it, Penemue said, bursting into the study where Issei sat reviewing security reports with Sona, her expression carrying the particular electric intensity of a woman who had spent weeks chasing a trail that had finally, completely come together. Coordinates for the Concord of Ancients primary compound. Confirmed through 3 independent intelligence sources, cross-referenced against magical signature readings that match residual traces from the attack on our home. Issei was on his feet immediately, the weeks of frustrated, methodical investigation crystallizing into the sharp, focused clarity of a man finally given a concrete target for the fury he had been carefully, deliberately containing since the night his children's wing had nearly collapsed around them. Show me. Penemue spread the coordinates and accompanying intelligence across the study table, a detailed picture emerging of a fortified compound built into the contested border territory between Underworld and Yokai lands, extensive defensive wards, a garrison of combatants numbering, by their best estimate, in the low hundreds, and most significantly, magical signature readings that matched, with disturbing precision, the same infiltration signature Sona had traced from the collapsed service corridor. Weeks earlier, the hooded figure is there, Sona confirmed, studying the signature readings with sharp, focused attention. Or at least, whoever they are, this compound is unmistakably connected to them. Within the hour, the entire family had gathered in the council chamber, joined by Serzex, Michael, Azazel, and representatives from Yasaka's allied Yokai clans, the full weight of the alliance the treaty had originally built now converging around a single, decisive question. We could mount a full assault immediately, Serzex said, studying the compound's defensive layout with the careful, strategic focus of a Mao who had commanded far larger operations across centuries of devil governance. Our combined forces, particularly with Issei's balance breaker leading the strike, would likely overwhelm their garrison within hours. Likely isn't certain, Sona cautioned. We don't have complete information on what defenses this compound actually holds. If the Concord of Ancients has been planning this level of operational sophistication for as long as our investigation suggests, I would be surprised if their primary base lacked equally sophisticated protections. Then we prepare thoroughly, Issei said, but we do not wait indefinitely. Every day we delay is another day this Concord of Ancients has to prepare a second attempt against my family, and I am done giving them that opportunity. Yasaka, who had been studying the compound's location with particular focus, finally spoke, her golden eyes carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated territorial knowledge. This location is significant beyond mere strategic positioning. This border territory holds old, contested history between yokai and devil claims, dating back centuries before either faction fully codified their current boundaries. Whoever chose this compound's location understood that history, and likely believed it would complicate any coordinated response between our allied factions. Did they miscalculate? Michael asked. Considerably, Yasaka said, something cold and satisfied entering her voice for the first time since the attack. My clan's elders have long memories, and long-standing grievances regarding that contested territory. They will be more than willing to lend their full support to reclaiming it, particularly under circumstances that also serve to protect this family. The planning that followed stretched through the remainder of the night, contingencies mapped with the same careful, methodical precision Sona had brought to every crisis since the treaty's earliest days, alliances confirmed, forces coordinated across 4 factions in a demonstration of unified strength that the Concord of Ancients, whatever their strategic calculations, had likely never fully anticipated facing. Near dawn, as the council session finally drew toward its conclusion, Issei found himself standing once more on the eastern balcony, the same quiet vantage point where so much of his family's story had already unfolded, watching the first pale light of morning begin to touch the horizon beyond the sanctuary's gardens. Rias found him there, exhaustion evident in her posture but her expression carrying the same hard, focused resolve that had defined the family's response since the attack. We're really doing this, she said, settling beside him at the balcony's edge. We're really doing this, Issei confirmed. I know it's a risk. I know we don't have complete information about what we're walking into. But I am done letting this threat dictate our lives from the shadows, waiting for whatever careful, patient strike they decide to attempt next. Our children deserve to grow up without wondering if every night could be the one where someone finally succeeds at what the purest accord failed to accomplish. Rias leaned against him, some of the exhaustion finally allowing itself to show beneath her composed determination. Do you remember, 7 years ago, standing in a war room, terrified of a proposal you never asked for? I remember. You're not that person anymore, she said quietly. Whatever this Concord of Ancients thinks they're facing, whatever calculated fear drove them to believe our children represented a threat worth murdering in their sleep, they have no idea what they've actually provoked. 7 years ago, you were a reluctant pawn in someone else's war. Tomorrow, you're going to show them exactly what kind of father, and exactly what kind of king, this family actually built. Issei looked out over the gardens Yasaka had planted with such patient faith years earlier, now fully mature and beautiful in the pale light of approaching dawn, and felt the last of his uncertainty settle into something absolute and unshakable, the final transformation of a boy who had once feared he would never be enough into a man fully, completely prepared to burn down anyone who threatened everything he had built. The pure-blood rebellion had failed in its immediate objective, but revealed, in its failure, a deeper, more patient threat still waiting to be confronted directly. Tomorrow, that confrontation would finally arrive, and the world was about to learn exactly what happened when it pushed the Red Dragon Emperor and his family past the very last of their patience. The assembled strike force gathered at the contested border an hour before dawn, a coalition unlike anything the supernatural world had witnessed since the original war's darkest campaigns, devil battalions under Serzex's personal command standing alongside Michael's most trusted angelic guard, Azazel's loyal fallen forces, and Yasaka's assembled yokai clans, all of them united beneath a single, unwavering purpose. Issei stood at the formation's head, balance breaker armor already active, crimson light pulsing steadily along its familiar contours, his 5 wives arrayed beside him in a line that represented, in its very composition, the complete, unbreakable unity the treaty had originally promised and that 7 years of hard-won love had made genuinely, unshakably real. Final confirmation on the compound's defenses, Sona reported, her tactical readout projected across the assembled commanders, updated with the last intelligence Penemue's network had gathered through the night. Garrison strength approximately 200, concentrated primarily around the compound's outer walls and central keep. We're reading the same infiltration signature from the attack on our home concentrated at the keep's deepest level, suggesting the Concord's leadership is present, and we believe, unaware that we've located their position. Then we move before that changes, Issei said, his voice carrying the hard, absolute resolve that had defined every decision since the discovery of the compound's location 10 days earlier. Rias stepped forward, her power of destruction already gathering faintly around her hands in anticipation. I want point on the outer wall breach. 7 years of watching that garrison's masters plot against our children has earned me the right to open this fight personally. Granted, Issei said, and turned to Yasaka, whose 9 tails had already begun their slow, deliberate unfurling. You and your clan elders take the eastern approach. This territory holds history for your people that predates this entire conflict. I want you leading the reclamation, not merely participating in it. It will be done, Yasaka said, her golden eyes carrying a cold, ancient satisfaction at the prospect of finally settling old grievances alongside new ones. Sona would coordinate the overall strategic response from a secured position just beyond the compound's outer perimeter, her tactical mind proving, as it always had, more valuable directing the battle's larger shape than engaging directly in its violence, though the sharp, focused readiness in her expression made clear she would not hesitate to join the fighting directly should circumstances demand it. Gabriel and Penemue would lead the aerial assault, their combined forces sweeping the compound's upper defenses and providing cover for the ground forces below, Gabriel's holy light and Penemue's tactical precision complementing each other with the ease of 7 years of hard-won partnership. Everyone remembers the objective, Issei said, addressing the assembled coalition with a voice that carried across the entire formation despite its considerable size. We are not here for a prolonged siege. We are here to end this threat completely, decisively, and permanently. The Concord of Ancients tried to murder my children in their sleep. Today, they learn exactly what that decision cost them. The formation's response was immediate and thunderous. Centuries of accumulated grievances across 4 factions finally finding unified expression in a single, coordinated purpose, and as the first pale light of dawn finally broke across the contested border territory, the assembled coalition began its advance toward a compound whose occupants remained, for the moment, entirely unaware of the storm about to break against their walls. The outer defenses fell within minutes of the assault's opening, Rias's power of destruction tearing through fortified walls that had clearly been built to withstand conventional siege tactics but had never accounted for a Gremory heiress fighting with 7 years of accumulated protective fury behind every strike. Yasaka's eastern approach proved equally decisive, her clan's combined senjutsu assault overwhelming the garrison forces stationed there before they could mount any organized resistance, old territorial grievances finding satisfying, if brutal, resolution in the process. From above, Gabriel and Penemue's aerial sweep cleared the compound's defensive towers with ruthless efficiency, holy light and fallen tactical strikes working in devastating tandem to eliminate any coordinated counter-assault before it could properly form. Issei moved through the compound's breached outer defenses like a force of nature, the balance breaker's full power cutting through resistance with a controlled, devastating precision that spoke to years of hard-won mastery finally being unleashed without restraint against an enemy that had, weeks earlier, come dangerously close to destroying everything he loved. The garrison is breaking, Sona's voice reported through the emergency channel, tracking the battle's progress with focused, methodical attention. Outer defenses fully collapsed. The coalition is advancing toward the central keep. Copy that, Issei said, already moving toward that same objective, the hard, cold resolve that had carried him through weeks of investigation and preparation now crystallizing into the singular, focused purpose of finally confronting whoever had dared threaten his children directly. Everyone converge on the keep. I want this ended today. As the coalition forces press deeper into the compound, the garrison's resistance crumbling with each passing minute against the overwhelming, unified strength arrayed against them, Issei felt the weight of 7 years finally, completely settling into a single, unwavering purpose. Every doubt he had once carried about his worthiness of this extraordinary family. Every fear that he would somehow fail the people who had chosen him. Every quiet moment of uncertainty that had once kept him awake on balconies and in archives and quiet studies, slowly, patiently earning the trust of 5 extraordinary women who had built, alongside him, something the old world had never fully believed possible. All of it crystallized now into the hard, absolute certainty of a father closing in on the people who had tried to end his children's lives before they had even fully begun. The central keep rose ahead of him, its ancient stone walls the last barrier between his family and the true source of the threat that had shadowed their lives for weeks. Issei did not slow his advance. He did not hesitate. He simply moved forward, crimson light blazing, toward the final confrontation 7 years of doubt, love, and fierce, unbreakable resolve had been building toward all along. The central keep's interior proved as fortified as its exterior had suggested, layered wards and defensive spellwork clearly designed by someone who understood, in precise detail, exactly what kind of assault their operation might eventually face. But layered defenses built to withstand conventional siege tactics proved poorly suited to withstand the combined, coordinated fury of 6 people who had spent 7 years learning to fight not merely as individuals, but as a single, unified family. Issei breached the keep's primary entrance with a surge of boosted gear power that reduced its reinforced doors to scattered rubble, and found himself immediately confronted by the keep's elite guard, combatants whose skill and coordination far exceeded the garrison forces that had fallen so quickly to the outer assault. "These are the true believers," Rias said, arriving at his side moments later, her power of destruction already gathering for the confrontation ahead. Whoever's leading this concord kept their most capable forces close, protecting the keep directly. "Then let's make sure their loyalty was badly misplaced," Issei said, and the two of them advanced together, the elite guard's careful, coordinated formation proving no match for a combination of raw draconic power and precisely controlled devastation that had, over 7 years, become one of the most formidable fighting partnerships in the supernatural world. Yasaka joined them minutes later, her clan's eastern assault having cleared the compound's grounds entirely, 9 tails still blazing with the fierce, satisfied fury of old grievances finally settled. Together, the 3 of them pressed deeper into the keep, clearing each defended level with a combination of overwhelming force and hard-won tactical coordination that left the Concord's remaining defenders increasingly desperate and disorganized. "Third level secured," Yasaka reported through the emergency channel, her voice carrying none of the exhaustion that had marked her performance during the attack on their home weeks earlier, this battle instead fueling something closer to grim, determined satisfaction. Sona's readings show the primary infiltration signature concentrated at the keep's lowest level. "Whoever we're truly facing is waiting for us directly." "Then let's not keep them waiting any longer," Issei said, already moving toward the stairwell that would lead them deeper into the keep's foundations. Gabriel and Penemue met them at the stairwell's entrance, having cleared the keep's upper levels and aerial defenses with the same ruthless efficiency they had shown throughout the compound-wide assault, both of them carrying the particular hard, focused readiness of women who had spent weeks channeling their fury over the attack on their children into a single, unwavering purpose finally reaching its culmination. "The compound is fully secured above this level," Gabriel reported, her holy light still gathered and ready despite the battle's already considerable duration. "Serzex's forces have the entire garrison contained. Whatever we find below, we face it without concern for what remains behind us." "Good," Issei said, and led his family down into the keep's lowest level, the air growing colder and heavier with each step, thick with a magical resonance that Sona's readings had identified as matching, precisely, the signature that had nearly brought down his children's wing weeks earlier. The chamber they finally emerged into was vast, far larger than the keep's exterior dimensions had suggested, clearly expanded through extensive magical architecture into a space that had been, Issei realized with cold, dawning understanding, specifically designed to serve as the Concord of Ancient's true command center. Hidden beneath layers of conventional fortification that had never been the operation's actual heart. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais, and upon it, waiting with the same controlled, unhurried patience that had marked their infiltration of the sanctuary weeks earlier, stood the hooded figure Issei had confronted in that collapsing corridor. "You found us faster than I anticipated," the figure said, their voice still carefully modulated, though something in their posture suggested genuine, if grudging, respect for the speed and thoroughness of the investigation that had led the coalition here. "I confess I expected the compartmentalization to hold longer against even your considerable resources." You should have expected a father whose children you tried to murder to move faster than anything you'd calculated, Issei said, the balance breaker's crimson light intensifying as he advanced toward the dais, his 5 wives spreading into a formation around him that left no gap in the chamber for any last, desperate escape attempt. Perhaps, the figure said, and reached up, finally, deliberately, to lower their hood, revealing a face that made every member of the assembled family go utterly shocked still. It was a face none of them had expected. A face that belonged, and possibly, to someone the entire coalition had trusted completely, someone whose betrayal cut deeper than any stranger's hostility ever could have. Shalba Beelzebub, Serzex's voice came through the emergency channel first, having arrived at the chamber's entrance in time to witness the reveal, his own shock evident even through the channel's distortion. You were reported dead. Eliminated years ago, during the purge of the old Satan faction's remaining leadership. Reported dead, Shalba said, a thin, cold smile touching lips that had clearly spent years in careful, patient hiding. A useful fiction, Serzex, one I cultivated quite deliberately. It is remarkably easy to build an operation from the shadows when the entire supernatural world believes you no longer exist. Issei felt a fresh surge of cold fury at the revelation, understanding immediately the depth of the deception that had shadowed his family for weeks. You're one of the old Satan bloodline. One of the ones who believe the original 4 Satans betrayed proper devil tradition by allowing the current mouse system to replace it. You understand more than I expected, Shalba said, descending from the dais with the same unhurried, controlled precision that had marked every encounter with him so far. The original Satans were destroyed in the civil war that installed Serzex and his fellow usurpers in their place, replacing true, pure-blood devil governance with a system that has spent the decades since steadily, deliberately diluting everything that once made our race distinct and formidable. Your marriage, Security, your children, they represent the final, most grotesque extension of that dilution. Devil blood mixed with human, angel, fallen, and yokai, presented to the world as some grand symbol of unity, when it is, in truth, nothing more than the complete erasure of everything the old bloodlines once stood for. So this was never really about protecting the world from some unprecedented threat, Rias said, her power of destruction gathering with barely contained fury. This was about you and whatever remains of the old Satan faction trying to reclaim power you lost generations ago, using my children as a convenient excuse. Convenient, perhaps, Shalba acknowledged, but not merely an excuse. Your children genuinely do represent everything I have spent years working to prevent, a symbol so powerful, so unifying across factions that once viewed each other with proper, healthy suspicion, that it threatens to permanently entrench the current order beyond any hope of restoring what came before. I could not allow that symbol to mature unchallenged. So you built an army of desperate fanatics to throw at us as a distraction, Issei said, while you personally tried to murder my children directly. You used the purest Accord's genuine hatred as camouflage for your own political ambitions. An efficient use of resources, Shalba said, entirely unashamed of the calculation behind his strategy. Fanatics motivated by genuine bloodline hatred provided both plausible cover and a useful, expendable distraction. Their failure was, frankly, anticipated. My own strike was always intended to be the true, decisive blow, and had your sanctuary's structural failsafes not proven more robust than my intelligence suggested, it would have succeeded entirely. The chamber fell into a heavy, furious silence, the full weight of the deception and calculated cruelty behind weeks of terror finally, completely revealed, and Issei felt every ounce of the careful restraint he had maintained throughout the investigation finally, decisively give way. You tried to collapse a ceiling on my children while they slept, he said, his voice carrying a cold, absolute fury that made even Shalba's careful composure falter slightly for the first time since the confrontation began. You spent weeks patiently planning to murder 5 7-year-old children because their existence threatened your political ambitions. And you stand here now, explaining that decision like it was some kind of reasonable, calculated strategy. It was calculated, Shalba said, though his voice had lost some of its earlier, confident edge. The assembled fury of 6 people he had genuinely, badly underestimated finally registering as the immediate, existential threat it actually represented. Whatever emotional weight you place on their age, Security, the strategic reality remains unchanged. Your children represent a threat to the world I intend to restore, and I do not regret the attempt to neutralize that threat, whatever its outcome. Then you're not going to regret what happens next either, Issei said, and the balance breaker's crimson light surged to an intensity that filled the entire vast chamber with its blazing, furious glow. 7 years of love and protective devotion finally, completely crystallizing into the absolute, unrestrained wrath of a father who had heard more than enough justification for an attempt on his children's lives. Beside him, his 5 wives moved into position with the same hard, unified resolve, 5 extraordinary women who had spent weeks channeling their own fury over the attack into a single, focused purpose now finally, completely reaching its culmination. You made a mistake, Yasaka said, her 9 tails blazing with cold, ancient power, believing that centuries of political maneuvering had taught you everything necessary to understand what you were actually threatening. You do not understand what this family has built, Shalba Beelzebub. You are about to learn. Shalba's confident composure finally, completely cracked, the true, overwhelming scale of the power arrayed against him becoming undeniable as 6 furious, unified combatants closed in around him with absolute, coordinated purpose. This is not over, he said, defiance warring visibly with the first genuine flicker of fear he had shown throughout the entire confrontation. Whatever happens here today, the old Satan faction's remaining loyalists will not simply accept defeat. They will, Issei said, cutting him off with a voice that carried the full, terrible weight of the Red Dragon Emperor's ancient power, because after today, there will be nothing left of your operation to inspire further resistance. This ends here. Completely. Permanently. The battle that followed was unlike anything the supernatural world would witness again in living memory. A single ancient devil, powerful and cunning as his centuries of careful survival had made him, facing the combined, unified fury of a father and 5 extraordinary mothers who had spent 7 years learning to fight not as 5 separate individuals bound by political circumstance, but as a single, seamless family defending everything they loved. Shalba fought with the desperate, calculating skill of a man who had survived the destruction of an entire faction through sheer cunning and careful preparation, his defensive spellwork drawing on centuries of accumulated devil magic that had, in previous encounters, proven sufficient to overwhelm formidable opponents. Against this family, united and absolutely resolved, it proved catastrophically insufficient. Rias's power of destruction tore through his first defensive barrier with a fury that channeled every moment of terror she had felt watching her children's warded room shudder under his infiltration attempt, unmaking his careful magical architecture with a completeness that left him visibly staggered. You don't get to lecture us about bloodline purity, she said, pressing her advantage without hesitation, while hiding behind the murder of children as some acceptable political calculation. Sona, arriving at the chamber alongside Serzex's reinforcements, added her own precise, devastating magical assault to the confrontation, her analytical mind identifying and exploiting weaknesses in Shalba's defensive structure with the same methodical brilliance she had brought to every crisis the family had weathered together. 7 years of careful preparation, she said, her spellwork tearing through another layer of his rapidly failing defenses. And you never once accounted for facing an opponent who actually understood magical theory as thoroughly as you did. That was your critical error. Gabriel's holy light seared through the chamber with a righteous fury that carried none of her usual careful, measured restraint, every strike channeling the memory of her son's terrified small hands helping stabilize a barrier against an attack that had come dangerously close to succeeding. You called my children an abomination, she said, her voice carrying a hard edge that centuries of seraphic composure had never before revealed. You do not get to make that judgment. Not after what you tried to do to them. Penemue's tactical precision proved equally merciless, her sharp, calculating mind identifying the exact moment Shalba's defenses grew thin enough to press a decisive advantage, her strikes landing with the accumulated fury of a woman who had spent weeks investigating, with growing horror, exactly how close his infiltration attempt had come to succeeding. Centuries of careful survival, she said, and in the end, you're just another old devil who badly underestimated exactly what this family is willing to do to protect itself. Yasaka's assault carried the full weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom and territorial fury, her 9 tails weaving a devastating pattern that Shalba's remaining defensive capacity simply could not withstand, each strike landing with the cold, ancient certainty of a leader who had, decades ago, learned precisely how far she was willing to go to protect what mattered most to her. "You believed your calculated cruelty made you formidable," she said. "You have only ever been cruel. Formidable requires facing something that can genuinely oppose you, and today, you finally have." And at the center of it all, Issei moved with the complete, terrible focus of the Red Dragon Emperor's ancient power fully unleashed, 7 years of restraint finally, decisively abandoned in defense of everything he had built. His strikes carried no cruelty, no satisfaction in Shalba's mounting desperation, only the hard, absolute purpose of a father ensuring, beyond any possible doubt, that the threat facing his children would never again have the opportunity to act against them. "I gave this world 7 years of patience," Issei said, his voice carrying the full, ancient weight of the boosted gear's power as Shalba's last defensive barrier finally, completely shattered under the combined assault. 7 years of trying to prove that this family deserved to exist peacefully alongside every faction, even the ones who never wanted to accept us. You spent those same 7 years planning to murder my children in their sleep, hiding behind a faction you'd already convinced the world was dead. Shalba, defenses finally exhausted, staggered backward against the chamber's ancient stone wall, the confident, calculating composure that had defined every previous encounter finally, completely broken. "Whatever you do to me now," he gasped, "will not undo what I represent. There will always be those who believe your dynasty represents an unacceptable threat to the world's proper order." "Maybe," Issei said, advancing toward him with the balance breaker's full, terrible power still blazing around him. "But they'll know exactly what happens to anyone who acts on that belief. They'll know that this family does not simply survive threats against it. We end them, completely. And we do not apologize for what that ending requires." He raised his gauntlet, the accumulated power of 7 years of love and fierce, unbreakable protection gathering into a single, final strike, and around him, his 5 wives stood in complete, unified solidarity, the full weight of the family Shalba Beelzebub had so badly underestimated finally, decisively delivering the judgment his calculated cruelty had earned. The strike that followed ended the confrontation entirely. The concord of ancients' hidden leadership finally, completely neutralized, and as the chamber's blazing crimson light slowly faded, Issei stood amid the wreckage of a threat that had shadowed his family for weeks, feeling, for the first time since the attack on his home, the full, complete weight of genuine, hard-won safety finally settling over everyone he loved. The compound's remaining garrison surrendered within the hour. Word of Shalba Beelzebub's defeat spreading quickly through whatever coordinated resistance had remained, the concord of ancients' operational structure collapsing entirely without the careful, patient leadership that had held it together. Serzex's forces secured the site thoroughly, extensive intelligence gathered from the compound's records revealing the full extent of an operation that had, for years, quietly worked to undermine the treaty and everything it represented. Standing amid the compound's ruins as the first full light of morning finally broke across the contested border territory, Issei felt the assembled coalition's attention settle on him, commanders and soldiers from all 4 factions who had fought together, that day, in defense of a family and a treaty that had once seemed, to many of them, an impossible, fragile experiment. Serzex approached quietly, his expression carrying the weight of a Mao who had just witnessed the true, complete measure of what this family had become. "The Devil Council will want a full report of what happened here. Shalba Beelzebub's survival, the full scope of the Concord's operation, all of it. This will reshape considerable political conversation across every faction." "Let it," Issei said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion of the day's battle. "I'm done letting this family's existence be treated as some ongoing political question that different factions get to debate indefinitely. I want this made clear, publicly, across every realm that treaty diplomacy reaches. No more careful, patient hostility hiding behind faction politics. No more coalitions built in secret to threaten my children." "What are you proposing?" Michael asked, arriving alongside Serzex, his expression grave but attentive. Issei looked around at the assembled coalition, at his 5 wives standing beside him, exhausted but resolute after a battle that had, decisively, ended the most serious threat their family had faced since the treaty's earliest days, and felt the full weight of everything 7 years had built finally crystallizing into a single, absolute purpose. I want to speak directly, he said. To every faction. Not through council intermediaries or diplomatic channels that can be quietly ignored by whoever's patient enough to wait them out. I want every realm this treaty touches to hear, directly from me, exactly what happened here today, and exactly what it means for anyone who considers following Shalba Beelzebub's example in the future. The broadcast was arranged within the day. Ancient magical technology adapted across all 4 factions' communication networks to carry Issei's words simultaneously to every corner of the supernatural world, from the grandest halls of Devil High Society to the quietest Yokai villages, from heaven's celestial courts to the scattered fallen settlements across the mortal realm's hidden places. Issei stood before that vast, unseen audience with his 5 wives beside him, the sanctuary's central hall serving as the broadcast's origin point, and spoke with a voice that carried none of the uncertainty that had once gripped him 7 years earlier, standing in that first hostile Devil Council chamber, terrified of a responsibility he had never asked for. 7 years ago, he began, a treaty was signed to end a war that had nearly destroyed 4 factions. I was told, at the time, that my marriage to 5 extraordinary women represented the only path toward a peace desperate enough circumstances demanded. I did not fully understand, then, what that peace would eventually grow into. He paused, looking around at his family, at Rias's fierce composure, Sona's careful precision, Yasaka's ancient wisdom, Gabriel's gentle strength, Penemue's sharp resolve, all 5 of them standing united beside him in a solidarity that had been forged through 7 years of doubt, love, and hard-won trust. Today, that peace has 5 children, he continued, each one extraordinary in ways no faction fully anticipated, each one loved completely by 6 parents who chose this family freely, not because a council demanded it, but because we built something worth choosing, together, over and over, through every difficulty this world has thrown at us. This morning, a hidden faction, led by a devil the world believed dead, attempted to destroy that family through calculated, patient cruelty. They failed. His voice hardened, the full weight of the day's battle and weeks of accumulated fury finally finding its complete, public expression. I want every realm listening to understand something clearly. I spent 7 years extending patience to people who never intended to accept this family's existence. That patience is over. I am not merely a peacekeeper anymore, holding together a fragile treaty through careful diplomatic restraint. I am the father of 5 children who deserve to grow up without wondering if tonight is the night someone finally succeeds at murdering them in their sleep. And I am prepared to burn down anyone, any faction, any hidden coalition, any patient extremist who decides my family's existence justifies that kind of violence. He let the words settle, the weight of the day's decisive victory carrying through every syllable with an authority that no council chamber, no ancient bloodline theory, no ancient prejudice could easily dismiss. This treaty was built on the promise of peace, he said finally. I still believe in that promise, completely. But peace does not mean weakness, and patience does not mean endless tolerance for those who would destroy everything this family has built. Today, the world learned what happens to those who mistake this family's love for vulnerability. Let that lesson be remembered. The broadcast ended, and across 4 factions, in council chambers and quiet villages and celestial courts alike, the supernatural world absorbed, in real time, the full, unmistakable measure of exactly what the Red Dragon Emperor and his family had become. Not a fragile political experiment, vulnerable to patient, calculated hostility. An absolute, unbreakable dynasty, fully prepared to defend itself with everything its extraordinary strength commanded. The weeks following Shalba Beelzebub's defeat brought a shift in the supernatural world's political landscape that none of them had fully anticipated, the broadcast's uncompromising clarity forcing a reckoning across every faction that had, for 7 years, allowed careful, patient hostility toward the treaty to fester unchecked beneath a surface of formal diplomatic courtesy. Baal Astaroth, whose faction had never fully accepted the treaty despite years of grudging, public tolerance, requested a private audience with Issei less than a week after the broadcast, arriving at the sanctuary's gates with none of the cold, calculating hostility that had defined their first encounter 7 years earlier. I want to be direct with you, Security, the old devil said, once they were settled in the same study where Issei had once drafted a difficult letter with Gabriel's gentle guidance, years before this entire confrontation had ever fully materialized. I did not know the full extent of Shalba Beelzebub's operation. I want you to believe that, though I understand you have little reason to extend me trust after years of open hostility toward your family. I believe you, Issei said, and meant it, the hard, unyielding fury that had carried him through the battle at the compound finally settling, in the weeks since, into something steadier and more measured. But I also think your faction's hostility created exactly the kind of environment where someone like Shalba could operate without meaningful scrutiny. Your objections gave his operation cover, even if he never intended that. Baal Astaroth was quiet for a long moment, something that looked genuinely, unfamiliarly like reflection crossing his ancient features. That is a fair criticism. I have spent 7 years defending a tradition I believed worth preserving, without fully considering how that defense might be exploited by those with far more dangerous intentions than my own. He looked at Issei directly, something like genuine respect finally entering his expression for the first time in their long, difficult history. Your broadcast made something clear that I believe this entire world needed to hear. Whatever objections remain about the shape of your family, no faction can any longer credibly claim your dynasty represents weakness to be patiently exploited. I withdraw my faction's formal objections to the treaty, Security. Fully, and without further reservation. It was not the only such reconciliation. In the weeks that followed, faction after faction that had maintained careful, quiet hostility toward the treaty's existence found themselves recalculating their position in light of what the confrontation at the compound had definitively proven, that whatever doubts remained about the wisdom of the original arrangement, no rational actor could any longer believe the family it had produced represented an easy target for patient, calculated aggression. The children, meanwhile, slowly returned to something resembling the ordinary rhythms of their extraordinary childhood, the accelerated training and hardened defenses of the preceding months gradually giving way, once more, to the careful balance between readiness and genuine joy that Rias had insisted on protecting from the very first moment the family had recognized the gathering threat. Do you think it's really over? Ophis asked her father one evening, months after the confrontation, the two of them sitting together in the garden Yasaka had planted so many years earlier, now more magnificent than ever in the full bloom of a season that had, against every fear, finally arrived in genuine peace. I think the specific threat is over, Issei said honestly, choosing, as he always had, to give his daughter the truth rather than false, easy comfort. I don't think there will never be another threat, Ophis. I think that's simply part of what it means to be this family, to represent something as extraordinary and unprecedented as what you and your siblings are. But I also think the world learned something important this year. That threatening this family costs more than anyone is willing to pay anymore. Ophis considered this with the same thoughtful seriousness she had carried since infancy, her early warning gift having, in the months since the confrontation, grown into something steadier and more controlled, no longer the anxious, overwhelming instinct of a frightened child but the confident, measured awareness of someone who had faced genuine danger and helped, in her own small way, to survive it. I'm glad you didn't lie to me, she said finally. About it being completely over, I mean. I think I would have known anyway. But I'm glad you told me the truth. I'm always going to tell you the truth, Issei said, pulling her into a gentle embrace. Even when it's hard. Especially then. They sat together in the garden as the evening settled into the particular, golden stillness that had become, over the years, one of Issei's favorite moments in an extraordinary life he had once feared he was entirely unprepared to live, and somewhere beyond the garden's edge, he could hear the familiar sounds of his family, Kurigane and Yasaka discussing some new development in the garden's newest plantings. Serena's animated voice explaining a theoretical breakthrough to a patiently listening Sona, Raziel's gentle laughter mixing with Gabriel's, Lilith's competitive whooping as she challenged Penemue to some new training exercise that had, by now, become as much a bonding ritual as genuine instruction. A family, complete and unbroken, that had survived everything the old world's patient hostility had thrown against it, and had emerged, through every trial, stronger and more unified than any council or faction had ever believed possible. In the days between the compound's fall and the anniversary celebration that would eventually mark the world's full, formal reconciliation with everything the family represented, Issei found himself, more than once, returning to conversations with each of his wives individually, quiet moments of reflection that felt, in their own way, as significant as anything the dramatic confrontation at the compound had settled. He found Rias in the sanctuary's kitchen, an unusual location for her given years of good-natured teasing about her limited culinary skill, carefully attempting a dish that Issei recognized, with a soft ache of nostalgia, as one from his own childhood, the same simple, human comfort food he had requested at their very first celebration together, so many years earlier. "I wanted to make this properly," she said, not looking up from the careful, concentrated work of following a recipe well outside her usual expertise. "After everything that happened, I kept thinking about how much has changed since that first night we all sat together, and how much has stayed exactly the same underneath it. I wanted to do something that reminded us both of where this all started." "You didn't have to do that." "I wanted to," Rias said, finally looking up, her expression carrying the same fierce, unwavering devotion that had defined their relationship since long before any treaty had ever proposed uniting their lives. "I've loved you since before any council ever mentioned a treaty, Issei. I loved you through every doubt you carried in those first difficult months. I loved you through 5 pregnancies and 5 extraordinary births and 9 years of learning what it actually means to build a family instead of merely surviving a political arrangement. And I loved you today, watching you become exactly the father and the husband this family needed when everything we built was genuinely threatened. I wanted tonight to be about remembering that love, not just tonight's version of it, but every version, from the very beginning." The dish, when finished, tasted nothing like Issei's childhood memory, seasoned wrong and slightly overcooked in the particular way of someone genuinely unpracticed in a kitchen. He ate it anyway, every bite, and told her, with complete sincerity, that it was exactly right. He found Yasaka in her garden, as he so often did during quiet, reflective moments, tending to the moonflowers that had bloomed there since the family's earliest days, now grown into something genuinely magnificent through years of her patient, careful cultivation. "I have been thinking," she said, without turning from her work, "about the fear I confessed to you, years ago, before Kurigane was born. That loving something this completely would cost more than I was prepared to pay. Does it still frighten you?" "Every day," Yasaka admitted, finally turning to face him fully. "But I have come to understand something in the years since that confession. The fear does not lessen because the love grows safer. It lessens because I have learned, through every trial this family has weathered, that the love is worth the fear regardless of what it eventually costs. I watched our children defend each other against an attack that could have destroyed everything I hold precious, and I have never been more terrified in my entire long life. I have also never been more certain that this family, exactly as it is, was worth every risk I took choosing it." He found Sona in the study, predictably, though the folder spread before her held nothing related to security protocols or governance amendments, simply the same battered notebook of handwritten observations she had kept, quietly, for 9 years, filled now with entries about children who had grown from unprecedented infants into remarkable, distinct people. "I used to think," she said, closing the notebook as he entered, "that love needed to be justified through careful, strategic calculation. That wanting something simply because I wanted it was a weakness I needed to discipline out of myself. 9 years with this family taught me otherwise. I still calculate everything, Issei, that will never fully change about me. But I have learned that some things are worth wanting purely because they make life genuinely, completely worth living, regardless of what strategic justification anyone could offer." He found Gabriel in her chapel, not in prayer exactly, but in quiet, contemplative stillness, watching the last light of evening filter through the same modest stained glass window that had witnessed so many of their most honest conversations over the years. "Michael visited again yesterday," she said. "He tells me Heaven's Council has finally, formally settled the last of its doctrinal debate regarding our marriage. There will be no further challenge to my status, now or in the future. It is, in its own quiet way, as significant a victory as anything we accomplished at that compound." "How does that feel?" "Like finally exhaling a breath I did not fully realize I had been holding for 9 years, Gabriel admitted. I do not regret a single choice that led me here, Issei. Not the doctrinal struggle, not the fear, not even the terror of watching our son's small hands help stabilize a barrier against an attack that could have ended everything. I would choose this family again, completely, in every version of this life I could possibly imagine living. And he found Penemue on the flight tower, exactly where he had found her so many years earlier, watching a sunset that carried none of the careful, guarded distance of that first honest conversation between them. I did the math again, she said, not turning from the horizon. Same question you asked me all those years ago. Whether I'd have chosen you without the treaty forcing my hand. And? Same answer, Penemue said, finally turning to face him, her expression carrying the complete, unguarded warmth that 9 years of hard-won trust had built between them. Every single time, Dragon Boy. I choose this family in every possible version of this world, treaty or no treaty, war or no war. You were always worth the risk. I just needed 9 years and a genuine, terrifying crisis to fully understand exactly how completely that was true. Standing with her on that flight tower, watching the sun finally set over a world that had, at last, learned to respect everything this extraordinary family represented, Issei felt the full, complete weight of 9 remarkable years settle over him, not as a burden he had once feared he would never be capable of carrying, but as the single greatest privilege of his entire extraordinary life. A full year after the confrontation at the compound, the sanctuary hosted a celebration unlike any it had held before, an anniversary not of the original treaty's signing, but of something the family had, collectively, decided deserved its own dedicated recognition, the day the world had finally, decisively learned to respect rather than merely tolerate what they had built together. Dignitaries from all 4 factions attended, a gathering even larger than the 7th anniversary celebration that had preceded the Purist Accord's assault, though this time the atmosphere carried none of the cautious, watchful tension of that earlier gathering. Baal Astaroth attended personally, his formal reconciliation with the family now a full year settled, engaging in genuine, unguarded conversation with dignitaries he had once viewed with open suspicion. Michael and Azazel stood together near the hall's center, the easy camaraderie between Seraph and fallen Governor a small, quiet testament to exactly how thoroughly the old factional boundaries had softened in the years since the treaty's signing. Yasaka's clan elders, their old territorial grievances regarding the border compound finally, formally resolved through careful diplomatic negotiation in the months following the battle, mingled freely with devil aristocrats who would once have considered such interaction beneath their dignity. And at the celebration's heart, 5 children who had, over the preceding year, grown further into the remarkable, extraordinary people their unprecedented childhood had been steadily shaping them toward becoming. Ophis, now 8, moved through the gathering with a quiet, watchful confidence that drew genuine respect rather than the wary fascination her younger self had once provoked, her early warning gift now a source of pride rather than anxious burden, several faction security officials openly seeking her insight on potential vulnerabilities in the celebration's own defensive arrangements. A request she handled with a composure well beyond her years. Kurigane, gentle and patient as ever, had become something of a quiet favorite among the visiting yokai elders, his senjutsu affinity having matured into genuine, careful mastery that several centuries-old practitioners now openly praised as exceptional even by their own considerable standards. Serena held court, quite literally, in a corner of the hall dedicated to magical theory discussion, a gathering of archmages and scholars from across multiple factions engaged in animated debate with an 8-year-old girl whose contributions to the conversation carried genuine intellectual weight rather than mere precocious novelty. Raziel drifted through the celebration with his familiar, gentle presence, and Issei noted, with quiet pride, how naturally dignitaries from every faction, even those who had once harbored real doubts about the wisdom of the treaty, found themselves relaxing in his son's presence, old grudges and careful political posturing softening, however briefly, under his growing empathic gift's quiet influence. Lilith, characteristically, had convinced several younger members of the visiting delegations into an impromptu, good-natured aerial competition in the training yard, her fierce competitive spirit now balanced with genuine control and tactical awareness that made her as formidable a strategist as she had always been a fighter. Issei watched his children move through a celebration that would have seemed impossible to imagine, standing in that first hostile Devil Council chamber 9 years earlier, terrified of a treaty he had never asked for and a responsibility he had not believed himself capable of carrying, and felt the full, complete weight of everything that fear had eventually grown into. "You look like you're somewhere else again," Rias said, finding him at the hall's edge, her voice carrying the same warm, knowing affection that had steadied him through every uncertain moment of the past 9 years. "Though this time, I don't think it's a bad kind of somewhere else. I was just thinking about how impossible all of this would have seemed 9 years ago," Issei admitted. "Standing in that first war room, listening to Serzex and Michael and Azazel explain this treaty, I thought it was the end of everything I actually wanted for my life. Now I can't imagine having lived any other way." Sona joined them, followed shortly by Yasaka, Gabriel, and Penemue, the 6 of them gathering together at the hall's edge the way they had done so many times before, on balconies and in studies and archives, through every difficult, uncertain moment that had eventually built toward this extraordinary, hard-won peace. 9 years, Sona said, watching their children move through a celebration that represented, in every sense, the complete vindication of everything the family had sacrificed and fought to protect. "I remember running the numbers, back at the very beginning, convinced myself the odds of this arrangement actually succeeding were unfavorable at best." "What would you calculate them at now?" Penemue asked, with the familiar teasing edge that had, over 9 years, become as much a part of their shared life as any of the family's more serious traditions. Sona considered the question with genuine thought rather than mere reflexive wit, watching her daughter hold an entire room of archmages captivated by her theoretical insight, watching Ophus's quiet confidence, Kuragane's gentle mastery, Raziel's healing presence, Lilith's balanced fire. "I don't think the numbers matter anymore," she said finally, something genuinely soft entering her usually precise, analytical voice. "I think we built something that exceeded whatever calculation any of us could have made at the beginning. I think, for once, I'm content to simply call it what it actually is." "And what's that?" Issei asked. Sona looked at him, at the family they had built together through 9 years of doubt, love, hard-won trust, devastating crisis, and fierce, unbreakable resolve, and smiled, small and genuine and completely unguarded. "Home," she said simply. "Ours, completely, and worth every single thing it took to build it." Late that evening, long after the celebration's formal proceedings had given way to quieter, more genuine conversation among the guests who remained, Issei found himself once more on the eastern balcony, the same quiet vantage point where so much of his family's extraordinary story had unfolded across 9 remarkable years. He was not alone for long. Rias found him first, followed by Sona, then Yasaka, then Gabriel, then Penemue, the 6 of them gathering together in the familiar rhythm that had, over the years, become as natural to them as breathing, a ritual of quiet reflection that had carried them through every joy and every crisis this extraordinary life had presented. "Do you remember," Yasaka said, watching the artificial moon rise over gardens that had grown, over 9 years, into something genuinely magnificent, her own trees, planted with such patient faith so long ago, now towering in full, the very first night we all sat together, before any of this had truly begun? "I remember telling you that readiness was not the prerequisite for this working. Only willingness." "I remember," Issei said. "I don't think I fully believed you, back then. I think some part of me still believed I was going to wake up one day and discover I'd failed all of you, that this whole extraordinary arrangement was going to collapse under the weight of my own inadequacy." "And now?" Gabriel asked gently. Issei considered the question with the same careful seriousness he had learned, over 9 years, to bring to every genuine inquiry from the women he loved. He thought of that first terrified war room discussion, of Yasaka's patient wisdom in a moonlit garden, of Sona's quiet confession over a decoy folder of border security notes, of Gabriel learning to knock on doors, of Penemue's centuries of careful distance finally cracking open on the edge of a flight tower at sunset, of 5 extraordinary births that had rewritten everything four ancient factions believed possible, of 5 children growing into their own remarkable, unprecedented gifts, of a night of terror when everything they had built nearly collapsed under a coordinated assault, of a battle at a hidden compound that had, decisively, proven exactly what this family was capable of protecting, of a broadcast that had finally completely settled any remaining doubt about the strength of what they had built. "Now I know," he said simply. "I know this family is real, and strong, and worth everything it took to build. I know our children are going to grow up understanding, completely, that they were loved first, and that everything else, the power, the politics, the extraordinary weight of what they represent to this fractured world, comes second to that one unshakable truth." Penemue leaned against him, her earlier centuries of careful, guarded distance a distant memory against the easy, unguarded warmth she now brought to every quiet moment with her family. "You've come a long way, Dragon Boy." From a terrified kid who kept a folded piece of paper in his jacket pocket, wondering if any of us actually wanted this, to the man who stood in that chamber and made an ancient devil regret ever underestimating what love like this could actually build. "I had good teachers," Issei said, echoing words he had spoken to Sona years earlier, in a study filled with tea and quiet honesty that had first begun to unravel his deepest doubts about his own worthiness of this extraordinary life. Below them, in the gardens Yasaka had planted with such patient faith so many years before, their 5 children could still be heard, laughing together in the last hours of a celebration that had, in every sense, marked the true, complete vindication of everything this family had sacrificed and fought to protect. Ophisa's watchful confidence, Kurigane's gentle mastery, Serena's brilliant curiosity, Raziel's quiet, healing presence, Lilith's balanced, unbreakable fire. 5 extraordinary children, born from a treaty that had once seemed, to a terrified 18-year-old boy standing in a war room 9 years earlier, like nothing more than a political cage built from desperation and necessity. A treaty that had, through 9 years of doubt, love, hard-won trust, devastating crisis, and fierce, unbreakable resolve, become something far more enduring than any council or faction leader had ever dared to imagine when they first proposed its impossible terms. A family, complete and unbreakable, that had taken a war-torn, fractured world and shown it, definitively and beyond any remaining doubt, exactly what could be built when 5 extraordinary women and 1 reluctant emperor chose, again and again, through every trial this extraordinary life presented, to choose each other freely, completely, and forever. Issei looked out over that garden, over the family he had built and the world that had, at last, learned to respect rather than merely tolerate what that family represented, and felt, for the first time since a council chamber had first spoken his name 9 years earlier, a peace that carried no lingering uncertainty at all. The ultimate treaty had been signed in desperation, forged from the ashes of a war that had nearly destroyed everything 4 ancient factions held dear. What it had ultimately built, through 9 extraordinary years of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, was something far greater than any treaty had ever promised. A dynasty, absolute and unshakable, that no council, no ancient prejudice, and no patient, calculated hostility would ever again mistake for weakness. A family, chosen freely and defended fiercely, that would endure, exactly as Yasaka had promised on that very first night, for as long as the 6 of them continued choosing it, together, one remarkable day at a time. And somewhere beyond the sanctuary's gates, across every realm the treaty's peace now genuinely, completely touched, the world understood, at last, exactly what it meant to threaten the family the Red Dragon Emperor had built, and exactly what price that threat would always, inevitably, demand. The war was long over. The dynasty, forged from its ashes, would endure forever. In the years that would follow, historians across all 4 factions would return, again and again, to that single, decisive year, the year a treaty born from desperate necessity finally proved, beyond any remaining doubt, that it had grown into something far more resilient than any of its original architects had dared to hope. They would write of the assault on the sanctuary, of the battle at the hidden compound, of the broadcast that had reshaped a fractured world's understanding of what this family truly represented. They would write, too, of 5 extraordinary children who grew, in the years beyond that pivotal moment, into leaders and healers and guardians whose influence would eventually reach every corner of the supernatural world, each one carrying forward the same foundational truth their parents had built this entire extraordinary life upon. Love first. Everything else, however extraordinary, however unprecedented, would always come second to that one unshakable promise. And on quiet evenings, long after the celebrations had ended and the dignitaries had returned to their own distant halls, 6 people who had once been strangers bound together by a desperate treaty would still find their way back to that same eastern balcony, watching a garden grown magnificent through years of patient, devoted care, remembering, together, exactly how far they had come, and exactly how completely, freely, and permanently they had chosen every single step of that extraordinary journey, not as a political arrangement, as a family, whole and unbreakable, built to last. Thanks for listening.